Ghost stories are some of the comfiest stories out there. You can just sit back, ignore the food shortages and other extremely stressful events going on in America, all while enjoying some extra spooky ghost stories. Relaxing, right? I mean, I'm not panicking that I'm down to my last Lunchable. Enjoy this compilation of stories I've narrated in the past all about ghosts, hauntings, and the paranormal. Also, I've heard word around these haunted woods that YouTube prefers how many shares a video gets over other interactions lately. So if you want to boost this video and help it reach more people, be sure to click that share button and spam your family, cause nothing says I love you more than nightmare fuel and ghost stories. Now, let's begin. Creature in the Springs from Dead Wisp 99. I live in Central Florida, specifically Crystal Springs in Pasco County. Around here there isn't much to do, other than roam the dirt roads and backwoods. But there is a river that everyone goes to for either swimming, fishing, or to get together and party, called Crystal Springs River. The most well-known spot there is called the rope swing, obviously due to the old rope everyone uses to play in the river. In order to get there, you have to go down beside the bridge and walk half a mile along the river through mud, trees, and sidestep the occasional water moccasin. Along the way, there are landmarks to identify how far away from the rope swing you are, such as fishing spots, which are close to the bridge in front, the washout, which is about halfway, and finally the rope swing itself. The entire walk, you're surrounded by thick woods. I've had only one other bad experience at the river that involved damaging the depth perception in my right eye, but that's not really important for this story. My encounter takes place at said river. It was me, my friend who's like a brother to me, his older brother, and another friend. Let's refer to them as T, M, and C respectfully. That day we were all bored to death and didn't have anything to do. So T said we should go to the rope swing to hang out and smoke and do some fishing. That sounded better than nothing to us, so we gathered up our poles, tackle box, and bud. T also brought some firearms. As we got there and began unloading everything for our hour-and-a-half trek through the mud, I checked the time on my phone. I checked beforehand because the signal sucks deeper in the woods. The time read somewhere around 6 p.m., if I recall correctly. We walked the path around the concrete barrier and past the two fishing spots where everyone else usually fished at. We always went to the rope swing because we hated people walking up on us while we were smoking. As we got closer to the washout, we started feeling like we were being watched. Im actually spoke up and said, "Y'all feel that too, right?" We looked at each other and agreed that we did, but T, being the leader of our group, said, "Dang man, you're paranoid. We haven't even smoked yet. It's probably just a hog. You're not scared of Miss Piggy, are you?" We knew hogs were all over these woods. That's why we brought the firepower. So we just agreed and kept walking, and after about 20 minutes or so, the feeling went away. As we made it to about 15 feet past the washout, I was talking to him about wanting to build a hardcore base in the ruined castle on the Ragnarok map in Ark, and before I could finish my sentence, we all smelled something horrible, like mildew and wet mold. We scanned our surroundings, trying to pinpoint the source. Then C shouted, "What is that?" He pointed up the trail, and we looked the way he was pointing. And up that trail, about 10 feet away from us, we saw this, well, it was some creature crawling out of the woods going across the trail towards the river. This creature was terrifying. Its skin was a horrific shade of gray. Its legs were long and angled in awkward ways. Its arms were human in shape, but they were too long, too skinny, and at the ends, it had claw-like fingers. As I looked closer at the claws, they were covered in a red-colored liquid, which I assumed later was blood. I could not see its face, because by the time we saw it, its head was hidden behind one of the trees next to the river. All four of us watched in shock as it got to the river's edge and began to squat low to the ground, kind of like a bullfrog. Then, in an instant, it sprung up and leapt across the river. Keep in mind, this part of the river is about 16 feet across. The thing was able to clear that in one jump, landing safely on the other side. Suddenly, I was shaken out of my horrified state by T firing his .38 revolver at this thing, followed by M unloading the .22 at it. The thing stood there facing away from us, until T and M had fired all their rounds. After the last round, the thing slowly stood all the way up, reaching nearly 7 feet tall. That's when it turned to face us. We finally saw its face, and I'll never forget it. It had a flat-looking face with 2 giant grayish-white eyes. It had no nose, but rather 2 slits where the nose should be. Its mouth is what scared the living heck out of me. It had huge razor-sharp teeth that were stained red, and 2 giant fangs that reminded me of snake fangs in the front. We all watched in horror as this thing that had just been shot by 6 .38 rounds and about 17 .22 rounds let out a terrifying sound, which was similar to a mix between a gator's snarl and a snake's hiss, before turning and charging into the woods. I looked at T and said, "We need to get out of here, right now." We booked it back to T's truck. As we got to the truck, the sun was beginning to set. T and M hopped into the cab, while C and I hopped in the back. We tore out of the trees and towards T's house. But before we left, I looked back towards the river. I swear to Odin that there, right inside the tree line on the other side, I saw that thing again, staring at us and bearing those terrible fangs. After we got back to T's house, we ran inside and locked the door. The sun had already set, and we wasted no time smoking to relax ourselves. Now, T's house, which was in reality a fifth wheel mobile home, was situated on the edge of a swamp. That swamp bordered his house and the woods that surrounded the river. He was paranoid and didn't want to take any chances with that thing. C told us that he had to go home to his girlfriend and son. His truck was parked just outside T's gate, so we stepped out with him and watched as he got in his truck and left. The whole time, T held on to that revolver really close, and M still had that rifle. We went back inside and began to smoke again. As the night went on, midnight came around. By then, we'd forgotten about what we'd seen. Now we were just sitting at the table, talking about random stuff. I think we were talking about the show Vikings. Suddenly, we hear it. The same creepy sound that creature had made, only this time it was coming from the swamp. That freaking thing had tracked us down. When we heard this, we all became sober pretty quick. T's dog, a pit bull named Athena, perked up her ears and went into protective mode. She stared at the door, snarling and baring her teeth. We grabbed the guns which we had kept next to us, turning off the lights and hunkering down in the small kitchen as T held tightly to Athena's collar. All our guns were aimed at the door. From outside, we heard as this thing began to make small, weird clicking sounds. We listened as the clicking circled the house and made its way up onto the roof. Eventually, it came back around to the front door. We listened as the thing began to make that hissing sound again, but this time in a lower pitch. It stayed there in front of the door, hissing and clawing at the door with its giant claws. To our horror, we watched as the moonlight showed the silhouette of one of its claws being scratched down the window on the front door. This hissing, clicking, and scratching went on all night. When we at last saw the sun trickling through the window, everything had finally stopped. We smoked again to calm ourselves down and headed to sleep. I was awakened by M shaking me at some point. "What is it?" I said to him in a groggy voice. "Dude, you need to see this." I got up and followed him outside to T. "Look at my door, bro," T said as I walked over to him. Em closed the front door to the house, and that's when I saw them. Giant gashes covering the door and huge scratches all across the glass of the window. That's from the freaking thing from last night, Em said, before I could finish my sentence. A few days later, I went back to T's house and noticed he had changed his front door. As I walked into the house, I noticed the old door, still covered in gashes and scratches, was leaning against the wall. I walked over and sat at the table next to T. I asked him, "Hey, you think it'll come back?" "I pray it doesn't, 'cause anything that can walk away from getting pummeled by all those rounds, it's something I don't want to mess with," he said to me as he stared at the old door. We never really mentioned it again after that. I don't know what that thing was, and I hope I never see it again. To anyone going to Crystal Springs River in Crystal Springs, Florida, be careful. There's something out there, and it can find you. Ghost Stories from G. Sov. I have had several unexplained moments in my life. I'll share a few here. When I was 9 or 10 years old, I had my cousins come over. One was a girl my age, and one was a boy a year younger than me. I also have a sister who's 5 years younger than me, and for this story we'll call her Sarah. My cousins and I were in my room. My younger cousin was asleep on my bed, and my sister was sleeping on the couch that's connected to the kitchen. It was late at night, 12 to 1 a.m. We were talking about something, I don't remember exactly what, until a certain sound cut us both off. It was a whisper that seemed to have come from the kitchen. It wasn't a normal whisper, though. It was loud and raspy, and it wasn't any voice that we recognized. But it wasn't that was scariest. It's what we heard it say that really terrified me. I'll never forget it. It said,
"Psst, Sarah, come here."
This voice did say more than that, but I wasn't able to catch all of it. But I did catch that. And I do remember it calling for my sister as well. That's when my cousin and I looked at each other with wide, terrified eyes, asking one another in unison, "Did you hear that?" Worried about my sister, we looked out my door to where the sound came from, but there was nothing there. I ran across the house then to my parents' room, opening the door to see they were both asleep. Then I ran back to my room, terrified, and I didn't leave that room for the remainder of the night. This second story happened when I was 13, about to be 14. It was summertime and we had recently moved. The house needed to be repaired, so we stayed in a trailer in the back. My sister was 8 at the time. While at this house, I've had gravel thrown at me. I told my parents and they said it was just acorns falling from the big oak tree that was near the trailer. I believed this explanation until one time in broad daylight, I saw a big piece of gravel hurtling towards my face. I was able to move out of the way, but the oak tree wasn't there, and the direction it came from was our open field, which was about the size of a football field. I looked around to see if it was my sister doing it, but no one was in the field. Then what happened in the house later is what made me feel really sick. You see, when we lived in the trailer, we had to go inside the house to use the bathroom. One night, my sister needed to use the bathroom, but was scared, so my parents made me go with her. I grabbed the flashlight and we went into the dark house with nothing but the moonlight and a flashlight lighting it up. Across from the bathroom was the room that was going to be my room when the house was complete. While waiting on my sister, I needed to go to the bathroom too. Once she came out, I went in, asking her to wait for me this time. I gave her the light, so she didn't hurt herself in the dark. When I was done in the bathroom, I came out, and my sister wasn't there. Annoyed, I looked around to see if she was trying to scare me. Then, in my would-be room, I see her short silhouette in front of the window that's on the back wall of my room. "Hey, "I can see you," I said to her, but she didn't respond. I then say, "Come on." And still she didn't come towards me. She just stood there. She was only slightly moving. Because of that, I knew it wasn't just a shadow I was looking at. I then got this uneasy feeling. I shouted out to my sister, "I'm gonna leave without you." Then I ran out of the house as fast as I could. When I made it back to the trailer, I waited at the door a little while to see if she'd come out, but she didn't. I opened the door to the trailer, and I see my sister inside. I knew she couldn't have got there before me. I would have seen her pass me. I asked her if she was hiding in my room, and I knew what the answer would be. She said no. With many thoughts in my head, I went to bed. The following morning, I looked over to my room to see if there was a ladder or something at my window, some way for my sister to beat me back to the trailer. But there wasn't. My room was empty. A bit later, a few weeks or so, we go into the attic and see what the old house had left in it. When looking around, we found an old military suit, which was small enough to fit my sister. In my brain, I was thinking of that shadow I saw in my room, which is about the same height, and I figured those two things are connected. Demon at Old Gun Church. My fiancé is from a little coastal town in South Carolina. One summer, we went to visit his mother and our friends for about 3 weeks. It was a fun time, with lots of sun, sand, and great memories. I'm from up north, so spending time in the south is a treat for me, and being a big history buff, having friends who knew the area was like having my own living history book. One thing that's important to know about the south is that every nook and cranny of every town is haunted. Whether by dark secrets, history, or religion, the South has it all. The one particular big draw in this area was an abandoned church known as Old Gun. It's an old Civil War era church with a trauma-rich history. It had been burned down twice, rebuilt once, and the preacher is said to have fallen from the bell tower to his death. Now it sits a husk of its former self, decrepit and decaying, with untended sunken graves in the back of it. Did I mention this church sits in the middle of the Carolina swamps? Anyway, it was a late summer evening and my fiancé, Silas, our friend Tara, and I were driving out to pick up our friend Lapis. Lapis lives in the boonies of Silas's hometown, and of course we had to drive to go get her in the pitch dark. Once we arrived at Lapis's house, we began to make our way back when the four of us got the idea to visit Old Gun. It was a new moon night, and well, 3 of the 4 of us were witches, so it seemed like a fun idea at the time. "Hey May, take a ride at this gas station to Exodus Road," Lapis said to me as we made our way down the country road. Exodus Road? Geez, that doesn't help with the spooky aspect. I laughed. As soon as we took the turn down Exodus Road, a wave of anxiety rippled through the car. Our boisterous laughter was changed to nervous chuckles. We began poking fun at the idea of any of this creepy lore being true. We all believed it, of course, but we wanted to pretend to be strong, just a little longer. It seemed the longer we drove into the night, the louder we all got, hoping our false sense of joy would press back out on the encroaching fear and darkness. A few more bends and winds in the road, and a rough left turn, we finally arrived at our destination. The facade of the church loomed high into the dark night sky, behind an old chain-link fence and sign posted in the nearby pine tree. The sign read, "Warning, trespassers will be prosecuted. Smile, you're on camera." "We're here," I said cheerfully, hiding the unease I felt as I peered into the illuminated front door, then to the blown-out stained glass window. The only light around were the headlights of the car and the few stars illuminating the sky. We all sat there in the car for a moment, unsure of what to do, what to expect, or how to proceed. I turned off the car, forcing us all to make a decision. Lapis and I were the first ones out of the car. We stood nearby just looking around. Did you guys see that?" Silas asked, pointing to the doorway. "I think I saw like a black mass slink from one side of the door to the other." He informed us, and we all turned to look. Then a loud grunt came from nearby and right behind us. "Nope," Lapis and I exclaimed. My heart picked up. "That's a wild boar," Lapis continued. "It's mad and it's close. Don't know about you guys, but I don't feel like getting gored tonight." I replied. "Same," said Silas. So we all climbed back into the car. I turned the car back on, put the headlights on the church, and we rolled down our windows. There was another grunt, and one shortly after that didn't seem quite right. Suddenly I get this sensation that something just isn't right, and I began to feel as if my left arm had electricity coursing through it. My heart sank into my stomach, because I knew that there's something here with us, and whatever it wasn't good. To further my fear, the night had grown unbearably still and quiet. I've always seemed to be a magnet for the paranormal. It started when I was 6 and I saw the spirit of my recently deceased grandfather in broad daylight. I think I'm sensitive to others' emotions and energies, and in the past year or so I've been harnessing this as a way to connect with my craft. So I know when a spirit or things are bad or good, by which side of my body feels it first. If the right side of my body feels it first, it's usually a benevolent entity. But if my left side feels it first, it always means whatever it is bad. Another grunt, and the rest of our party mentions that they heard the boar. By then my head is beginning to swim, and I'm too afraid to look to the left of me. I knew Lapis was already looking in that direction, but I felt as though if I looked over there, I'd see something I did not want to see. "That's not a boar. That's something pretending to be a boar," Lapis said. That's all the confirmation I needed to know my feeling was right. My arm began to feel stiff now, and my mouth went dry. Silas jokingly tried to guess what it was, but Lapis was staring intently out the window. I could see her in the rearview mirror. I waited, staring into the doorway of the church, hoping and praying that I wouldn't see whatever Lapis saw. The silence became deafening, and ringing filled my left ear. My grip on the steering wheel tightened. "We have to leave now. Don't turn left," Lapis spoke with intensity. I threw the car into reverse. A sense of urgency and panic coursed through my body at her words. "Sure thing. We're leaving right now, and I'm not turning right," I said to her to let her know I got the message. "Whatever you do, do not look back," she spoke with an authority that I knew wasn't false. I locked all the doors, rolled up the windows, and I hit the gas. Against my better judgment, I took a moment to look into the backup camera, and I wish I hadn't. In the dim light of the brake lights, I saw something I'll never forget. About 6 feet back was a large rolling mass of what seemed to be thick black smoke, with the occasional glint of red eyes. It seemed to move towards the car. Without hesitation, I slammed my foot on the gas. We threw gravel from our tires as the complete and utter sense of terror and dread filled me. We then sped off into the night. When the church was out of sight, I slowed down only a bit as the area was crawling with deer. I didn't feel like totaling my fiance's mother's car in the process of getting away from this thing. "What did you see?" Silas and Tara clamored. I didn't want to answer. My focus was on the road. "I'll tell you when we get somewhere inside without any windows. It doesn't want me to talk about it right now," Lapis said in monotone. She was trying not to frighten the group, but I could feel it. Without looking, I knew that I would have to keep my eyes forward and keep driving, otherwise it was going to get us. Looking behind me would let it in, then we'd all be doomed. The car grew silent after a while, and Silas insisted on playing music that added to the mood. Of course, my lovable idiot of a fiancé didn't see a thing, so he thought everything was fine. But it wasn't. It really wasn't. But I didn't want to alarm anyone. I could feel it though, creeping through the third row to the middle row where Lapis sat, and a chill ran down my spine. Lapis was unusually quiet, and I knew something was terribly wrong. A flash outside my window in the ditch of the shoulder drew my attention, and my blood ran cold. In the darkness, I could see skulls, hundreds of them shimmering and rolling in the dark, like they were being carried by the mass I'd seen before. Lapis would later tell me she saw this too. I felt it again, the stiffness in my left arm, now a shock running up my left leg as the skulls seemed to multiply and fill more of the darkness. I get this sense of pure anger, just unbridled malevolence coming from these skulls.
Get out,
it urged with its presence.
Get out. You do not belong here.
I wanted to tell it that we were leaving, to please leave us alone. I felt the need to speed up and put my eyes back on the road, to be ever vigilant for a renegade deer. Even my line of sight in the front of the car wasn't safe. As I drove, I saw a swirling black mist on the inside roof of the car. I felt the ice form in my veins, and I knew we had to book it out of there. It was at this point Lapis would inform me she felt 2 sets of hands on her, pulling her into the seat and keeping her from being able to speak. "Babe, slow down, the 10-mile curve is coming up," Silas warned. I slowed up just in time to take the narrowest, sharpest curve I have ever taken in my life, and of course, whatever this wasn't done with us. Sitting in the shoulder of the right-hand side of the road, my headlights illuminated my final straw for the night. A thin male deer with glowing blue eyes and an abnormally large mouth stood there looking into the car. It felt as if time stopped as I made eye contact with this creature, and every hair on my body stood on end.
Get out, or I will get you,
was the phrase that crossed my mind as I stared into its glowing blue eyes. I let out a scream and floored the accelerator so hard I almost redlined it. For the rest of the ride, I kept my foot on that accelerator, praying that it wouldn't catch us, knowing it could have gotten us if it wanted to, that nothing we did, no matter how fast we drove, it could have gotten its hands, if it had any, on us. Eventually, we crossed the river that separated the boonies from the more populated part of town, and it seemed after we crossed the water, that oppressive presence was gone. The air felt lighter, and my body didn't hurt anymore. As we pulled into the driveway, Lapis said, "Silas, when you turned around to look at me, I tried to warn you not to look behind, but I couldn't. It was like I couldn't control my own body to warn you." Later, after we all settled down, we did a major arcana tarot reading, and this is what it told us. You encountered chaos. Be thankful you are still alive. Do not return. After the message of that reading, we properly cleansed ourselves. Lapis and I made a pact. We would never go back to Old Gun. To those of you reading, I know this sounds fantastical, but I promise it's true. I swear it's true. To the demon or spirit of chaos living in the swamps of Old Gun Church, I got your message, and I promise we will not be back. House of Horror, from Stephanie B., 1975. I had a friend since the age of 5 named Sherry. At the time of this occurrence, we were just entering our senior year of high school, and we had known each other a good long time. I'd been to Sherry's house numerous times over the years, and always had an odd feeling whenever I walked in the door. Granted, her father did give me the creeps, and her mother was flighty, to say the least, but the feeling really had nothing to do with them. It was the house. It was just off. One fall weekend, Sherry had asked me to spend the night at her house. Her parents were going away and she didn't want to be home alone. So I packed up my overnight bag and waited for her to pick me up. Her home was only a few minutes from where I lived, but on the other side of a highway on the outskirts of town. The night started off like any other teenage girl sleepover. We were gossiping, munching on snacks, listening to music, and playing with her dog, Donatello, named by her little brother after the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle. Her older brother, Ray, came home from work, and we decided to settle down for the evening, turning on the television in her bedroom. After a few minutes, the television began to flip through channels randomly on its own. Sherry smacked the side of the television, hoping to cure it of its random channel flipping. What was weird, though, was that it was stopping and showing programs only of the worst kinds of things, such as death and chaos. It looked random, but it didn't seem random, if that makes any sense. As the channel flipping continued, a coy smile appeared on Sherry's face. "What's up?" I said. "Shh, I bet it's my brother screwing around with the remote," she answered, jerking her head toward her bedroom windows. You see, Sherry's father had built a workshop on the back of their house to repair TVs, radios, and VCRs, so her bedroom windows looked into the workshop, not outside. Since it was dark in the workshop, she surmised her brother could be on the other side of the window with a TV remote, making the channels change. Sherry jumped up, flinging open her bedroom door and yelling, "Ray!" only to trail off suddenly. As I ducked under her arm, she was quite a bit taller than me. I could see why she stopped mid-sentence. Ray was sound asleep on the living room floor. "What the heck?" was all we could say. Giving each other an uneasy look, we settled once again onto her bedroom floor to watch TV. All of a sudden, the channels began to flip wildly. Sherry reached behind the TV to unplug it from the electrical outlet, but to our horror, the TV stayed on. With that, she picked up the television, ran through the house with it, and stuck it in her father's workshop. "Well, on that note," I said. "Yeah," she agreed. The two of us decided it was best to just call it a night. Sherry slept on the floor and I slept in her bed. Donatello, the dog, lay between us. After several minutes of neither of us saying a word, still too freaked out about the TV, we began to hear a low growl. "Dawn, what's wrong, dude?" Sherry asked her dog. Dawn whimpered in response and growled again. I looked up at the window, which was behind my head, only to see two red eyes looking in the window just as Donatello exploded into a frenzy of barking and growling. "What was that?" I screamed. "What did you see? I didn't see anything," Sherry yelled back. The commotion woke Ray from his slumber on the living room floor. He ran to Sherry's bedroom, bursting through the door. He asked what was wrong. I told him what I'd seen, and that apparently Donatello had seen it too, because that was when he started going crazy. Ray, who was at least 6'2" and 350 pounds, not a small guy by any stretch of the imagination, hung his head and very quietly said to us, "Yeah, I've seen those eyes too, looking in my bedroom window. And my bedroom window is 2 stories off the ground." I can honestly say I've never stayed the night at Sherry's again after that incident. I can only think of one more time I was in that house after that. I still tell this story to this day, as it's ingrained deep in my mind. I'll never forget the television, or those eyes peering in through the window. Zvolenik, from Dax. Zvolenik, translating to the follower, or the pursuer, was a well-known myth in my town. It was a short and simple tale. It went like this. If you were ever alone in the woods, especially after dark, you might attract a spirit. It would become infatuated with you. To it, you represented a world different than its own, and as such, it would pursue you. When the spirit, your Zvolenik, had chosen you, it would make itself known by a whisper and 3 claps of its hands. If you were to be chosen by the Zvolenik, it would protect you from any beasts prowling the woods, and it would always ensure you would make it home before dark. It sounds rather pleasant, right? As expected, though, there is a clause. It would always follow directly behind you, and should you ever turn around while it was following you and look upon it, it would steal you away and drag you back with it into the realm beyond, from where you would never return. That's how the story goes, anyway. I never looked much into it. Little tales like this enriched our small town, but they were supposed to be taken with a grain of salt. On occasion, a friend might joke about attracting a Zvolenik if we were ever walking through the woods, but that was about as far as it went, at least for the majority of my time growing up. In my last year of school, my country's equivalent of high school, I was walking home one day. I remember it being fall. The air was crisp and cold, and leaves were crunching beneath my feet. Often I would cut through the forest as it saved a good amount of time to and from school, and I'd rarely see anyone else. That day was no different, until I reached about the middle point, from where I would enter and exit the forest. I heard a strange noise. It was loud enough to pull me away from my music, so I took my headphones off, and I looked at where it had come from. It sounded like something shooting over my head, and so I gazed up. But I saw nothing. Then another noise sounded just behind me. I turned, seeing nothing beyond a few upkicked leaves, as if something had landed that I couldn't see. More leaves were kicked up, as it seemed to take off again. Then I heard something else. Children's laughter, echoing from it into the woods and towards me. Odder still, there were so many voices. It sounded like an entire class of children laughing ceremoniously, in unison. And just as whatever it was moved off, the sound lessened. The ordeal only lasted a few seconds, and yet I stood there, perplexed. I could not rationalize it. I was positive that something had been ripping its way through the forest. But how could I not have seen it? And how could it have possibly been laughing in such a way? I didn't have a clue. Still confused, I continued my walk at a hurried pace, making it out of the woods without incident. That strange encounter occupied my thoughts for most of the evening. I remember telling my partner at the time about it. He seemed convinced it was a group of children playing in the woods, but I was positive it was no bunch of kids. Of course, I had no other suggestions as to what it could have been, and so the topic was left alone. The next morning, I left home earlier than usual. If you were in my place, you may have decided to avoid the woods altogether, but I wanted to know more. The forest was very familiar to me, and the unique experience made it seem alien despite all my hours inside of it. So, if not to make myself more secure, I wanted to go and see if I could find what I'd seen the previous day. I walked through the woods, returning to the spot where the encounter had happened. This time, though, I was actively watching my surroundings. The entire area seemed devoid of movement. Even the few leaves left on the branches were holding still. I saw nothing out of the ordinary until I neared where I'd been the day before. It was like I stepped over an invisible line. As I crossed a point between two large rocks, a chill washed over my entire body. Despite my long coat, I shivered. With the cold sensation came another feeling. The distinct sense of being watched grabbed hold of me, and I hurriedly scanned the woods around me, entirely positive a mountain lion, or another predator, was preparing to pounce on me. There was nothing, though. No animal in sight. No signs to indicate any danger whatsoever. And yet, an alarm was still ringing in my head, indicating to me that something was out there. I took a step forward, and as I did, an impact sounded from up ahead. The unmistakable sound of something landing on the forest floor captured my attention. I looked up, seeing nothing immediately. As I focused, though, I began to see something strange. Leaves were being disturbed on the forest floor. It was like something was walking on them. I could even hear a crunch as each imprint formed. I watched on, utterly confused. It seemed an invisible creature was walking towards me. It soon became clear that this is what had been watching me. Instinctively, I paced backwards, stumbling as I collided with one of the large rocks I'd previously passed. I fell over it, landing on the leaves lining the ground. As quickly as I could, I regained my footing, hopelessly searching with my eyes for something that I could not see. It seemed that it was gone, though. No more leaves were being stepped on, and there was no inexplicable sounds. I relaxed, my nerves calming down. I remember laughing to myself, immediately trying to brush it off as something that I'd imagined. As if to argue against me, though, I suddenly picked up on faint laughter that sounded again as if it was coming from a group of children. Of course, I left after that, giving one more curious look to the 2 rocks I'd passed through. I didn't bother telling anyone about it. If I had, I certainly would have been chastised. For the next few days, I wondered about what I'd seen. I am a logical person, and I tried my best to explain it as a trick of the senses, a trick created by a very rare environmental phenomenon. But I never truly believed any explanation I came up with. What stuck with me the most the next few weeks as I opted to avoid the woods was the sense of malice I felt. Despite not even being able to see what it was, I felt as if I'd been staring down a predator who had the singular intention to hurt me. This was reason enough to take the long way to and from school for the next while. Eventually, the calendar had rolled into December, and we had experienced our town's first snowfall. It was light, only dusting the ground and chilling the air. I was a hobbyist photographer at the time, and I loved capturing scenic photos of the trees during the winter season. I wrestled with my past experiences in the woods for a little while, still not entirely over what had happened. Ultimately, I decided to go, but only because I would be accompanied by my partner. Not being alone made it much easier. I no longer felt at risk, and if I did see it again, so would another person. As we entered the forest, I felt a little on edge. Not quite the polarizing sensation of being watched, but still a strange sensation. I brushed it off, intent on snapping a series of lovely photos. And I did just that. We went on a scenic tour, though I insisted on avoiding the general area where the 2 encounters had previously taken place. Nothing strange happened, and I finished with a camera roll of 20 or so lovely shots, even being lucky enough to capture a bird in one. When I told him I was ready to leave, he suggested we should go and get some coffee. It was cold out, with the sun already beginning to set, and so I agreed. Without much thought, I followed him as he led us out of the forest. Not quickly enough, I realized we were nearing the area I'd had the strange encounter in. I wanted to say something, but I thought it foolish. After all, cutting through would save us a few minutes, and I figured I'd be just fine with the company of another person. The hair on the back of my neck stood on end as the familiar pair of rocks came into view. They sat innocently, dusted in snow. For some reason, I found myself fascinated by them. They lacked any reason to capture my attention on their own, but even so, I approached them. Idly, I wondered if they were related to what I'd encountered. I got no answer as I passed between them, continuing to walk up the now white trail. Only a few seconds later, however, that sensation of being watched returned. It was the exact same from the previous encounter. Immediately, I looked towards my partner, but to my horror, he was no longer there. He had left my field of view for only a handful of seconds, and yet he had completely disappeared. I called out his name as I walked forward. No response. My walk turned into a run as I looked up and down the near dark forest, but still I found nothing. No one. The terrible feeling of being stalked became overbearing, and so I took off, running in a random direction. I kept going and going, but no matter how far I went, I could not escape it. Suddenly, as I stopped to catch my breath, I heard something cut through the air above me. From sound alone, I heard it impact on the floor. I glanced over, seeing leaves disturbed, but of course, nothing that could have done it. The woods had grown quiet, and over my labored breathing, I heard the crunch of steps being taken. From small visual cues, I could tell it was no more than 10 feet away from me. It came closer, and fatigued as I was, I did not run. Instead, I only watched where I assumed the invisible thing was as it approached. I remember falling backwards as the wind seemed to pick up out of nowhere. It was loud, heavy, almost warm, even despite the chill of a winter night. Within a few seconds, it died down, and then, terrifyingly, I heard my name whispered right into my ear.
Dax.
3 sharp sounds followed, as if there was something large and hooved stamping the ground just behind me. The invisible entity, now only feet from me, took one last audible step forward before it, too, stopped. There I sat, convinced I was going to die, because I foolishly returned to these woods, waiting as it seemingly stood still. Then, without warning, I watched as leaves were suddenly kicked up in a flurry. It was no longer walking. It was as if it was being dragged, away from me, no less. 2 thick lines in the frosted dirt were created as the invisible entity was ripped backwards, further into the woods. A sound emanated from its direction, not of children's laughter though. It was a child crying. A single male child crying. It quieted just as the disturbance of leaves disappeared. I do not know how long I waited there. Eventually, I did stand up, finding it hard to keep my balance as my freezing legs struggled to hold up the rest of my body. I had no idea what had happened, and though the feeling of being watched had left me, I realized it had been replaced with something else, the familiar presence of support. It was as if I wasn't alone, not like there was a threat, mind you. Something kind, like a friend was there with me. Then, I felt a hand on my shoulder. I wanted to turn around, believing it to be my boyfriend, but it soon became clear it was not ordinary. There was a heat emanating from the hand that seemed to cleanse the cold out of my entire body. Before I could make a move, I watched frost in front of me beginning to melt from the ground. It was inexplicable, as it was most likely below 0 at the time. Not all the snow was melting either. I watched as it formed a path, a 1-foot-wide path, being slowly cut through the snow, the fresh colors of healthy grass and leaves contrasting with the icy white of the rest of the woods. Somehow totally trusting this, I followed the path. It wound and wove seemingly all about the woods, but within minutes I knew where I was again. It led just between the 2 rocks, the same 2 I'd passed through before the affair happened. The warm hand on my shoulder encouraged me as I walked forward, and finally I felt it disappear as I passed between the 2 rocks. Just as I did, I fell forward. The warmth and comfort I'd felt had vanished so suddenly I lost my balance. Quickly I recovered, and wanting to find out what had guided me back, I spun around, but of course, there was nothing. Looking past the rocks, there was no pathway of healthy grass, nor any entity that could have been responsible for the hand on my shoulder. I stood there for a moment, perplexed, when I heard footsteps behind me. I turned, smiling as my partner ran up and hugged me. He began to ask me where I'd gone, telling me he had panicked and was searching all around for me. With no valid explanation to give, I hugged him back. We stayed like that for a few minutes, before we both opted to leave the now dark woods. That is where my story ends. I've dwelled on it for many years, and I have a few theories as to what exactly occurred. I think the twin rocks served as some kind of barrier or gateway into a different place, for lack of a better word. I can only guess as to the identity of the invisible thing that seemed to pursue me, though I do not doubt for a moment its intentions were hostile. As for what protected me, what warmed my freezing body and guided me to safety, I firmly believe that it was a Zvolinik. Why it chose me that night, I will never know. Of course, I often find myself wondering what would have happened had I turned around and faced it with its hand on my shoulder. Perhaps I would not be here to write my story. Remember to be careful when you're in the woods. Beyond dangerous animals and landscapes, there may be other things we lack the ability to understand. Ghost hunting gone wrong, from Mama Bear. This happened around the time I was 15 years old. My cousin, who was down on his luck, was staying with us for a while. He had just turned 21, so of course I thought he was the coolest person ever, and I wanted to do everything he did. We would oftentimes walk 3 miles or so to the nearest gas station once my younger brothers were settled in bed, so that he could get a beer if we had nothing else better to do. The two of us were both night owls, and this was the summertime, so I didn't have to worry about school. My dad also worked nights, and my mom had passed away by this point, so it wasn't hard to keep it a secret, as it was just the two of us. One night on our way back from one of these trips, my cousin wanted to stop by the small church cemetery that we passed on our way to the gas station and see if we could pick up any weird activity. I live in a small town in Georgia, so there wasn't really much else for us to get into at this point, and neither one of us had a car. Needless to say, it didn't take much convincing, because again my cousin was quote-unquote older and cooler than I was, so I wanted to do whatever he did. When we got to the cemetery, I felt a weird vibe, but because it was such a small church cemetery, I didn't think we'd get into any trouble. After all, I'd been in a cemetery many times after dark, including on Halloween to visit my mother's gravesite. I was trying not to psych myself out too bad, but I could tell my cousin felt it too. This is going to show my age, but this was also a time before smartphones. The highest quality phone available at the time was a Razr, BlackBerry, or Sidekick, and my dad was definitely not going to spend money on something like that for me. My cousin wanted to see if we could get some orbs, but neither of our cameras were really good enough to amount to anything. So after a little while, we were about to give up. We weren't supposed to be out this late anyway. By then, it was between 3 and 4 in the morning. As we headed back to the road, I felt the air change all of a sudden, and the hair on the back of my neck began to stand on end. Now remember, this was the summertime in Georgia, so even though it was night, it was often warm and muggy thanks to the humidity. I then saw my cousin stop a few feet ahead of me, so I stopped too. Dusty, what do you see?" I asked, my voice cracking slightly and barely above a whisper. He held his hand up to indicate I should be quiet. I remember biting my lip and just freezing in place. All of a sudden, the temperature in the air around me dropped significantly, and I began to shiver slightly. "Dusty, I really don't like this. We should go home," I breathed as I started to creep closer to him. I wrapped my arms around myself, attempting to warm myself, and I remember thinking that I should have brought a jacket, even though I'd never needed one for these adventures before. As I waited for my cousin to move, or say or do something, I felt something tickle the back of my neck. At this point, I was already starting to freak out, so I jumped and turned around as fast as I could to see what it was. There was nothing there, and I chided myself for getting scared in front of my big cousin, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it had felt like fingers that had tickled me. Before I could react further, I heard my cousin let out a breath that I don't even think he even realized he'd been holding in. "Jess, when I say go, you need to run as fast as you can. We need to get home now," he said firmly, but there was an eerie calmness in his voice. I followed his gaze, and I had to do a double take. In the woods across the street was what looked to be a hooded figure walking away from us further into the trees. "Dusty, this isn't funny," I mumbled, my anxiety beginning to increase with every passing second. Before I could react any further, he said to me, "Now!" and we started to sprint out of the cemetery, back onto the road. Now, I was never in any good shape, and I was not a fan of running at all, but I somehow stayed with my cousin as he ran towards our house. We were still a good mile and a half away at this point, though, and I wasn't sure I could make it the whole way at this pace. I did it, though, and as we made the last turn towards my house, we were just about to pass the horse farm on the corner, and then we would be home free in my yard. We both stopped dead in our tracks. In the middle of the road was a figure that was maybe 6 or 7 feet tall. It was just standing there in the middle of the road, its back to us, and it was pure black. I couldn't believe what I was seeing, and I was afraid that if I turned to go towards the woods, it would see or hear us. Before either of us could react any further, the figure turned slowly and lifted its head to look at us. All I saw under the hood were 2 piercing red eyes that felt as if they were staring directly into my soul. The rest was completely pitch black. I couldn't make out any features despite the streetlight not too far away from us. After a few seconds, which felt like hours, none of us moved. Eventually, the figure did turn, and he walked the rest of the way towards the street, disappearing into the woods. From there, my cousin and I double-timed it home. I remember grabbing the poker from the fireplace when we got back and sleeping with it that night, even though I didn't really get much sleep. We never did see that figure again, but I remember that was the scariest thing I've ever encountered. We lived at that house for several more years after that, and I never did experience anything like it again. I'm not sure if we upset a spirit by going to the cemetery that night, or if it was something else, but I hope to never go through anything like it again. Figure from the Woods, from Russell the Menus. My grandparents have a couple of 100 acres of land in a little town called Castleton, Vermont. My friends and I go up there almost every week to ride four-wheelers or even play airsoft in the woods. Nothing out of the ordinary has ever happened until around a dark, cold night in November of 2020. My friends and I were just wrapping up our last game of airsoft, noting that it was pitch black and that we decided to get out of the woods. As we were leaving, we stepped out of the tree line into a massive field where even in the dark you could see everything. We put our guns away and we started up the vehicle when one of my friends I'll call John pointed something out in the distance. I was thinking it was a deer or a coyote. I looked in the direction he was pointing at, and I didn't see anything. "Bro," I said, "there's nothing over there." He insists and tells me to look next to the camper. As I'm squinting my eyes, trying to see what he's talking about, my other friend Sam said he saw it too. This camper can't be more than a football field away, so I'm getting frustrated not being able to see what they're talking about. Sam then said, "Oh my God, it's moving." Finally, I was able to make it out. It stood tall next to the camper, almost peering around it like it was trying to hide. Us being daring teens, we started to walk closer to it, thinking whoever it was, we could take them on. But as we get closer, so does the figure. We stop and let it move, and now it's more visible, This thing had to be at least 7 feet tall, with long arms that looked to be almost touching the ground. It just stopped and stood there, swaying back and forth, until silence took over the field. Nothing but wind, a slight breeze, us, and this thing that was still swaying. Then there was this terrible scream that sounded like someone was constantly being stabbed without dying. We booked it back to the car and slammed the door shut. When the lights inside the car went out automatically, as they're supposed to, we were able to better see outside again. I quietly said, "Wait, guys, look, it's not over there anymore." As we all stared out of the right side of the car, trying to locate it again, we heard a tapping sound. We looked at each other in shock, trying to find the exact source of the tapping. John began to scream suddenly, and he pointed to the back of the car. We look, and we see the figure standing there, its face inches from the window. I call it its face only to describe that area of its body, because it didn't actually have any face at all. It was just a dark, human-shaped silhouette. Then it screamed. It was so loud we had to cover our ears. It wasn't a normal scream. I recognized it. It sounded like John. The scream that he'd made only 2 minutes ago. It was now coming from this figure, just 10 times louder. I yelled for Sam to step on it and get us back to the house. I quickly turned around to look outside the window to see what its next move would be. It was hard to make out, but it looked like it was waving. Not like a goodbye wave. More like it was saying, "See you next time." We got back to my grandparents' house, shaken and scared. My grandma asked us, "What's the matter, boys?" We all began to tell her the story of what we saw and what happened, wondering how she didn't hear that scream. Her face turned very serious, and she told us, "You boys probably should stay the night tonight." Taking her up on the offer, we agreed. There was no way we were going to drive out on that road in the middle of the night with woods on both sides of us. Trying to forget about it, we all sat down and played some Monopoly. At about 10 o'clock, we'd been playing for a couple of hours when we began to hear a tap, tap, tapping. All of us jumped up and booked it to the window. We turned on the light outside, and there it was. The figure from before was back. It was standing next to the car now, clearly towering over it. It began to walk away, facing us the entire time, clearly showing us he was still there. Then it turned around and ran on all fours. Our minds were blown, each of us thinking this isn't possible. We cracked the window just a little bit to see if we could hear anything else, and all we could hear was the distant sound of John's screaming. We shut the window and agreed never to play airsoft at night again. Not out here. It's been a year now, and nothing else strange has occurred. But I know it's out there. Maybe it's watching us in those woods, hoping we stay till nightfall again. The following story is that infamous 4chan story from Korea that I removed a long time ago, but viewers have kept asking me to bring it back. So here it is for all of you to enjoy. Also, it is very much a haunted woods kind of story too. Hi, X. Long-time lurker, first time posting here. Anyone interested in Far East spooky stuff? Be me, German descent. Parents moved to Korea before I was born. Because Dad's going on business trips all the time and general parental conflict, my Korean friend's family pretty much raised me as their own. My new family is crazy superstitious, which is weird since most of the country now believes in Christianity, or at least at the time they did. I lived in the mountains with Korean family for most of my childhood, then moved to the city around high school age. I honestly didn't even consider this all to be creepy when it all happened to me. It was just a part of life. Recently, I moved to the US, and whenever I mention the stuff that happened in my childhood to my new friends, they lose their crap. I guess I'll post a few and see if you guys might be interested. Here's a little background. My Korean foster family is from North Korea. They all came down during the Korean War. There's a superstitious grandfather, Christian grandmother, both maternal, the mother and father, who are friends with my parents, who always wanted to get the heck out of the mountains. There's a daughter who was my age, and was pretty much my only friend. The grandfather is the patriarch, and what he says goes. This includes all sorts of weird traditional ceremonies and rituals, and a lot of creepy hiking fishing trips. Generally, it's a pretty chill family. Lots of conflict about grandfather's superstitious bullcrap, though, and you can kinda see the mom losing her mind over the years for some unknown reason. We lived in the middle of nowhere. You have to drive like 30 minutes to reach the nearest town. Sorry if this is all jumbled. This is my first time rationally looking back and writing it down. This is about a ritual we used to do a few times every year. Apparently, there are families in the city that also perform it, but none of my other Korean friends have gone through quite what I was used to. On the death day of his ancestors, grandfather would set up a mini shrine and prepare a crapload of food. It always had to be specific kinds of dishes and had to be arranged according to color and size. After setting up the food on special tables in the living room, grandfather read a handwritten letter, generally following the lines of, "Everyone misses you. Rest well. Please take this offering of food in peace." Then burns it. He sometimes added a line about me, something along the lines of, "Please excuse the blonde boy. We're taking care of him," as the ritual is usually only performed by family. Everyone took turns bowing in a special ceremonial way. When everyone was done bowing, grandfather turned off all the lights, and everyone hid in the kitchen for about half an hour. You always have to clear your throat before walking out again, as to not startle the ancestors, grandfather says. The food was always partially eaten, utensils would be dirty, and the seat cushions would feel warm when we entered the mini shrine again. This one time, when I was about 6 years old, the mom got tired of making these specific dishes. They were very time-consuming. They took the whole day for her to make. So instead, this year, she made easier ones. Grandfather flies into a fit of rage, but we don't have time to redo everything.
"Do you realize what you've done?"
And all that. We finish bowing and hide in the kitchen as usual. But we hear rattling and banging from the living room where the shrine is. The kids are scared, so me and the daughter hold on to the grandfather while he swears under his breath. An hour later, the noise stops. Grandfather clears his throat, then he leaves the kitchen and goes into the living room. What a mess. The dishes are overturned. Candles have been blown out, and something that looks like either dried blood or watery fecal matter, I can't remember which, is strewn about on the shrine. After that, the mom always made the correct dishes. So, nine-tailed foxes, man. Those things are creepy as heck, but the media always portrays them as some kind of busty cutie pie furry's wet dream. So, I was 13. Up in the mountains, we didn't have access to anything, risque. But that didn't keep me from discovering how to pleasure myself. One day I go into the mountains with daughter, who we'll call Jean, to find some mushrooms. I bring one of the family Jindo dogs, just to be safe. Those things are protective as all hell. We're having a good time, playing around, when Ogu, the Jindo, starts to bark like crazy. We turn and see a teenage-looking girl just kind of standing there, wearing old-fashioned clothes. But since this is a rural area, we didn't even think twice about it. We go over to say hi. We were just happy to find someone else around our age. The new girl says her family moved into the empty lot about 15 minutes away. Ogu is still barking at her, but we brush it off. He's just being protective. We hang out with her a bit, and she keeps touching me, commenting on my hair and eyes, saying I look exotic and cute. I was totally flustered. The sun starts going down, so we ask her if she wants to come over and have dinner with us. No, she says, but only Anon can come over to my place to see my room if he wants. It's getting dark and my brotherly instinct kicks in, so I tell the new girl I'll drop by later, but I have to take Jean home first. Later on, we tell grandfather what happened. Idiot boy. That empty plot isn't for sale. From then on, he tells us we have to take a Jindo wherever we go. But we do meet that girl again a few times later that week. She progressively gets more and more seductive to me. The dogs bark at her, so we just go home when we see her. We would go home and tell grandfather that we saw her again. A few days after that, Ogu, the dog, brings home a fox he had killed, and not once ever again do we see that girl. Basically, nine-tailed foxes, gu-miho, shapeshift into women whose corpses they eat. They seduce and kill men, and they eat their livers. Once they eat 1,000 livers, it is said they will turn into real humans. Grandfather said there are 2 types of ghosts, yu-ryong, which are docile spirits, and gu-sheen, which are malicious spirits that usually just want closure. There was a small lake near where we lived. Grandfather always told us to take a white jindo when we went near the lake, as there was a gu-sheen who lived there. Gu-sheen who live in bodies of water are called muol gu-sheen, but this one was also a chunyo gu-sheen, a virgin who had been wronged. Occasionally, from far away, you can make out a youngish-looking woman who looks soaked as heck just sitting on the dock. I always thought she looked lonely, sad, not at all angry. She didn't do much but kind of hissed almost like a cat and disappeared whenever she saw the white jindo named Jingu. This one time when I was 9 years old, I got brave and walked out to the lake. It was still pretty far away, but I could see the gu-sheen sitting on the dock again. Being the oddest that I am, I call out something like, "Hey lady, are you okay?" The gu-sheen gets up and starts walking towards me. When I say walking, it was like a cross between walking and gliding, kinda like when you stand still and look at someone going through one of those moving runways in an airport. The gu-sheen keeps coming closer, and suddenly I realized that I forgot to bring a white jindo. Oh crap, I think. The gu-sheen is close now, and I can see that her facial features are all kind of dark and melted together, like ink mixing in water. I scream now, and she screams too, but stops when I stop making noise and just sort of studies me. She makes a weird gurgling sound, like someone trying to laugh underwater. Your head is yellow. She walks/glides back to the dock. I run all the way back home, fresh pee cooling on my pants. The next day, grandfather makes me bring some food as an offering to the lake, to thank the gu-sheen for not harming me. I like to think instead that I made her day. Here's some info on the jindo, the dogs we had. They're Korea's national dog, kinda like a Shiba, but taller, leggier, and more brutal. They come in 3 colors: white, tan, and a sort of black tan. They're hardy little guys, skinny, but they can take out your legs like it's nothing. They're very protective and territorial. They're stubborn too. You can't train them like a Labrador retriever to do cute tricks or sit for their food or not bite annoying children, but they'll give their lives to protect you and your home. In Korean superstition, white jindos chase away evil spirits, tan jindos can fight their way out of anything, and black jindos make spirits accept you as one of them. Grandfather rarely had black jindos. He was a fighter, so he had a bunch of tan jindos and a few white ones for the kids. And I'm pretty sure the shotgun he had in the closet was illegal, because you can't own guns in Korea. Now, anyone up for a Korean troll? I was 11 years old. Our toughest tan jindo died, so grandfather got another one. He's a hard one even when he's a puppy. He becomes loyal to grandfather and Jean. By the time he's 1 year old, he's bigger and brawnier than the other dogs by far. We name him Suk-gu. One day, Jean wants to go down to the creek and catch some fish. Grandfather tells her to take a white jindo, but instead she takes Suk-gu. I'm contemplating going with her, but I was helping grandmother out with some chores, so I stayed behind. Besides, I got the feeling that her mom hated me being around her daughter too often. A few hours later, we hear something that sounds like a tiger from the mountains. I ask grandfather about it, as tigers are probably extinct in Korea. Might be do-kae-bi. The do-kae-bi are pretty much Korean trolls. They don't really mean serious harm, but they're very strong, and they do like to mess with people. Sometimes they'll unwittingly drive someone mad, or outright kill them. The sun was going down, but Jean and Suk-gu aren't home yet. Grandfather was getting worried. Sometime later, we see Jean running home alone, but she's screaming. She says that a human hand with claws on it came out of the bushes. She ran home, but the last she saw was Suk-gu jumping into the bush to fight whatever was there. Her parents try to reason and say it was probably a lost person. Grandfather brushes that off. You two are raised in the city and know nothing. Why would a lost person be far away from a town? Then we see something run towards the house from far away. It's Suk-gu. He's got a freaking leg in his mouth. It looks like a human leg, but it's completely covered in thick hair and was way bigger. It's gnawed through the thigh, but there's no blood. Just a weird watery splatter all over it, and there's a bit on Suk-gu as well. Grandfather confirms that it is a do-kae-bi and throws out the leg deep into the mountains. We put out food for the next week as an apology to its clan. They leave human-like crap in our yard as a sort of screw you for the next month. The thing about growing up in rural Korea as a foreigner is that if you run into a spirit, they're either going to be extra hostile towards you, or they're going to be so busy laughing at you, they don't even bother to try harming you. The closest school was half an hour away, so grandfather would drive me and Jean to school every morning. There were only 7 kids in the grade. Only 3 graduated. The rest either died or moved to the city. The kids were pretty cruel and ganged up on me a lot, calling me names like Yellow Monkey or Yankee or Yankee, which was funny because I'm German. Grandfather thought school was crap, so he let me skip school as long as I showed up for exams and passed them. When I was 10, he got me my very own white jindo named Baekugu. One day I went exploring the mountains and eating mushrooms. I hear something rustling in the bushes, and Baekugu starts whimpering and cowering. A black dog-like creature slinks out from the bushes. I freeze in my tracks, not sure if he was friendly or malicious. But Baekugo was clearly scared and pissing himself. The thing looked like a cross between a big dog and a leopard, but it had a long, almost trunk-like snout, fur that looked ablaze and smoldering, although there was no fire or heat. The thing makes a snarling, growling motion, but no sound comes out of its mouth. I was convinced then that I was going to die. But then I hear a gunshot go off in the distance, and remember that grandfather had an illegal gun. Another shot goes off, this time so close my ears, my whole skull feels like it's ringing, and I swear I see a bullet whiz by. The thing chases after the bullet, and it's gone. I hightail it out of there with my dog and grandfather. What I ran into turned out to be a bull gasari. They eat fire and metal, and they're highly hostile. As this one had claimed the deep mountains as its home, we were forbidden to go that deep from then on. One thing about Korean ghosts, both docile and malicious, is that they're very much like people. You can reason with them most of the time, trick them, scare them, and even make friends. Of course, if you just want them to leave you alone, the best thing you can do is start singing, although grandfather said this could potentially attract do-kai-bi. I was 14, going to school one day because screw it. When school ended, I left my book bag in the classroom. Then I go out with Jean to throw the trash away. The school had no janitors, so the kids had to help with the work. I go pick up the bag while Jean waits outside. The teacher's standing with her back to the door, just kind of staring at the wall. I say goodbye to her, but she doesn't respond to me. I get slightly nervous, so I go up and ask if she's okay. She turns around, and I nearly soil myself, because her face is gone. gu-sheen are malicious spirits that act like people, but they don't have faces, hence the name gu, which means egg. They'll usually leave you alone, as long as you don't point out their lack of face or act disgusted. Anyway, the spirit acts just like the teacher, and it's just heading way too close to the uncanny valley now. I'm creeped out, but also kind of mad, because I was a moody teenager and I just wanted to go home. The thing started talking, and even its voice sounded like my teacher. "Anon, do you think I'm pretty?" You don't even have a face, I thought, but I don't want to anger it, because these ghosts can get vicious when they're mad. If I say you're pretty, it will say I'm lying because it clearly doesn't have a face. But if I said you're not pretty, it will say I'm disgusted at its lack of a face. I just wanted to go home and play with my goddamn dog and go fishing. So I started singing the Korean national anthem really loud. The thing began screaming, sounding equally angry. I hear the classroom door open and the screaming stops abruptly. "Anon, what are you doing?" This time it's the actual teacher. She's in the doorway. I then run home, complaining about the gu-sheen with Jen. Things started falling apart by my mid-teen years. I believe this was because grandfather was getting old and weak, but it might be because I was pretty messed up emotionally, and particular spirits could sense it. I was 16, doing some chores around the yard when I hear familiar voices. Voices I hadn't heard in a while. My own mother, my own father. I walk towards their voices, kinda tearing up. I haven't seen them since I was 4 years old, and the only reason I remembered them were from phone calls that came only every few months. I was angry, but mostly glad. My parents were standing at the edge of my grandfather's property, calling out to me, "Anon, it's us. Let's go home now." So many things I wanted to yell at them about, but it's like I'm too choked up. But then I remembered my grandfather didn't tell me that my parents would be coming. I'm gonna go get grandfather first, I called out. Oh, but Anon, aren't you going to let your mother hug her own son? I noticed something was wrong about it, but I was too emotionally shaken. I began crying and kinda stood there. The dogs were barking like crazy, and I could hear Jean calling me for dinner from the house. But my parents kept urging me to come over and give them a hug, to go home, to talk to them. Come on, son, it's going to be a long drive home. I waited for a second. But where's your car? They go quiet, but soon try to play it off as a joke, but I kept asking. They grew angry, began threatening me with punishments, telling me I'm breaking my mother's heart. I'm still crying, hyperventilating, not sure whether to go with them or run back home. I think Jean must have seen me and told my grandfather. He came out with a dog on a leash, who began growling. Then the old Korean man began to bellow like an ox. Leave my grandson alone, freaking creatures. My parents let out something like a cross between a bird screeching and an old door creaking. Then they disappeared in the tall grass. For some reason, grandfather never spoke of this again, and that crap still chokes me up a little. Now here's the story of how our toughest dog died. Some relatives came to visit for the weekend. Jean's cousins come too. One is a guy about 5 years older than us. The other guy is about 2 years older. There's also a girl, but she just sits in the kitchen and does Bible study with grandmother all day, so we just ignore her. We try to get along with them at first, but the cousins are just too boisterous. They're yelling cuss words in the mountains, throwing rocks at deer. Eventually, we just let them do their own thing. It turns out while Jean, grandfather, and I went fishing, these idiots went into the mountains and found a small family graveyard. Korean family graveyards are tiny, with 4 or 5 bodies buried at most, especially if you find one in the rural areas. Anyway, these guys trashed the place, kicking down shrines and littering everywhere. They came home after they heard someone crying and got scared. Grandfather was seething, but he doesn't say anything. He doesn't expect city kids to understand. For the next few days, we see angry ghosts at the edge of our property hissing at the dogs, but unable to come any closer because of our white Jindos. We leave offerings around the property, but they're mad and they won't stop trashing our vegetable gardens. Grandfather genuinely looks stumped. One day our most prized tan Jindo disappears. We think he may have gone hunting something, but he doesn't come home for days. Eventually we go out to look for him. A warning in this section, as it contains explicit depictions of violence against animals. You've been warned. Skip ahead about 30 seconds. So, we find his body, ripped to shreds, strewn around the trashed graveyard. His intact head is in front of the damaged shrine. Grandfather quietly covers his dog's head with a towel. He doesn't talk to us for a few days, just smokes his pipe out on the patio, staring into the mountains. I still miss that dog. I like to think he sacrificed himself as an offering to save us all. In Korean mythology, magpies are harbingers of good luck and prosperity. It's said if you hear a magpie cawing in the morning, it means you'll have a friendly visitor later in the day. I like to think that magpies acted like a sort of guardian angel to me. My room was on the 2nd floor, right next to the persimmon tree in the garden. Magpies freaking love persimmons, and there are always a bunch of them near the house. Grandfather and I made a habit of leaving the persimmons at the very top when picking them from the tree, so that the magpies can help themselves. That happened to be at the level of my window, so I guess the magpies kind of associated my face with food and general good vibes. I come home from school one day, and for some reason I'm tired as heck, so I take a nap, but the magpies won't stop cawing. Some even banged and pecked at the window, which was unusual for them. Like an autist, I yell, "Shut up, birds!" and try to sleep, but they're way too loud. Cursing, I get up and storm out of the room to sleep somewhere else. As I turn to close the door, I catch a glimpse of something stuck to my ceiling. It's a person, no, a spirit of some kind. As I stare at it, its head turns towards me and gives me the ugliest look. But before it can react to me leaving the room, the magpies start cawing and banging at the window. It turns its attention to the birds. I run out and I alert my grandfather. He grabs a pot and pan, runs up to my room, flinging open the door and banging them together while yelling, "Get out!" The ghost hisses and slithers into the cracks of the wall. We knew someone died in that house before we moved in. We just didn't know the guy had hung himself in my freaking room. We leave out an offering that night and I sleep on the couch. The next morning, the offering is gone, and we don't see the spirit again for another 3 months. But when we do see it, the magpies do their squawks and I fetch grandfather. Feels pretty good having a personal army of magpies. Now, on to the last story. I was 17 years old, and I was starting to have a thing for Jean, but we didn't show it because A, it felt like incest, and B, her mother was completely off the hook at this point and would kill us both. One day, grandfather goes to tend to his berry patches and doesn't come back. We look for him, and a few hours later, we find him on the ground, looking peaceful and composed, like he just laid there to take a nap, but never woke up. Doctors tell us he died of a heart attack. We're stunned. The man who took me in after my own family put me aside, taught me all my values that I ever held dear, kept me alive all these years in a patch of mountain crawling with unknown creatures and spirits. He was gone, just like that. Jean was inconsolable. We spent a lot of time out by grandfather's favorite fishing spot, not really saying much. We buried him in a private plot. Jean and I go to his grave every day to clean the shrine. A few months later, grandmother sells our house, and we end up moving to the city. All the dogs are sold too, including mine. I'm too shocked to pretend nothing happened, to continue living with my adopted family, too angry to live with my biological family. So grandmother gives me enough money to rent a small apartment, barely larger than a closet. I couldn't focus on anything, so I ended up failing my college entrance exams. I barely scraped by, flipping burgers, working at gas stations, convenience stores, stocking warehouses. In a way, it's more peace than I'd ever known, as there were no ghosts or spirits in my apartment. Sometimes I wonder about what happened to Jean as we grew apart, and I knew her mother was off her rocker and sometimes even physically hurt her. Meanwhile, Jean herself was accepted to a good college. One day we decided to go to grandfather's grave and show him the acceptance letter, as well as perform the ritual. The one mentioned earlier about the food and the thanks. And we don't talk to each other. For some reason, the whole family followed us there. It was getting dark, and just before we left, Jean placed her acceptance letter on grandfather's shrine. Suddenly, her mother starts screaming like mad. "He's dead, you crazy kids. Can't freaking hear you or see any of this crap." She accuses grandfather of being crazy, yelling at Jean for being stupid enough to believe all his bullcrap, she said. We tried to argue back, reminding her that she had witnessed a lot of the stuff we'd seen, but she was raving at this point. Eventually, she calmed down enough for Jean's dad to take her back to the car. We just sat in front of grandfather's grave for the longest time. When we finally head back, I swear I can see a bluish flame-looking thing flickering above the grave. Weeks passed by. I was getting paid just enough to get by and trying to forget everything that ever happened in my childhood. One night, I hear incessant tapping on my window, almost like how the magpies used to tap. But that's weird, because I lived below ground level. There was no window. I then feel a deep shuddering cold in my guts. I always thought it was alerting me to a spirit nearby, but now I realize it's fear. I run wildly into the street and catch a taxi to Grandma's house. I can hear screaming inside the house. The door bursts open and Jean runs out, blood on her arms and her face white as paper. You see, something in her mother's head snapped, and she had grabbed a knife, slashing at Jean. If you're wondering about her dad and grandmother, her dad was visiting his family, and the grandmother was too afraid to come out of her room. Jean swears up and down that just as her mother was about to seriously stab her, a blue flame flickered out of nowhere and lit her skirt on fire. I tried my best to calm her down and called 911. Things settled down from there. Jean and I realized nobody else would understand us as well as each other. Well, we're getting married next winter. Her mother was diagnosed with schizophrenia. Grandmother goes to live with Jean's aunt. And I just want to say thanks to Grandpa for teaching me everything, for raising me to be a good guy. I wouldn't be here today without him. Dancing in the Woods. From Lots of Turtles. La Ciudad Muerta, the City of the Dead. This was the local name for an abandoned village at the base of a small mountain range in my hometown in Mexico. It was a good mile away from where the paved roads turned to dirt, and next to impossible to access by car. No one in my family cared much to talk about it. When I was a kid, other school children would whisper about it on the playground. A story you'd hear often was that the devil lived there. Whenever darkness fell over the village, he would roam the streets, looking for unaware travelers to prey upon. Other tales involved zombies or demons occupying the town. And when the clock would strike midnight, they would leave their boarded-up shacks, living their lives and participating in a society just like our own. I remember one kid even telling me that a witch had cursed the village, causing all the people in it to shrivel up and die from old age in a matter of days, leaving it deserted and empty. When I would go tell my mother and father these tales, they would laugh, telling me that they were ridiculous. They said the village was only a temporary place where people who were mining in the mountains would gather, and when it became unprofitable, everyone occupying it left. That's what I believed for most of my young life. It made sense, and I never had any reason to question it. That's why I was very surprised when a good friend of many years who we'll call Antonio came up to me one evening, asking me if I'd ever visited that village. I said no, and asked why he was interested in an old mining town. He looked at me strangely, asking where I'd gotten the idea it was a mining town. According to him, it was once a village at around the time our town was developing, before it was abandoned without warning. He went on to tell me that it would be awesome to camp out and get drunk there. Since he was leaving right after high school, he wanted to have a fun and memorable hangout before the year ended. I told him that if I was free, I would go. He smiled, telling me he'd get a few others we both mutually knew to come with us. As the week waned on, I began to look forward to it, and I found myself wondering what exactly the village looked like now. As you might expect, the memories of the stories I'd heard as a child popped up in my mind once again. They were easily dismissed, although I was now thinking about what exactly to expect. I supposed my parents must have told me it was a mining town just to get me to shut up about the stories I was hearing. Soon enough, the end of the week rolled around. I'd lied to my parents that I would be going to a sleepover at a friend's house, rather than tell them about our plans to visit the dead city. A few hours after school, we'd all gathered at a gas station near the north side of town. Antonio was coming out of the building holding a bag of snacks and drinks. Two people, who I'll refer to as Daniel and Maria, were with him. I recognized them both from a mutual class together. It was the middle of May, warm, with the sun pretty high up when we left. We were all carrying backpacks, mine being packed with only a sleeping bag and a little food. It soon became clear the others had brought different items when Daniel took off his bag, opening it and taking out a joint. I wasn't much of a smoker, declining it because I didn't like how it messed with my memory. The others passed it between themselves as we walked. The pathway up to the village was very strange. The road turned to dirt right away, and narrowed substantially. Only 50 feet in, it would be impossible for a car to traverse because of how tight it was. Forest surrounded the path on both sides, and though it was bright out, the dense trees still made it hard to tell exactly what was inside. We had fun talking amongst ourselves on our way up, and when I say up, I do mean up. As we got maybe a mile in, the hill sloped as it followed the guidelines of the mountains. The climb wasn't very steep, but it still added to the feeling of isolation. We arrived after maybe 45 minutes of traveling. The forest opened up into the village, which was an oval-shaped area quite big. Just in front of us sat a very primitive and decrepit adobe home, low to the ground. Its door had long since weathered out of frame, and its walls were stained a brownish black from age. I looked at it, surprised. Approaching it made me feel a sense of queasiness, and I stopped as Maria told us we should explore the rest of the village. The other homes were like the first, some smaller and some larger. There was one that seemed to have 2 levels. It sat at the far end of the village, although unlike the others, its entrance seemed to be poised to face the bordering woods, rather than the center of the village. Daniel made a remark about how it really did seem like a dead city, before lighting his second joint. I didn't want to join in, but he also took out some beer from his backpack, which was more my speed. We drank and smoked as we continued to wander around. On occasion, we'd find a discarded wrapper or beer bottles, though they all were broken down and matted brown, obviously very old. It seemed like we were all alone. As the sun began to set, all of us had a good buzz on. Antonio suggested we try to find some old sticks to use as firewood in the nearby trees, so we could camp out and eat around a fire. Daniel and I agreed, but Maria didn't. In fact, she didn't say anything. We looked at her, and she seemed to be staring off at something, distracted. Daniel got her attention, asking her what was up. She was still facing away from us, towards the largest of the structures, as she spoke. She told us she thought she had seen something moving in one of the windows, or rather holes, since whatever glass or frame had been there before was long gone. We didn't think she was serious, and it seemed she didn't know if she was either. She just shrugged it off, suggesting she may have been imagining it. Finally, she agreed to go gather some wood with us, so we headed off into the woods. She and Daniel split off to one side of the village, so Antonio and I went to the other. We ended up passing the large home Maria was looking at, and as we did, I felt my skin prickle. There was something foreboding about looking at the old structure. Antonio suggested we take a look inside and see if there really was something in there. I didn't really want to, but I was relaxed enough to follow him. We went around to the side of the house facing the woods, but we got stopped by a door. Unlike every other home in the village, this place still had its door intact. It looked to be in great condition too. It was made of a thick, black wood, which seemed out of place because of how differently colored the trees in the forest were. Without much thought, Antonio goes up to it, pulling on what appears to be the handle. He throws most of his weight into it, but despite trying both directions, it didn't budge. I suggested it was probably sunk into the frame, and he just shrugged. He moved over, looking through one of the holes in the wall. After a few seconds, he got off, telling me no one was inside. A while later, we'd found a good amount of wood and went back into the village. We brought it into the center of the clearing before noticing that there was a strange smell that wasn't there before. This smell was metallic and heavy, like how your fingers would smell if you had your hands in a pocket full of centavos, or pennies. Anyway, we piled up our branches around the center of the village. Then we grabbed a few stones and outlined the fire with them. This took us about 10 minutes. By then, Daniel and Maria still hadn't made it back yet. The sun had begun setting, and I grabbed another drink, as I was starting to get a little antsy. And Antonio got sick of waiting, so he ran back into our side of the woods, grabbing a few handfuls of dead leaves, taking them back to the fire. He dropped them on top, then whipped out a lighter, igniting one of the leaves. Then it took off real fast, beginning to blaze. It wasn't bad work, considering we both had a few drinks in us. Just when I was about to ask if we should go look for the other two, we began to hear heavy footsteps from the other side of the village. Antonio and I looked over, and we saw our two friends sprinting over to us. They both skidded to a halt by the fire, but neither of them were holding any wood or anything of the sort. As we looked at them, we could tell something had happened. Maria's face was strained like she was crying, and Daniel's outfit was super dirty. He goes on to explain they were searching around for branches. When they thought they'd found enough, they were about to head back when they see someone standing in the middle of the woods. This person was between them and the village. They said whoever it was faced away from them. They called out, wondering if it was one of us. Daniel said that right as they called, the person turned around, but they still couldn't see anything. It was still pretty light out, but somehow the figure was totally dark. They could make out their clothes, but not the body. That's when they noticed the metallic smell, the same one we were smelling now. Then, without warning, the figure broke into a dead sprint running straight at them. So immediately they dropped their wood and run the other way, booking it away from the thing. Daniel said they ran a few minutes, and when they couldn't see the figure anymore, they circled back to the village. I looked at the both of them. It was obvious they were terrified. I was a little on edge too, and being surrounded by a village of old abandoned houses wasn't helping much. Antonio told everyone to chill out, saying it's probably someone messing with us. Then Maria said she wanted to leave right away, but Antonio replied that it would be dumb, because if we did leave right away, they would probably chase us through the woods on our way out. So we decided to stay. Maria was pretty angry about it and still wanted to leave, but for the most part, she was fine. We started to eat some of the food we brought along, cracking open a few more beers, just trying to relax. A few more hours passed, so it must have been close to midnight by then. That weird smell never got stronger, but it never really left either. We all fell asleep by the fire. We were all awakened by Maria screaming. We got up immediately and looked around. She was still in her sleeping bag, but she was as white as a sheet. She looked at me and everyone else before stammering that she had rolled over, opened her eyes, and saw that same black figure from before, standing right over her. She said the figure smiled at her with these pointy teeth and put its fingers to its lips, like it was telling her to be quiet. So all of us freaked out. We just watched her as she began packing her things, telling us that she was leaving right then, right there. Daniel and Antonio started to try to calm her down. I was about to do the same when I took a glance around the clearing. I took a breath, then realized something was different about the houses. I looked at them, trying to figure out what exactly it was. But then it hit me. There were lights at every house in the village now. I told this to the others, and they looked around, confused as I was. There was an old-style lantern sitting in the window cutouts of every darned house. We were all dumbstruck, wondering what was going on. A moment later, we heard the sounds of people behind us. We turned towards the path we came up on, and on either side of the woods, there were people, dozens of people in pairs. There were about 10 different pairs of men and women, the men holding lanterns, just like the ones in the windows. They were wearing charro suits, and the women were in China poblana, traditional Mexican clothes. Then they began to dance. They weren't speaking, just staring at each other as they danced. The only sound was coming from the shoes pressing on the branches and the leaves. It was almost hypnotic. We were all just staring and listening to the forest floor being stepped on, no idea what to do. Then Antonio shouted something at them. He asked them what the heck was going on. Then they all turned, cutting their movements and staring dead at him, before the lanterns just switched off. Right as that happened, all the ones in the houses behind us went off too. Our fire, now dwindling, was the only source of light remaining. Our group was quiet, wondering what we were supposed to do, when we heard a sound from the woods. We looked, and we could barely make out a black figure, just like the one they had seen before. It was skinny but tall, really darn tall, and it was taking these huge strides towards us. One of us screamed run, I'm not sure who, but we listened. We all booked it down the trail, leaving everything behind. I don't know how, but not one of us tripped on our way down, despite sprinting in the dead of night. We must have straight up ran for 15 minutes, using only a bit of moonlight to see where everybody was. When we finally hit the bottom of the hill, we chilled out, turning into more of a jog, then a walk as we neared pavement. Soon enough, we were back in town, my heart beating up into my throat and my lungs starved of air. That night, we all slept at Antonio's. We didn't touch on what happened. Instead, we all just fell asleep. When we woke up the next morning, Maria was already gone. Daniel, Antonio, and I ate, still totally avoiding discussion of the night before. Then Daniel left pretty soon after that. We had left all of our stuff up at that village. I told Antonio that, and he said we ought to go get it. He told me it'd be fine, since it was light out now. To be honest, I didn't understand how he was being so cool about it. But I decided to go with him, since I couldn't afford a new backpack, let alone a sleeping bag, anytime soon. We barely talked on the climb there, and once we made it, we were confused to see all of our stuff gone from where we'd left it. First, he suggested that an animal might have dragged it somewhere, but that didn't make sense because not one item was left behind at all. So we looked around the village a little bit. There was no evidence anything weird happened. Even that smell was gone. I remember passing by the tall house, the one that had that weird, out-of-place door that was facing the woods, before I noticed that door was gone. I called him over, and Antonio was surprised as I was. We go up and look inside, and sure enough, all of our stuff is there. We could make out the inside of the house, thanks to all the light streaming in through the window. All our bags and food and bottles were just sitting there, perfectly stacked against the wall. Antonio just shrugged at me, and so we packed it all up, only leaving our empties before we left. And we made it out just fine. We walked back to the town with all of our stuff intact, but I swear, as we were walking down the hill, I could just barely hear the rhythmic tapping and crunching of the dancing in the woods from the night before. Driving through the ghost town. From Project 32. I live a few minutes outside of town. My morning drive to work brings me through the hills and eventually to the convenience store I work 12-hour shifts at. I like the work, so no problem there. I'd been working there for 3 to 4 years when a friend of mine mentioned that the road I drive on to get there actually branches off at one point. If you take that branching road, you'll find a ghost town, he explained. Now, I love scary things, so this got my attention. My first question was why the town was abandoned. He said economical reasons, the work dried up and families moved elsewhere. According to him, though, there had been rumors for the last century that the people didn't just leave, they ran away. Supposedly, some folks believed the town to have been haunted by a demonic creature, which tormented the farmers and shop owners there. The townsfolk left steadily over the course of a decade as animals were killed. Parents soon began to fear for the lives of their children. Chills ran down my spine when I heard that. I had heard of ghost towns being abandoned due to lack of work or drought or things like that. But I'd never heard of a place where folks were basically chased out by a supernatural creature. Then again, this was over a century ago, I reminded myself. Any ideas I was having about going to see the place for myself, and possibly seeing this creature, quickly dried up. Whatever that thing had been, it was likely long gone or dead. Looks like you want to go, huh? My friend, Alan, must have seen the look on my face. Absolutely. I had no idea this place even existed until now. I put out my cigarette, and I approached the back door of the building to return to my shift. Okay then, let's go this weekend. Just drive through and check it out. Don't even have to get out of the car. I stopped and turned toward him. Heck yeah, as long as you drive, of course. He nodded and lit another cigarette as I returned to work. That was on a Tuesday. The work week went on slowly, and every passing day had me more excited about our little weekend trip. Friday night, I was even tempted to drive through the abandoned town alone on my way home from work, but I figured it'd be more fun to experience it for the first time with Alan. After all, he admitted that he had never been there either. We could see this place for the first time at the same time. Soon, it was Saturday. That evening, I met up with Alan at the convenience store. We bought some food and drinks and piled into his car, leaving mine locked at the back of the store. Alan began to take the road that would lead me usually to home, but a few minutes into the drive, he turned to the north, down an old road I'd passed hundreds of times before, but never gave much thought into. I remember thinking, so this is the road, the one that leads to the ghost town. It's gonna be another 2 hours, is that okay? I was kind of caught off guard. He never told me exactly how long the trip would be to get there. 2 hours there and back would be 4 hours total of driving. Why not? It's the weekend, I replied. Still, kinda wish I knew beforehand. About an hour into the drive, the car began to sort of stutter between on and off. Everything okay? I asked Alan. Alan looked a bit frustrated, hammering on the accelerator repeatedly. Yeah, it does this sometimes. After about a minute of this, the car went back to normal and we continued our drive. Another hour passed, and soon we began to see buildings in the distance. Old buildings and lodges, doors boarded up, windows busted out. There was what appeared to be an old-timey pharmacy, the only building still standing in a block of demolished structures. Closer to the center of town were buildings made of brick, and in the opposite direction of the pharmacy was rolling farmland. In the distance, I could even see a deteriorating farmhouse. It all looked to be a once beautiful place to live. A very, very small town, but cozy. Hard to believe a place like this was only a couple of hours away from my drive to and from work. You weren't kidding, I said to Alan, staring out the window. Nope, he said, seemingly just as surprised as I was. He went on. But this place feels wrong. What do you mean? I don't know. Sort of gives me bad vibes. I didn't say anything to that, but I definitely felt it too. There was this sense of oppression coming down on us as we slowly drove through, occasionally slowing down to get longer, closer looks at different buildings. As we edged closer to the other end of town, I spotted what I thought was a church. There was what looked to be a stone gargoyle sitting alone, perched at the most distant corner of the building. Whoa, I said. I've never actually seen gargoyle statues on buildings before. Not in real life, I mean. Alan slowed down a bit more and asked, Really? Where is it? I turned to him for a moment, then looked back over and pointed it out. But in the split second that I'd turned to him, the statue was gone. I don't see it, Alan replied. Oh crap, was all I could think to say. Oh crap, what? Alan sounded a little alarmed. Where's the statue, dude? It's gone. What? Statues don't just get up and... Suddenly the car began to rattle and stutter again. I could practically hear Alan roll his eyes as he began to repeatedly stomp on the accelerator once more. About 2 minutes later, the car shut off completely. Alan cursed out loud. No, Alan, this is the worst place your car could possibly break down. Give me a second. He began to turn the key in the ignition. The car could barely muster a growl before going quiet again. This happened about 5 times before Alan got out of the car. Where are you going? I called out. Before closing the door, he leaned his head in. Just need to check something. Well, be quick about it. This place is a little too creepy, even for me. He laughed. Gotcha. We had just passed the supposed church when the car died. I looked out the window and up at the roof of the building, waiting for Alan to be done with it. My eyes went wide. The gargoyle statue was there again, and I could have swore it was facing the other way last I saw it. Then, the thing I thought was a statue suddenly stood and crawled straight down the side of the building at an angle only a large spider should have been able to traverse. It took me a moment to remember how to breathe, but when it finally came back to me, I opened the door just enough to scream to Alan, "Get back in the car!" He ran back to the driver's door and leaned in. You okay? Why are you screaming like that? Get back in the car. We need to leave. There's something out there, Alan. Either trusting me or getting unnerved by the horror in my eyes, Alan listened. He sat back down in the seat, closed the door, and continued to try to get the car to start. What did you see? The gargoyle, it's not a statue. I swear to God, whatever it was crawled off the old church over there. Seriously? It wasn't a bird or a dog or something? He stopped for a moment and stared at me with wide eyes. Yes, I'm serious, and I don't think a dog could crawl straight down a wall like that. A few more tries at the ignition, and the car roared to life in the most beautiful way. I couldn't have been more relieved. I glanced back at the building, looking up and down for the statue-like creature, but I didn't see it. We continued to drive down the road to exit the town a little bit quicker. Thank God. This place is... Alan looked over at me and suddenly swallowed air. Then, he slammed on the gas so hard, I was thrown back into my seat. We raced down the road at dangerous speeds. Alan, what the heck are you doing? What was that about? I asked. He shook his head. He simply kept racing down the road for another half hour before finally letting up off the gas a bit. When he did finally speak, it had been quiet in the car for so long he startled me. Dude, I looked over at you and I swear to God I saw something in the tree by the road. It was about the size of a huge dog, but it didn't look anything like a bird or cat or bear or dog at all. I've never seen anything like it. Scared the heck out of me. I ain't going back there again, man. If you want to go back to that place, you'd better find a braver friend than me. Wait, you saw it too? What did it look like? Short, pointed ears, short stubby snout, bigger than me for sure. Thick hairless legs and wings. I definitely saw hairless wings. The description matched what I could make out when I saw that thing on the building, though I didn't see it up close like he did, so I had no idea it was mostly hairless or pug-nosed. When we made it back to the convenience store, our attitudes about the situation became a bit more excited. We ran inside, telling my coworkers the story of what we saw. One of them laughed and the other rolled his eyes, but both of them were asking to tag along on a future trip, something I surprisingly agreed to. Believe it or not, we've been back several other times, but we've never seen that creature again so far. I don't know why we got so lucky the first time, or maybe we were unlucky. Part of me wants to see it again, and another part of me wants nothing to do with that ghost town. Poltergeist experience at the age of 9, from Mimi. Quick note, this experiencer has a total of 3 stories in this episode. This happened in Hayden Lake, Idaho, in a quiet suburban area called Emerald Estates, surrounded by forests, trails, and farmlands. It was the summer of 1989, and I was 9 years old. There is a nice piece of land in the middle of the neighborhood with a playground, with houses surrounding it. School was out, and a lot of kids were out playing. 2 houses down from the house I used to live in was an orange house that faced the park. It's now a different color, but back then it was orange. I remember as a kid, the house always seemed to be up for sale. Someone would move in, then it would be up for sale again soon after. I always wondered why. One day in the summer of 1989, it was a beautiful, bright, hot summer day with clear blue skies. I was out riding my bike along the park and met this girl who was riding her bike too. I had never seen her before. She was a few years older than me. We introduced ourselves, and I asked her where she lived. She pointed at the orange house. I don't remember her name, but let's just call her Jen. I was super surprised, and I was excited to finally meet someone that lived in the orange house. Jen saw the excitement on my face and asked if I wanted to come over. I immediately accepted. We went inside and sat in the living room. She turned on her TV. We were talking the whole time, getting to know each other. No one was home but her and her Doberman Pinscher. She said that her parents were out. All of a sudden, she said she needed to grab something from her bedroom upstairs. I asked to use the restroom. She said I could go with her and use the bathroom upstairs. So she goes to her room and I go into the bathroom. That bathroom was attached to her parents' bedroom. The bathroom door to her parents' bedroom was open though, so I was able to look into the room from where I was sitting. I got super uneasy when I noticed it was completely black in that room. No light, just darkness. I found it odd because it was a bright sunny day out. Jin yelled out to me that she was going back downstairs, and I yelled back, asking her to please wait for me. She replied, "Just come down when you're done." I was very scared for some reason, and I again begged her to please wait for me. She didn't wait. I was so frightened I hurried up and rushed downstairs so fast I almost fell down the stairs. I did, however, stumble on the last 4 to 5 of them. She asked me if I was okay, and I said yes. All I know is that I wanted to get away from the upstairs as fast as possible. We then sat back down in the living room and continued talking. Her Doberman Pinscher started shaking, and I asked her if her dog was okay. She said the dog was afraid of thunder. We listened for a moment, and I could hear a slight rumble from far away. She shut the TV off and we went outside to her backyard to see which direction the storm was coming from. As we stepped outside, She left the sliding door wide open. While we were out there, she showed me her jacuzzi, which as a 9-year-old I thought was super cool and for the rich. At the moment, we were about 20 feet away from the house. I can see her parents' bedroom window up on the 2nd floor. As we were chatting away, I saw a white hand with no arm or body attached to it slam her sliding door shut. I asked Jen if she saw what I saw, and she did. We both found it odd because we didn't see anyone inside the house moving around. We went to the door, we opened it, and we peeked inside, calling out to see if anyone was there, but we got no response. We stepped inside and noticed everything electronic was on. The TV, VCR, all the gadgets in the kitchen, like the microwave, dishwasher, the mixer, toaster, heck, even the water faucets in the bathroom and kitchen were running. I remember the lights in her mother's china cabinet being on too, because I admired her mother's Precious Moments figurine collection. Anywho, we found it all so weird. She asked me to help her shut everything off. Keep in mind this was all happening downstairs. The upstairs seemed fine. As I helped her shut everything off, we were yelling out to whomever was in the house to come out. But no one answered, and of course no one came out. I walked down the hallway to a small bathroom to shut the lights off and turn off those faucets. As I did so, the toilet was flushing on its own. I closed the lid and walked back to the kitchen where the girl was. We were puzzled. We thought maybe one of the kids from the park came inside playing pranks on us. We went back outside in the backyard, and we left the sliding door open again. This time we watched the door from the same spot where we stood before. We were trying to see if we could catch anyone moving around inside. As we watched the door, it happened again. A white hand with no arm or body attached slammed the sliding door shut. Once more we peeked our heads in and yelled to whomever was there to come out from hiding and to stop playing around because it wasn't funny. And once more no one answered and no one came out. We stepped inside and everything was on again, so like before I had to help her shut off everything. I walked back to the bathroom down the hallway to shut the water off. The lid of the toilet was up too and the toilet was flushing. I again closed the lid, shut off the lights and water, and went back to the kitchen to Jin. We were perplexed. For the 3rd time we went outside. We left the door open, and as we stood in the same spot and watched the door, I looked up to her parents' bedroom window, and this time I saw a pale gray-looking girl. She looked to be a teenager, possibly Native American. She had straight, long black hair that came down to her stomach, and she was staring down at us. I immediately said to Jin, "There's someone in your parents' bedroom." I only looked away for a second, and when we looked up, she was gone. Jin then said to me that no one was there, but I asked her if she had any siblings and she said no. It was just us and the dog there at the time. I ran home and told my mom what I just experienced. I never went back to that house again. We ended up moving out of state and I never went back. As I got older, I realized the reason why the house was always for sale, why no one would stay in that house, was because of this poltergeist. I've been super curious throughout the years if the strange things still happened there or not. One day, if I ever go back to my childhood neighborhood, I would like to ask them if they ever experienced anything odd at that house. But I still don't want to enter that house again. A paranormal story read by Swamp Dweller.
So a little backstory. I'm currently 21 and I've witnessed some strange occurrences since I was about 16 years old. This includes having a door slammed in my face while home alone, seeing orbs and apparitions, seeing objects move on their own, hearing people walking, etc. I'm the only person who experiences these things, and they continue to happen even when we move houses, which makes my family think there could be something attached to me. I've never really bought into it, since most of what happened to me was when I was younger, and I discredit it as I've aged. However, In the past few weeks, some more strange things have started happening. For instance, there have been a few times there I have been sitting in my room, all by myself, completely still, and objects spontaneously fall off the shelves on their own. And despite how hard I try to disprove it, by shaking the shelves, jumping on the floor, etc., I cannot replicate it. About a week ago, I was helping my girlfriend feed a family friend's cat, and I saw something. I was looking through the doorway when a pure white claw floated from left to right and disappeared right in front of me. It had visible wrinkles in it and was slightly translucent. I immediately told my girlfriend, but we disregarded it, thinking I was just seeing things. However, last night we both saw something that we cannot explain. We were both sitting on the couch in the dim living room, sometime around 9:30 p.m. She was sitting to my left playing a game on my laptop, and I was watching her play. Suddenly, in the right side of my peripheral vision, I saw a large black shadow moving from left to right beside the couch. I say shadow, but it was opaque and completely black. It was about the size of a person, but it had no features. I look over to her, and she has a shocked look on her face, staring at the same spot where I was seeing the shadow. She said that she noticed something moving, looked up, and directly saw a white opaque cloth moving from left to right. She said it was floating out from the wall in midair and disappeared as she was staring directly at it. She described it as having folds very similar to what I saw about a week prior. What really freaks me out is that we did not say a word to each other before locking eyes in horror. We independently saw something at the exact same instant. However, they were polar opposites. I saw a voluminous, dark shadow, and she saw a white cloth, both moving in the same place from left to right. I can't explain any of this, but we were both pretty scared from it.
A Pennsylvania Paranormal Urban Exploration from Lauren Elizabeth 99, read by Being Scared.
It was the year 2018. My best friend and I were getting more adventurous as our senior year continued. We would stay out late, smoking, and walking around various neighborhoods or high-riding. 2 young 18-year-old girls. My best friend Julia is about 5'5", brown hair, blue eyes. Then me being 5'9", blonde hair, blue eyes. Most would think that we were absolutely stupid for doing some of the reckless things we did. Yet we did not care. We craved the adrenaline, and we were both a bit disturbed due to some trauma we experienced as individuals. Fear did not exist at this time, as we had been through enough scary situations to be numb to the idea of fear. Now at the time, it was close to the end of the school year, and honestly, our parents stopped paying attention to us most nights. I was home alone, and my best friend and I were left to do whatever we wanted most days and nights. That is when the idea of urban exploration became our new favorite thing to do. We explored all over our town in New Jersey and surrounding towns, although we could not find a building that was daring enough for us thrill seekers. After searching YouTube for a couple days, that is when I found it, the holy grail of abandoned buildings near us. Only 30 minutes from us into Pennsylvania was an old, abandoned school that was home to delinquent children. After doing some personal research on the school, I came to find out that the school was closed due to a fire. Although after visiting the school a couple of times, something told me several way more sinister things happened on the grounds of the school. There were about 25 buildings, so it took more than 6 times searching to really get the absolute full experience this school had to offer. On campus was a security guard who drove around in a blacked-out Jeep. He never would leave his car. Only once did he catch us, although he just told us to leave. Again, never leaving his car. I still wonder if he had the same feeling about the place as we did, and that he had found sanctuary, never leaving his car. Since there were so many times we visited, I am only going to highlight the most terrifying moments we experienced, of course from least to most blood-curdling. To give you the ambience of what we were facing, I will tell you this. To get into the campus, you needed to cut through the trees and bushes with thorns on them. Always wear pants when exploring. After you get through the brush, hopefully unscathed, you are greeted by several decaying buildings. The smell of mold and nature kind of all hit you at once. Absolutely everything there is overgrown and seriously falling apart. Graffiti is pretty much plastered everywhere. Besides the physical look, the gut-wrenching feeling you get when you walk foot on this property, that alone will make you want to turn back and never set foot there again. Something about this place seriously is wrong, and you feel as though you should not be there. Something I came to personally learn about this place is every time you come back, things seem to get more and more out of place and otherworldly. Walking into these buildings, most windows are boarded up, so you can only see using the small light on your phone. Other than that, it is pitch black. The first truly terrifying moment I had on this campus had to be finding the blood-chilling room where it looked as though it was an old dentist office or something medical. I am not sure why it was there or what they really did there, but when I walked in, I got this strange feeling of death. Scattered in the pitch-black room, all I could see was open syringes covering the floor, a dentist chair that had dried red substance resembling blood all over it, and everything else in the room untouched. As my best friend and I explored this small, dark room, we began to hear footsteps coming from down the dark corridor. Trying to rationalize the noise, we automatically assumed it was the security guard and ran the opposite direction, back out the small window we came from in the other room. Upon reaching outside, we hid behind some coverage and waited quite a bit of time. We did not hear the noise again, nor did anyone come out. The next time we came, we decided to try to find the building that contained an old game room in it. Since we explored most of the buildings, we figured out which one it most likely was. Searching the perimeter for any way and checking doors, we could not find a way in. Circling back, I found an old, dirty window which looked as if it opened to a dark, cement basement. Being the confident kids we were, I jumped through it almost immediately. Now, the first thing we saw as we walked out of the closet window was a wide-open basement. With further analysis, we realized just how scary this basement was. The only thing down here besides it being absolutely freezing in mid-May was the old worn fireplace. Written above the fireplace was something demonic, or like demon worshippers had written on it. Several pentagrams were graffitied. Looking towards the middle of the floor was red paint of a pentagram, very big, smack dab in the middle of the floor. Candle wax was everywhere, and it was accompanied by a strange smell. With the sense of existential dread suffocating the room, we darted towards the steps at the back of the room. We did not step foot in that basement ever again. The second to last time visiting the campus, we decided to be even more ballsy and explore at night. It was roughly 12 at night, maybe slightly later, and again, it was simply just my friend Julia and I. Besides it being dark, approaching the school, my blood ran cold. Everything in my body was telling me to run the other way and to not set foot back at this campus. Yet again, I ignored my gut instinct, and we began our journey through the woods to make it into the campus. Tonight was different. I decided to actually document our journey as if we were on Ghost Hunter or some other paranormal show. The whole time I was recording, I would go back and forth from me to see what I was seeing. As me and Julia began walking through the pitch black, using only her phone light, visibility was dim. We could only see about 7 feet in front of us. The rest of this campus had been like it was not even there. Just utter blackness surrounded us. I was laughing and talking to my audience on my Instagram story, boasting about the trip, as if it made me the coolest person ever to risk my life just to see some buildings filled with asbestos, mold, and possibly homeless people. Just as I turned the camera to face Julia and sort of interviewed her about her current experience, is when I saw what made my heart stop and my jaw drop. I froze in the position I was in, just holding the camera pointing in Julia's direction. as Julia looked past my camera, almost questioning why I got so quiet. She saw my face. The viewers at home could only see Julia's expression. It had said more to the people at home than either of us could explain. Seeing how absolutely horrified I was, and how my face had turned the lightest shade it could, she let out a scream and grabbed my arm, pulling me into a different direction. I felt as if I was no longer present, and adrenaline had taken over my body. My legs were moving, yet it felt like I was not controlling them. We jumped and hid behind a tree as Julia pleaded with me to tell her what I had seen. For a couple of minutes I just sat there, trying to process what I had just seen. I did not want to believe anything scary and paranormal could be real. It felt like a true scary movie came to life. When I regained my ability to talk again, I told her exactly what I saw. When I tell you, you most likely will not believe me, for it is so utterly insane, it's almost laughable. That image will never leave my memory, for it is burned in forever. Standing right behind Julia, just in the shot of my camera, was a black figure. With a closer look, I remember not believing what I saw and experiencing what felt like paralysis as I was stuck staring at this figure standing only 3 feet behind my best friend. A man on a large horse from what I could make out. No detail to him at all, like he had literally been a shadow, just a blacked out figure. The worst part was his large, broad body seemed as if it had no head. I know it sounds crazy, but trust me, it absolutely was. I had heard stories of the Headless Horseman as a kid, yet I never expected to see anything like that in my waking hours of the day. After telling my best friend what I had seen, we hightailed it back to Jersey and decided to do some more research and see if anyone had any similar experiences, or the same one. As we searched, I found countless stories that made my bones hurt about this place and what other urban explorers had experienced. One in particular made me literally almost faint. To be brief, this guy who had been really into exploring found this place years back and decided, like us, he wanted to keep coming back and see everything the campus had to offer. He explained how every single time he came back, weirder and weirder things happened to him, which to my knowledge was exactly how I felt. But what he said next made my soul sink into the floor. He explained the last time he decided to go was at night. He explained how in front of the red house, he had been chased out by a headless horseman. My stomach sank. I went right back to the live video I had taken and watched it back. The part in which Julia looks at my horrified face, directly in the background, sat the old, decaying red house, half burnt down. My jaw dropped. We did not visit this place for a couple of weeks. I would love to say I learned my lesson and this is the end of the story. I would be lying. After a couple of weeks had passed, our urge to visit the campus grew to an insane level. Almost as if something was pulling us back, like we had strings attached to our bodies. Being the reckless kids we were, we decided 12 was not scary enough. Let's go at the devil's hour. 3 a.m. Now, as we walk towards the woods, we need to cut through a thick fog that appears out of nowhere. If you think that was not enough to scare us away, you are right. I led the pack and proceeded towards a gap in the trees. As I am about 10 feet ahead of my two friends, I noticed some movement coming from the trees. We were not alone. Thinking who else might be out at 3 a.m., I started shifting backwards, alerting my friends as I slowly backpedaled. Just as my friends looked in my direction, a deer came running right towards us. Right before it reached me, it stopped dead in its tracks 2 feet away. This was like no deer I had ever seen. Again, I felt myself with short-term paralysis, as I felt like I was staring directly into the devil's eyes. The mist completely surrounds the deer like an animal, to the point I could not even see its feet. That's when I noticed its peculiar eyes glowing a weird, yellow-red color. None of this seemed normal. That's when I noticed my friends booking it towards the street. Not wanting to be alone with this creature, I ran as fast as I could and eventually caught up with them. None of us wanted to admit how truly spooked we were, so we decided to try and find another entrance. Walking down the side road that followed next to the campus, we began to keep walking straight, occasionally looking for another opening. We then decided that at the end of the road, the campus had a church that sat in an open field. Thinking it was the safest way in, we kept walking down this road at 3:30 a.m. now, with absolutely no streetlights. It felt like we had been walking forever, and small talk was at the minimum, due to all of us low-key being scared out of our wits. That is when we heard it. We were almost to the church. It was about a quarter mile away from us. The sound of a chainsaw rang in all of our ears, sending chills down our spine. A chainsaw has a very distinct sound, yet in order to keep them faithful to the mission, I said, "Hey, maybe it's just a generator." Assuming they agreed with me, I proceeded walking towards the strange noise. Suddenly, the sounds of speeding footsteps broke my concentration, only they were headed away from me rather than towards me. This is when the fear really hit me. My friends were so far away from me, panic began to set in. I was only brave if I had my friends there, easing my anxiety. The second I noticed them running, my heart sunk. The chainsaw grew louder and more aggressive. I am downright sweating at this point. Finally, instinct kicks in and I bolt towards my friends, somehow catching up with them immediately. We all decided to go home since it felt like the campus was doing everything in its power to keep us out. To this day, I am not sure what was lurking past those trees, but I am not willing to ever go back and find out. Just remember, if you decide to go urban exploring, never go alone, and always follow your gut, for you never know what your animal instincts could be protecting you from.
Paranormal experience at my first job. From Nini. I was 20 years old. The year was 2000. This happened in Warren, Michigan. I was working in the bakery department that was right next to the deli department at a local grocery store that used to be called Vegas. It was family-owned. One day I was baking bread, making cakes. We were super busy. Eventually I had to go to the restroom, but I held off to finish doing a few things. When I couldn't hold it any longer, I rushed to the other end of the store to do my business. As I rushed into the bathroom and swung the door open, I saw this big, dark, black, mist-like figure, standing tall, like 8 feet tall and 3 feet wide. I looked right up at it. It scared me so badly that for a split second I was debating whether to use the men's restroom instead. But I had to go really bad, so I couldn't hold it any longer. Sorry if it's too much information. I used the bathroom so fast because I had to get the heck out of there. I was scared, and I didn't see it as I ran out when I was done. But I didn't dare stay any second longer to wash my hands, so instead I washed them when I got back to the bakery department. I didn't tell anyone about it. The next day, when I went back to work, our manager told us that one of our coworkers, let's call her Dawn, was in a horrible car accident. I think it was anywhere between 3 to 6 months later. I don't remember correctly how long, but our coworker eventually did come back to work. Thank God she was okay and survived. It was towards the evening that day, and I was prepping for the next day. It was just me in the bakery, and just her in the deli department. We ended up talking about Jesus and spirits. I even told her about what I saw in the bathroom. She looked at me surprised and admitted to me that she saw the same thing. I was relieved to know that someone saw what I saw. She told me she had seen it right when she opened the door one day, just like my experience, but she didn't see it on her way out. She went on telling me that later on that day when her shift ended, she was on her way home from work, and as she was approaching an intersection, the light turned red. All of a sudden, she was paralyzed and couldn't hit the brakes to stop. The car proceeded into the intersection, and she got hit by oncoming vehicles. The accident was really bad. I don't think anyone died, though. She had a lot of therapy to go through, but was doing well enough to work. My mom taught me at a young age to protect myself spiritually, what to say and how to pray. I'm grateful she taught me well. I'm grateful that thing didn't attach itself to me. But I am, however, sad it attached itself to my coworker and caused her traumatic experience. But I'm also very grateful she survived the accident and ended up being okay. Strange experiences when I was young. From Starry Centauri.
I have had a couple of experiences, both weird and paranormal, when I was around 3 to 5 years of age. Growing up, I was a really timid and scared child. I would never leave my mother's arms and would cry if she even went to the bathroom. Not to mention the fact that my 2 older sisters would try to scare me a lot, as it was their way of joking around. Anyways, before I moved to Australia, I lived in South Asia, and we used to live in these flats, apartments that were really old but pretty lively. There was a lot of young families in our flats that had children that were around me and my sister's ages. We often spent most of our time playing with them. So one day, my sisters, 3 of our other friends, and I were running up and down these flights of stairs, playing tag. We all stopped on a certain floor that one of my friends used to live on. She was quite older than us too, around 13 or 14. We were all arguing about who's it and who got tagged, until suddenly we get interrupted by a short, old man. He had a really hunched back and disgusting teeth that were rotting away. He held his arms out in front of him, and it looked like he was holding ripped up pieces of paper in his hands.
Can I play with you, children?
He asked us in a weird way, like he put on a high-pitched voice. My friend, who lived on this floor, replied, no. We were starting to get weirded out at this moment, and I remember my heart was beating super fast.
Why not? Let me play. You guys run and I'll catch you,
he replied as if he was sulking. I have to ask my mom, our oldest friend replied. Right after she said that, she whispered to all of us to run with her to her apartment. As we were running to her door, he started following us. But luckily, her apartment floor wasn't far away, and the door was open. We all got in there, and her mom asked us what was wrong, as we all looked scared. Our friend told her what happened, and surprisingly, her mom didn't seem worried about it or anything. However, I was really shaken up by that experience. We waited a few minutes inside her apartment until we were sure that the old man was gone. I was seriously so scared, I begged our friend to carry me to our floor, which was right above hers. My sisters are 5 and 4 years older than me, so they couldn't really carry me back. Another experience I wanted to share is a paranormal one. So, the layout of our apartment was a bit weird. Our bathroom, which was a really weird bathroom, had 2 other rooms inside it. One room for the toilet, which was just a cubicle-sized room, and another room for the shower. The shower room was big, and outside those rooms was our sink and the washing machine. So, basically it was a toilet, shower, laundry room, all in one. Anyway, one day it's just me, my mom, and my 2 sisters in the apartment. I was playing with my sister Holly in our room, and we were giving each other makeovers. As she's doing my makeup, she messes up and tells me to go wash my face so she can redo it. I go into the bathroom, only to the sink to wash my face. I already know that my other sister Heather was in the toilet doing her business, and the shower room was empty. I could hear my mom in her room talking to our relatives over the phone. As I'm washing my face, I started getting this weird feeling, like I was being stared at. I continued washing my face until I looked up and saw my face in the mirror to see if I got all the makeup off. It was then that I noticed, through the mirror, that our shower room's door was cracked open. I looked behind me and I see this tall, naked woman peeking through the crack at me. I still remember her so vividly. Her brown eyes were glaring back at me. She was all wet, as if she had just taken a shower. Even though I couldn't see much through the crack of the door, I could tell she was wet and not wearing clothes. And honestly, this woman kind of resembled my mother, but at the same time, she didn't. This woman who was glaring at me through the door looked evil, and she looked angry. My heart was beating fast at this point, and I remember letting out a nervous laughter. I don't know why, but I was just really confused, and for some reason, let out a small laugh. I could hear Heather in the toilet finishing up her business, and that's just where my fight or flight senses kicked in. I ran out of that bathroom into my mom's room to tell her what happened, but she was on the phone and told me to go away. So I went to Holly and told her about what just happened. She didn't believe me and said that it could have been Heather. As she said that, Heather walked into the room and asked what we were talking about. Holly asked if she was trying to scare me, and Heather replied, "No, I was in the toilet this whole time," while sounding really annoyed at the fact that Holly accused her of trying to scare me. I told Holly how the person I saw looked like our mom. She, for some reason, looked really offended about what I just said. She grabbed my arm and took me to our bathroom to show me nothing was there. And she was right. When we looked in the shower room, it was empty, but the floor and walls were wet. I pointed that out to Holly, but she just said one of us must have taken a shower earlier, even though I think we both knew that none of us had taken one before this incident happened. Honestly, I would have just chalked it up to one of my sisters trying to scare me, since they did that a lot. But the person I saw in the shower room was a woman, and she was tall. Shortly after that, my dad decided we should move to Australia. After that shower lady incident, I had a few more strange experiences happen to me, but as I grew up, they just stopped happening.
Little Ghost Boy at the Park, from Nini. This happened in Warren, Michigan on 13 Mile by Groesbeck Road. I was around 20 or 21 years old. I'd made some friends at my job. I always got along with guys better than I did with girls. I grew up with 3 brothers, so that's probably why. Anyway, I was hanging out with one of my coworkers, my friend Nick. It was a nice, warm summer night. We went to a park and we laid out on the grass. It was late at night, probably around 10 p.m. No one was at the park but us. At the end of the park was a preschool or a kindergarten, which was fenced in with a playground. We lay out on the grass, staring out into the clear sky filled with stars, just talking. Did you ever have a friend that, when you talked to them, the hours just suddenly flew by? Well, that's what happened. Before we knew it, it was 2 or 3 a.m. We were surprised at how time flew by so fast. So we decided to leave. As we got up, we looked towards the preschool's playground. On top of the slide, I saw this little boy. He looked gray and pale, and he seemed to be around 6 or 7 years old. He was standing on top of the slide in winter clothes, staring our way. The little boy just stood there. I noticed in my peripheral vision that Nick was looking in the same direction. I asked him if he sees a little boy on top of the slide. He said yes. Slowly, we turned around. I told him not to show any fear and to walk slowly. When we were halfway to the car, I said run, and we bolted out of there, driving off. I've not been back since, although I have often wanted to go back just to see if that little boy is still there. I later heard that a boy died on that very slide. He had choked to death. The strings on his hoodie got stuck somehow as he was sliding down, and he choked. Now, I do not know if this is true or not, because it's kind of hard to believe that the strings could choke a little boy out. However, the truth is, Nick and I saw that little ghost boy on top of the slide. It did make me sad to think that little boy is stuck on that slide and hasn't passed on, but I hope the boy will find peace one day and finally move on. If the story of the boy's demise is true, I couldn't help but wonder if the parents knew their little boy's spirit is still there. Might be a little weird to think that. I don't know. Hook-Handed Man from Dogman97. This happened so fast and so long ago, I can barely recall what even occurred. What I do remember is how badly it affected me as a child, and how easy it is to confirm it with my cousins and my sister, that it really did happen. We still talk about it to this day. We had a static caravan in a place called Thirsk in England. It was pretty small, maybe 15 to 16 caravans, a pub, and a little play area out front, where I spent most of my time playing with my cousins. There was this rusty old tractor that just sat dormant for years there, kind of like a statue for the caravan park. The locals said it belonged to a man who used to farm the land before it was a caravan park, but he was murdered by his brother. Long story short, his brother killed him and cut off his left arm and right hand to make it look like an accident with the tractor. But he was caught and hanged by the locals. Now, there was nothing really creepy about it at the time, but now it freaks me the heck out, knowing we used to climb and play on that tractor. One day, my cousins, my sister, and I were playing on and around the tractor. I suddenly slipped and fell on it, cutting my ankle open pretty bad. As I fell off of it, my foot got stuck, and I was dangling upside down. At the time, I was pretty certain I was going to die, being as young as I was. What I do remember was a man rushing over to me while my cousins and sisters were running away screaming. I was hoisted up by something gripping the collar of my shirt. Then my foot came loose, and I fell on the grass safely. The scariest part was I didn't see who it was, but my cousins and sister were extremely adamant that it was a man with one arm and a hook hand. After he rescued me, he vanished into thin air, according to them. My sister said he was tall and skinny, had dark jeans, and a dirty green long-sleeve shirt. He had no hair with a dirty muddy face, and his eyes looked like gray holes. Yeah, we do bring this up every time we get into the idea of us all going camping or whatever. It still very much exists in all our minds. Personally, I had a lot of trouble coping with what happened. I sometimes believe I was inches from death, and I somehow managed to cross worlds, and he also did at the right time to stop me falling and breaking my neck. I had nightmares about deformities for months. I saw a woman in white. From Parking Amphibian 647. I'm a guy in his early 20s. I lived in Texas at the time this happened. I'm now a scout in the United States Army. Back then, though, about 3 years ago, I worked at Olive Garden to pay for community college, as my plan at the time was to become a police officer. The Olive Garden I worked at was about a 30-minute drive through the forested areas, just outside of the Houston city limits. I enjoyed the commute, especially in the dead of night after a long shift. I am a solitary person by nature, and I love the night, and I love to drive, so that time was very therapeutic for me. One night I was coming home, listening to music, taking some drags off of my vape in the car. Just nicotine, no other stuff. I stopped at the stoplight that was just around the corner from my street. The time was about 1:30 a.m. There was only one other car waiting for the light, a jet black F-150 that was in the left turn lane across the street. I was turning left as well, and so we sat there for a moment, just waiting for the light to turn green. The streetlights lit the intersection fairly well here, but the forest around us was black as night, so most people would honestly think it was a pretty spooky street, especially with how narrow it was. But I'm just not really bothered by that stuff. I was just relaxing and ready to get home and get my uniform off. The truck's light turned green before mine, so he began to turn left in front of me. What I saw next, I didn't quite understand. It was like my brain took a few moments to process what my eyes were seeing. The passenger window was rolled fully down, and sitting there was the palest woman I have ever seen. She was wearing a white hijab, which is a Muslim headdress, and her eyes were blacker than the dark woods around me. She was looking right at me, no, glaring at me. Her head turned as the truck passed in front of me. My eyes fixated on her, and the truck completed the turn without skipping a beat. I sat there in shock for a moment. What the heck was that? I said to myself, unable to even believe what had just happened right in front of me. Moments after the taillights disappeared into the woods, I was overcome with a feeling of dread, and I got some of the worst goosebumps I've ever felt. Her appearance was terrifying, but on top of that, there were several things about her that were even more anomalous. For example, pale white hijabs are extremely uncommon. Next was the fact that, as much as I would like to explain it away, her eyes were jet black, not the pupils, both eyeballs, jet black. Yet somehow I could tell she was staring right at me. This is counterintuitive. Humans adapted small pupils compared to other mammals to be able to see where other humans are looking. We know when someone is looking right into our eyes because we can see their pupils. That's why in movies and TV shows, when someone has black eyes, their eyes look dead, so to speak, and you cannot tell where they're looking. You can only be clued in by where their head is pointed. But I knew for a fact in that moment her eyes were looking straight into mine, and that fact terrified me more than anything. When I got home, I researched the hijab, looking for anything that may tell me if it was some kids looking to scare some people, but nothing added up. Halloween was months away, or did someone manage to buy or find a white hijab right around town at 1 a.m. and stare at people with fully black eyes? I believe now that what I saw was a woman in white. I never heard about anything bad happening to a man in a black F-150 in my town after that, so I hope he's all right. Maybe I was just crazy and sleep deprived, but it just seemed too real for me to pass it on as sleep deprivation. Demons in the Haunted Ranch House. From When Ghosts Come Out. 4 years ago, we lived in the most haunted house we'd ever lived in. I've told a lot of stories about this house already, but I didn't tell all the stories that happened in my old ranch house in Langston. It was a residential ranch-style house. The home was built in 1965, and it was built in a cul-de-sac neighborhood. Everything that happened here in this home was between when I was 4 years old to 12 years old, and at the time my blood sister was 2 years old to 10 years old. So yeah, we lived there for about 8 years. And in that time, we experienced one of the most horrifying hauntings anyone could experience. The following happened in 2012. While the house was located in Langston, it was originally registered through a town called Stanton, because Langston doesn't have a town hall. My older cousin used to live there in that ranch house before we did. And before we moved in, there was a lot of wallpaper inside. The bathroom was this hot pink color as well. The outside of the house was painted yellow too. But when my cousin lived there, she mentioned that she had seen a black shadow on one occasion. She explained how a chair she had would begin to rock all by itself when she was alone. And on another occasion, she heard an old man coughing in the living room, but it was just her and the kids there. Since then, the home was redone inside. The wallpaper was ripped down and replaced with drywall. The outside of the house was repainted a gray color now. She burned that weird chair after it rocked by itself, and she's since moved out. I remember when we first moved in there. When we walked through the front door, we were met with the living room, which was a red-maroon color. From there was the hallway and the kitchen, which both had popcorn walls. After the kitchen was the dining room, a yellow color. Then down the hall was a bathroom and a bedroom on one side, and 2 more bedrooms on the other side of the hall. One night, my blood sister had heard the toilet flush by itself one night when she went up to use the bathroom. The place was haunted for sure. My dad would often feel watched by someone or something in the garage. Plus, the basement door was right in front of the garage door. We used to have people living with us in the basement, but they moved out a short while later, and the basement was a completely empty room for a while. So it was vacant. There wasn't supposed to be anyone down there. However, we heard something coming from the basement one day. My blood sister and I were doing homework in the kitchen. Suddenly, we hear our computer turn on with the volume at max. Startled, we turned it down, wondering what was going on, when suddenly, we heard the loudest slam coming from the basement. It sounded like a massive bang, and it echoed through and shook the entire house. The 2 of us were freaking out. We ran to the garage where my dad was at the time, and we screamed at him. We wanted to know what was going on. He went down into the basement, and when he did, he didn't find anyone there. But he did find one of the cabinet doors jammed shut. He had to punch it back open. As previously mentioned, we used to have people living with us in the basement, specifically my grandma and grandpa. We had the upstairs, basically, and they had the downstairs. They lived with us for only about 2 years. They had an Xbox 360 that they would play, but when they moved there with us, they noticed that the Xbox would be turned on, despite having been powered off before. It would come on while they were in bed. My grandpa asked me years later if it was me doing it, but I don't remember doing anything like that, nor does my sister. Besides, we were always too scared to go into that basement. Every time I'd gone down into that basement, I felt as if I was being watched, and the feeling was so strong. All of this made me realize, never ignore your gut feeling. I believe it's there for a reason. And when I was in that basement, the feeling in my gut was so intense. I knew something was in there. Because of that, I was scared to go into the basement. My blood sister admitted to feeling the same too. At times when I was walking up the stairs, not walking down the stairs, but only going up, I would feel like someone or something was following me up the stairs. There would just be this strong energy behind me. But when I'd turn to look, I would be alone, no one else on the stairs. This would usually make me run up the stairs as fast as I could, to get away from something that I knew was there but couldn't see. My dad also recalled hearing noises in our basement, like things moving around, after my grandparents moved out. He said he would do his best to ignore them, that whatever it was didn't do no harm, so he'd let it do its thing. I also remember seeing black shadow figures peeking in at me through my bedroom door. This was around when I was 5 or 6 years old. Sometimes these shadow figures would be as little as a kid looking up at me, and other times it would be almost taller than my door, like a grown man looking down at me. I would see it pop its head through the door in the corner of my eyes, but when I'd look over, it would dash back in behind the door or wall. Imagine someone sneaking and peeking their head into the room. You see them out of the corner of your eyes, but when you look to see, they quickly dart their head back in behind the wall. This would happen some nights, but not every night. Another time, when I was really young, I would often talk to the wall, and no one would be there. I would be talking to nothing, and I barely remember it. My dad and mom caught me doing it one night. My talking had woke them up, and they came to check on me. They watched me from the next room over, and eventually I just fell down and went back to sleep. Another time, my sister was walking down the hall. She looked into the bedroom and caught me again talking to the wall. I was just standing there this time, talking to nothing. She walked away. It's crazy that I don't remember this. I wonder who I was talking to. My sister's room was only separated by a wall, the same one I talked to, and it was the same wall we would hear knocking from. Dad thought it was just us playing around, but it wasn't. He even separated our beds as far as he could from that wall to keep us from knocking on it. But it still happened, because it wasn't us. One night when my sister woke up, she said she felt as if she was being watched. She looked out her window, and she saw this thing standing in the middle of the road. She described it as a really old man that was so extremely skinny, he was basically a skeleton. He was also very tall, with really old clothes. He had white, long, scraggly hair, and he had green, glowing eyes. He was just standing there staring at her through the window from the middle of the road. She popped her head down, then popped it back up, and she still saw him there. But the next time she blinked, he was gone, and she never did see him again. She told our dad that morning, but Dad thought it was her just being a kid, an overactive imagination and all that. Years later, a lot more had happened. One time, my dad heard someone walking down the hallway. He was up using the bathroom, and when he went back to bed, he suddenly heard footsteps going down the hallway. No one was there when he looked. He thought it was us, because they didn't sound too heavy. He said they sounded like little kids' footsteps going down the hall. He said honestly he was pretty spooked when he heard it, and he asked us that morning, but we weren't up at that time. One time when my dad was in the basement with one of his exes, they were down there taking pictures, and at one point they took one in the basement bathroom. Not too long after they took the picture, they logged in to view the photos, and in one of the photos in the basement bathroom, they saw this little girl in a white dress with long black hair, a child, just standing next to the sink, staring right into the camera. I remember this incident well. I remember it spooked everyone in the family at the time. One time, my dad heard the sound of a radio coming from my sister's room. It woke him up. We didn't have that sort of radio in the house, and none of the TVs were on, and everyone was in bed. The following morning, he told us about it, but no one else had heard it. One night, my sister felt tugging on her blanket, and it woke her up. When she looked down, nothing was there. She went back to sleep, and suddenly she felt someone or something pulling and tugging at the blanket again. My family searched her room for whoever or whatever was causing it, but they didn't find anything out of place. They assumed, or rather hoped, it was just a rat. Years later, after the basement was empty, my older stepsister needed to move into our basement for a while, as we didn't have any room upstairs. When she was sleeping in the basement, she suddenly heard what sounded like grinding. It was like a shovel scraping against concrete. It scared her pretty bad. And that morning in the basement, we searched for what it might have been, but once again, we didn't find anything strange down there. One day when my dad and his ex were talking on the phone in the kitchen, suddenly all the photos on the living room walls and shelves flew right from their positions. He said he'd heard a crashing noise in the living room. He ran in there, only to find all the photos on the floor. He had to pick them all back up. A lot happened over there at that house. One of the more frequent occurrences was that my sister's old room would always start to smell like alcohol out of nowhere, like someone had been drinking really heavily in that room. Keep in mind, my sister was only 7 at the time. Not to mention my old pit bull would always growl at the corners of the walls over there. Just out of nowhere, my dog would just start growling at corners, like something was there that we could not see. Me, my dad, and my sister found old scraggly hair in her room one day. No one knows where it came from. It didn't look like my sister's, mine, nor my dad's, nor anyone that was in that house before then. There was also another strange happening going on. When my dad would get into relationships with girls while living in that house, things would get more awful. Like when my dad was dating a woman after my real mom left him, things got more active. We'd see and hear the spirits more and more. One time when my dad first met my stepmom, we brought her over to the house. Keep in mind, we never said a thing to them about ghosts or weird happenings over here. My youngest stepsister went walking down the hall into my sister's bedroom when she saw that same old man that my sister saw standing in the road through the window. but he was standing in my sister's room this time. The same old man, super skinny, old clothes, long scraggly hair. However, this time, his eyes were glowing red. He was staring at her through the doorway, standing in the middle of my sister's room. When my stepsister blinked, the man was gone. After that, we began to hear knocking on our bedroom windows at night. It seemed to be coming from outside, and it would wake us up in our beds. It seemed to always happen between 12 a.m. and 4 a.m. We would go to see outside in the middle of the night to see who it was, but every time there was no one there. Apparently, my oldest aunt told us that my dad had heard knocking on his bedroom windows too. When I was 7 or 8 years old, I began to see these dark shadow people almost all night, every night. I would be watching TV, or when I'd wake up and need to use the bathroom, I would see them in the corner of my eyes, always poking their heads out at me. Sometimes I would see it pass by my door as well. I began to sometimes see them standing in the doorway from the hallway in the dark. Just as before, sometimes it was a little kid, and sometimes it was a man. It became more and more frequent, and I started to dread walking out and using the bathroom because of it. On a different occasion, my dad and my stepmom were talking to each other one night in their bedroom. It must have been around 9:30. Out of nowhere, there were these 4 big bangs on our big living room window that faced out into our front yard. All the dogs began to claw and bark at that window, and when my dad and stepmom went to investigate, they didn't find anyone that could have done it. All of this together makes me think there are things really out there, things we can't explain. Since then, I wonder if anything new has happened in that home since we've moved. Better yet, we noticed that the house was up for sale last time we saw it. Over the years, I swear I noticed that the house would be bought and sold frequently, as if people were moving in, then quickly moving out. The Christmas Visitor, from It's Only Me. When I was in college, I lived at home to save money. I went to school locally, so it just made sense. My sister attended the same school but chose to live in the dorms. One year, a few days before Christmas, my parents were out shopping and my sister was still in the dorms, so I was home alone with only the cat for company. She was good company, so I was fine with her, a good book, and some hot cocoa. I went upstairs and reclined on my bed, and I began to read. The cat curled up beside me, taking a nap. It was about 8 p.m., so it was fully dark outside. Now, snow in my area is rare in December, but this particular year we had a good amount of snow. It had snowed earlier that day, so there was a fresh, untouched blanket on the ground around the house. I had probably been reading for about 45 minutes or so when I heard a knock on the front door. The cat sat up and I sighed, beginning to stand up, when a knock resounded on the side of the house. I paused, confused. Why would someone knock on the door, then almost immediately knock on the side of the house? Then a knock sounded at the back sliding glass doors. I was getting worried. This isn't normal behavior. The cat's ears were perked up. She was listening intently. Then a knock came from the other side of the house, louder and with enough force I could feel a vibration in the floor. Then it knocked on the front again, then it sped up. It began pounding in quick succession on each side of the house, in sequence, going faster and faster, until the whole house was shaking with this thunderous knocking. I ran into my dad's upstairs office, grabbing his .45 that he kept in a locked drawer and a baseball bat. I huddled on my bed, terrified, as no living being could move around an entire 2-story home that fast and pound with that force. And if it was more than one person, I was in trouble. The knocking probably went on for only a couple of minutes, but believe me when I say it felt like hours. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. Dead silence. I sat in my room, my cat perched on my bed beside me with ears up listening intently, until we heard my parents' car in the driveway. At that, I bolted out of bed, ran downstairs, and greeted them at the door with a .45 in one hand. The safety was still on. I'm glad to say my dad taught me well. And a baseball bat in the other, trying to stutter out what had just happened. They believed me because weird things have always happened to both sides of my family. My dad took the gun from my hand, and we both went outside together to check for tracks in the rare new-fallen snow. Nothing. Not even animal tracks. The snow was pristine. There were no marks in the house either. I have no idea what it was that wanted in so badly that night before Christmas. I'm just thankful it never came back. An update to the curious dark figure. From Paul Blart. This is an update to the curious dark figure story I wrote back in October of 2021. I thought I'd give a little update to the happenings over the last few months between myself and the other security officers. But just to reiterate, I'm a security officer in the Milwaukee area, working the night shift, and as of now, I've been working at this business for going on 6 months. I continue to see dark figures moving about, and that constant feeling of being watched is still there. Whether it's my guardian angel or something else, I'll never know. While monitoring the cameras, I hear footsteps down the hallways with no one there, or I hear quiet, dull whining in the distance. This is in addition to light thuds or clicks. This could just be my imagination due to being tired or normal building creaks and functions. However, with some of these experiences, that just doesn't make sense. One of these security officers, L, who also works the night shift, shares the same experiences of hearing footsteps and seeing the occasional dark figures. One day on a foot patrol of the facility, he was securing the garage, and as he turned off the lights, as he was about to walk out of the garage back into the building, he heard a voice coming from the other side of the garage behind a trash can, calling out to him to come over to it. Now what was truly terrifying was that whatever was calling out to L, it did so in his own voice. Needless to say, he noped out of there and returned to the desk. I can only imagine he either ran or power walked back. After seeing too many scary movies, this is definitely something you don't go and explore. After calming down, he continued to do the shift without a hitch. But I remember being like, don't tell me that, because I don't want to fear having to dread that event happening to me. Luckily, so far it hasn't. L told me that not a few days after that shift, from the previous story, he would hear things down the hall directly behind him, but would look around and nothing would be there. Later on, out of the blue, a placard in front of the desk on a table just fell over. The placard is an upside-down T-shape, so it couldn't just fall on its own. It was either pushed or somehow a breeze came through. From my experience and L's, there's never a breeze, especially indoors here. There's no AC unit. Nothing is blowing in the area. When we talked about it jokingly, we just said it must have been the wind and laughed. But we knew it wasn't. It could be the same thing as when the soap dispensers go off for no reason behind me. Nothing happens without something causing it to happen, whether it's of this world or not. One night, one of the female officers reported hearing an older woman crying not far from the desk. But after investigating, there was no woman to be found in the area. That certainly sent chills down her spine. However, I told her that's a normal occurrence here, although usually I hear it as a dull whining. This is the same officer that still almost refuses to come back, or at least wants to stay on the day shift. Any recent similar experience to the one where I'd seen a dark figure in a window while I was on patrol outside the building? I was once again seeing a headed figure standing over my shoulder as I walked down the hallway. Again, this is a long corridor with mirror-like windows at the end due to it being dark. I turned around and of course found nothing. Then while sitting at the desk later on in the night, I was scrolling through the daily news and I heard a light tap on the window to the outside. This was a lighter tap than the ones I've experienced before. So curiously, I looked over to where I'd heard it, and I kid you not, as my gaze crossed over the main door threshold to the window next to it, a semi-translucent young child was standing there, staring at me with dark eyes in the doorway. However, by the time my brain registered it, and when I moved my eyes back, he was gone. My heart instantly fell to the ground. Now there are older figures and a kid. I've always found kid spirits to be a bit more intense and scarier than old ones. Maybe it's all those horror movies I've watched. Other than getting a drink of water, I pretty much refused to leave the desk. It was just a gut feeling, but I wasn't looking to get pushed down the stairs that night, as I felt it was a bit more active than usual. I can see everything from the cameras at the desk, luckily. This was just a few weirder experiences over the last few months that we've had. I can say for certain that I'm not as afraid now as I first was, and I think it's due to it being a regular occurrence. I'm more than happy to keep giving updates if any more crazy happenings come about. Two of them. From Sai Keiki. This wasn't my first paranormal experience, but I can say that this story is one of the most horrifying experiences I've had. It was back in September of 2010. My grandma was diagnosed with stage 3 breast cancer. It was Sunday when I first encountered this lady wearing a black gown. I was home alone at the time, since our family goes to my uncle's farm every Sunday. My brother and I were raised by our grandma and aunt. I was reading a book. My bedroom's door was open. I could see the living room outside and the screen door that leads to our garage. Suddenly, I felt a cold wind that seemed to surround me within my room. That wasn't normal, as our AC wasn't on, and all the windows in our house, including those in my room, were all completely shut. I looked into the living room, and there I saw her, the lady wearing a black gown. She looked to be around her 40s, and I just couldn't believe what I was seeing, so I froze and I stared at her. She wasn't looking at me. She seemed to be walking. No, she seemed more like she was floating. She proceeded to go through the living room door that led to the garage. I didn't yet tell anyone in our family what I encountered that day, since they've always been skeptic and didn't believe in the paranormal. Little did I know, that was the day that started my sleepless nights. My grandma's bed was soon moved to that living room, since she liked watching the TV there until she went to sleep. The main bathroom is also more accessible there. So whenever I'd wake up late at night to go to the bathroom, I would turn off the television for her if she was sleeping. It's always been just me and her at the house during those times, since my brother stayed at our aunt's house, which was just beside ours. That first night after seeing the lady, I woke up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom, and I turned off my grandma's TV like I always do. When I was on my way back to my room, I passed my grandma's bed, and that's when I noticed there was a woman standing next to her bed. It was the lady wearing a black gown, the same one from before. She was just standing there. It seemed like she was guarding my grandma. She wasn't even looking at me. I got so scared, I rushed and went to my room and locked my door. I slept with the light on that night. The following night, I told my grandma that I was going to sleep beside her that night. I was scared that this lady would do something to hurt her. She asked me why, so I simply said I wanted to sleep beside her like I did when I was a kid, and she agreed. My grandma fell asleep, so I turned off the TV. I didn't get enough sleep the night before, so I fell asleep too, but it didn't last long. I woke up, and there she was, standing next to my grandma's bed, but with a bit of distance this time. I panicked, but I didn't want to wake my grandma, so I ran to my room, turning on the light, but I left the door open to make sure nothing happened to my grandma, just in case. Days passed, and I still had sleepless nights. I always felt that there was someone inside my room with me, but there wasn't anyone there. The woman wearing a black gown was always guarding my grandma, standing next to her bed every single night. Weeks passed, and she would still be there. One day, my aunt hired a nanny for my grandma to help her with her needs. My aunt requested that she slept on the couch near my grandma's bed for a few nights, so she did. I couldn't help but worry about her, so I told her of my encounters with the woman in the black gown. Of course, she didn't take me too seriously, and told me it's just your imagination, since I was 16 years old at the time. I didn't say anything more and just left her to her business. The next day, morning came, and we were about to have breakfast. I saw the nanny, and she looked as if she didn't get any sleep. She looked at me and said, I saw her. She seemed to be very scared. She asked my aunt if she could go home every night to sleep at their house instead. When my aunt asked why, the nanny replied she couldn't sleep well at our house, so my aunt obliged. My days stayed the same. The lady in the black gown was still there, and I wouldn't get any sleep at all. I think I even got sick due to lack of sleep. I was also in high school at the time, so it was hard for me. One morning, I was having breakfast with my aunt, and she asked how I was doing. She said that I looked sick, so I spilled everything. I told her about the woman wearing a black gown, standing next to Grandma's bed every single night. This time she looked like she was convinced. She knew I was someone who loved to sleep, someone who rarely got sick. Grandma came to have breakfast with us, and she looked annoyed. My aunt asked what was up, and my grandma looked at me and said, "Why were you going inside and out the living room to go to the bathroom last night? I couldn't sleep, and you wouldn't listen when I asked you to stop." My aunt and I looked at each other. My aunt was shocked. I hadn't gone to the bathroom last night, since I felt really sick. So who was it? I didn't tell this to Grandma, so I simply apologized. Months passed, and I got used to the apparition, since she really didn't do any harm, and I didn't want it to affect my lifestyle anymore. The strange thing was, I still had this feeling that there was someone in my room with me, and that feeling would not go away. And something told me that energy wasn't the same energy that came from the lady in black. Every time I tried to sleep or close my eyes, even for a second, I felt as if there was going to be a face right in front of mine. So I always tried to stay awake. It was terrible. I was getting very sick, so my brother decided that he'll sleep on the couch next to my grandma for the next months. He was a cat lover and brought all 6 of his cats with him, which we all loved dearly. That night, I bid him and my grandma good night and closed my door. I fell asleep right away, but after a few minutes, I woke up with my pillow being pulled. I opened my eyes, and I didn't move, but I still felt the pillow being dragged from my head. I froze. I was shocked and terrified. Suddenly, my brother yelled, "Hey, wake up! Get out of your room!" I snapped out of it, ran and opened my door. There, all 6 cats were sitting right in front of my doorway, surrounding it. I looked over at my brother and I was about to cry. I ran to him, and before I could even say anything, he told me, "Don't sleep in there." My cats were never this bothered, and ever since you closed your door, they just sat there. That's usually not a good sign. I felt scared, so I yelled out and called to you. I cried and told him what happened. He believed me. He told me I could sleep in his room for the night, and he'll stay with my grandma, so I did. I never did see what gave me that dreadful feeling in my room, or the thing that pulled my pillow, but I'm glad it's over. As for the lady wearing a black gown, she did disappear when my grandma was getting better. It's been 11 years. 4 years ago, my brother passed away, but my grandma did survive cancer, and she's still around. Someone's grandma is still here. From Raido. Having experiences as an adult is weird. As a child, you can explain away weird things as an overly active imagination, but as an adult with more rationalized thought, it's mind-blowing every time. I bought a house in my small town, built in the 70s. I figured it would need less renovations. The first night we moved in, I had a dream of myself in my bed. I saw a small child creep up, open my door, and come lay beside me, as one would do with a parent. My dream melted from my brain to reality, into sleep paralysis, still feeling the weight of the small child next to me. Whenever I experience sleep paralysis, I keep my eyes closed until I can feel it letting up. I brushed it off. When I finally regained the ability to move, I got up to unload a couple more boxes. Might as well be productive if I'm already up, right? Some other small things have happened. The usual, like things disappearing and reappearing elsewhere, the doors opening and closing on their own, footsteps, etc. My husband is extremely skeptical about all things paranormal or spiritual, so he always waves it off as the house settling, but I say a house can only settle so much in a 2-hour period. Eventually, I had my first big happening. I was washing dishes. We have a loft upstairs. It's walled in and the walkway goes across the length of our home, so you can look down from there and see the kitchen on one side and the sitting room on the other. I don't know about you guys, but whenever I clean, I like to listen to old music, like Cab Calloway, Ella Fitzgerald, and the like. Ella had just begun singing, and from up on the banister, I heard an aged voice singing along. I craned my neck and looked up, seeing just enough distortion in the light to make out the figure of someone. It faded. Then I heard the loft door creak open and softly close. I don't generally get shaken by things like this, so I just let it be. No harm done, so why bother on about it? The next month I left for California. I was only gone a week, but my pop stayed at my house to watch over my dogs. He said he was up late one evening, cleaning up, when he heard an older woman's voice. "Why you here?" He said he looked outside, expecting to see my neighbor, but there was no one around. Then he heard the loft door close, followed by footsteps. He's someone who panics easily, so he thought someone had trespassed. He hurried upstairs, swung open the door, and was greeted by a few empty boxes, and not much else. He closed the door and said he ignored all the other noises and odd things for the rest of the week. When I got back from my trip, I suppose whoever she is was elated for my return. One of the roller perfumes I loved was sitting on the kitchen table waiting for me. But I'd lost it a few weeks prior. I asked my pops where he found it, and he said he didn't. That evening, as I was playing some video games to decompress from traveling, I heard my dogs shuffling around in the sitting room. I peeked out to see what mischief they were causing, and I see the faintest shape moving about the room. My dogs were following it, gleefully. You know the way dogs get when you talk baby to them, right? Squinted eyes, wiggly butts, and what almost looks to be a smile on their face. That's what they were displaying, just acting like whatever it was they were following was telling them how good they were, and how they were the sweetest girls. What you doing?" I called from the doorway. The distortion faded, and my dogs broke from their otherworldly praises. We all settled on my couch for a while longer, before I decided to stream. I like to play survival mode Fallout 4, in full wasteland garb and face paint, and every time I die, I take a shot. Well, kind of a shot. I just sip from the moonshine jar until it feels like enough. I think my death count was like 23 or 24 that night. The banana pudding moonshine was 3/4 gone, and so was I. I finally ended the stream and fell face first on my couch, face paint and all still on. I awoke the next morning with a killer headache and a blanket across me. The blanket was tucked into the couch cushions, and the top was folded neatly, resting on my shoulder. The packs of water I kept in my game room had been tugged across the carpet and next to me on the floor. Now, I'm a pretty messy person, and I never make my bed, let alone tuck in the sides or neatly fold the top along its edge. I don't see myself doing that in the state I was in the previous night anyway. I called up my pops, asking if he had come by early that morning, and he told me he hadn't. I gave a groggy, "Thank you," to the empty house. Here lately I've been getting little wafts of cigarette smoke. Neither my husband nor I smoke, nor do my neighbors, well, besides the occasional devil's lettuce that the old auntie next door gets in. I haven't been home much between my classes, clinical schedule, and work. So I think Grandma might be stressed out that she has to watch over a house alone, or be stuck in it, with the one out of this marriage that doesn't believe she exists. As of writing this, I can hear my dogs scuffling around in the sitting room, most likely being praised by someone's grandma, who's just looking for someone to spoil rotten in her eternal afterlife. House sitting a cursed home. From Anonymous. It was in early November in Ohio. The false senses of lingering summer finally end, and the air outside turns crisp and chilled. My aunt, who lives only about a 10-minute drive down the road from my home, temporarily moved down south as she decided to spend the winter at her beach house in South Carolina. At the time, my girlfriend and I were staying at my parents' house, an older and smaller house opposed to my aunt's more recently built and empty home. We were all beginning to feel cramped with the two of us living with my parents. Knowing this, my aunt generously offered for my girlfriend and I to temporarily stay in her house for the winter, in exchange that we take care of the place. Without hesitation, we accepted the offer. She headed south on a Friday, and that night we packed our car with our suitcases of clothes and some boxes of food and moved in. When settled in, we made dinner, watched a movie, and went to bed. We both worked that day, so it didn't take long for us both to fall asleep. I wake up around noon in time to watch the football game. My girlfriend is still sound asleep, so I'm cautious to try not waking her as I'm getting up. I'm watching the game and find myself yelling at the TV, as most Midwesterners commonly do when a bad penalty call is made. I catch my loud volume and go into the bedroom to check if I woke her up, and to apologize if I did. But she hadn't moved at all. I try waking her to see if she's feeling all right, and if I can get her anything. A water or some breakfast, maybe. Still mostly asleep, she shakes her head, then drifts back off, but I bring her a glass of water anyway. Hours go by, it's about 4 p.m., and she still hasn't gotten out of bed once. My concern raises, so I go to try waking her up again. She jumps and yelps as my hand touches her shoulder. I ask her if she's okay, and she tells me about a nightmare of a black bear walking towards her with a candle trying to burn her. She says she tried to wake up from the nightmare, but she felt too tired to even wake up. Although strange, we don't harp on the situation too much, as she seems fine after she gets up. The next few weeks seem normal, until one night. I'm in the office printing off some forms I need for an interview the next day. She sees me using the printer, then waits for me to leave the room before she takes a photocopy of her hand. I'm standing in the kitchen when she brings me the photocopied paper with "to" and "from" written with pen with our names following in respective order. We laugh together and I hang my new gift on the refrigerator. Hours later in the dead of night, while we both sleep, I shoot up in bed with cold sweats. Nothing too out of the ordinary, but I try to close my eyes again until something possesses me to get up and walk to the laundry room. Upon entering the room, I see both the basement door and the door leading to the garage are wide open. Not thinking much of it, I close and lock them both, then head back to bed. When I lie back down, I feel like my throat is constricting. I can't breathe. I try to drink some water, but it doesn't help. I lay on my side with my eyes glued to the alarm clock that says 3 a.m., and I watch the minutes go by until eventually I'm able to calm myself down and fall asleep again. In the morning, I wake up and get to my interview. The interview is nearly over when my girlfriend calls me, but I can't answer. She calls me several more times after that, and when I'm finally able to pick up, she tells me she thinks someone else is in the house with her. I rush home to find that all the doors are still closed and locked, just as I'd left them that morning, except for the basement door. She's panicked when I get to her. I ask her to tell me what happened. She tells me that she woke up to the feeling of her throat being squeezed, so much so, she couldn't breathe. She says that she then heard footsteps in the other room, that it scared her because she knew I wasn't home, but she still called out my name anyway and heard no response. Then, shortly after she'd gotten off the phone with me, she says that she heard and felt a low and harsh sigh in her ear. Her story gives me chills, especially because I didn't tell her I experienced the same throat asphyxiation feeling as she did until that moment. Puzzled and a bit worried, we discussed what may be happening. She jumped to the conclusion that there's some sort of spirit in the house with us. Now, I'm not the biggest believer in ghosts nor the paranormal, but what was about to happen would make me tilt my uncertainty. That night, she called her friend who claimed to be a psychic. This had me rolling my eyes, because I was also skeptical of the spiritual world. While on the phone with him, she tells the story of what happened earlier that morning and that night before. The psychic then tells her about the dream he had that same night with her in it. He described that he and her were sitting in a room together, and in the room there was a white candle sitting next to a large blue flower vase, a large broken clock on the wall of the kitchen, and a long hallway that connects the living room to the front door. We listened to all of his details as we peered around the living room. Then we looked at each other as we were baffled by how accurate his descriptions were of the house. He continued telling his dream, where he answered the front door, only to see a robust, dark, shaggy-haired man who was asking him to put a hex on the house or get the people that are living there out. Afterwards, the psychic tells us to get rid of anything in the house with both our names on it. Immediately, my head turns to the picture of my girlfriend's hand hanging on the refrigerator. My gut sinks. It was the night just before all of this happened when we put that piece of paper up on the fridge. We threw that paper away, but of course we didn't notice anything different right away. We sat eerily silent, as did the house. While sitting there, I was trying to put all the pieces together. It didn't take long to realize that the description of the man in the psychic's dream matched one of my uncle, who had passed away just a few years before my aunt moved into this home. It started to make more sense, In the basement of my aunt's house is a large, almost couch-sized plush black bear, one of the only things in this house that I could identify as something of my uncle's. In my girlfriend's nightmare, it was a black bear that was trying to force her away, and the basement door was open both times we felt a presence. This connection sends shivers down my spine to this day. It left me with questions. I don't understand why my uncle's spirit wanted us out of the house so badly, nor why he was so aggressive about it. We had no other experiences in that house except for some anxiety and insomnia, but a few days later we packed everything up and moved back to my parents' house. I've since told my aunt our story about our stay in her house, and with no ounce of concern she laughed us off like we were making it all up. Nonetheless, this was one of the only paranormal experiences I've had. A bizarre one at that. One that has certainly changed my skepticism for what we say isn't real, and what is. The Orb and the Baby, from Joy Reddy. My family lives in southern Florida, and our home that we once lived in was haunted. This is just one of our many haunts. I'd married a wonderful man, and I felt elated to be moving from my mother's haunted home. My husband was serving in the army, and he was stationed to a fort in Colorado. We moved from Florida to Colorado. A year later, I'd given birth to my firstborn, a beautiful baby boy. When my son turned 8 months old, I returned to Florida to visit, so everyone in the family could meet our new member. The third day was spent at the beach, playing volleyball, swimming, eating, and building sandcastles. With my new baby and the excitement of being with my family again, I'd forgotten the long-ago haunts, until later that night when it all came rushing back to me. One of the bedrooms had 2 twin beds, which my older sister and I slept in. There was one bed on the left side of the room, the other on the right side. My baby's bassinet was against the wall at the end of our beds, and he was sleeping soundly. I was exhausted, and I fell asleep pretty quickly. I was awakened by my sister around 12:30. She was whispering my name over and over to wake up. I looked at her, and I whispered back, "What's going on?" With terror in her eyes, she whispered, "Look at your son's bassinet." I scanned over to where my baby was sleeping, and I saw it. An orb, the size of 5 or 6 inches in diameter, yellowish in color, hovering above my baby's head. Fear filled my heart, and I set up to get my baby when the orb began to slowly float from the baby and out of a crack of our bedroom door. The door was ajar about 2 inches or so, and as the orb disappeared out the door slowly closed, as if a hand was on the other side, pulling it lightly to avoid waking us. I promptly told my sister to close the window, because it was just the wind and probably a car headlight. But she spoke with haunting words, saying, "The windows are closed, and so are the curtains." I brought my baby to bed with me, and the rest of the night, I couldn't sleep, trying to explain to myself how that door shut so slowly immediately after the orb went through it. I was to stay 3 more days, but I changed my plans and left the following day. I didn't want to subject my baby to any other events. I mentioned at the start, this was one of many haunts. This is a true story. I can swear to it. And in comparison to the others, this is the more calm of the haunts I've had. The Haunted Duplex, from Dream Warrior 90. I was 20 years old, still living with my parents in Ohio. We had just moved into a decent-sized town in northwest Ohio into a duplex. We had really cool neighbors, 2 older ladies we got to know really well and became friends with. Not long after we moved in, they let us use their washer and dryer in their garage and let us park our car in there when we wanted. There was also a basement that they said they would never go into because they said it gave off a weird vibe and feeling. Anytime I got near the entrance to the basement, I got this feeling as if I shouldn't go into it, and I heeded my gut warning. But that's not the best part. One of the ladies had left for the weekend while the other was at work, so one of them gave us a house key for their apartment so we could do our laundry or watch TV if we wanted to. Well, the laundry had just finished as I was watching TV around 12:30 a.m. I'd gathered the laundry, turned the TV off, and made sure the door was locked as I left, heading back into my apartment. My dad was still awake watching TV, and he asked if I locked up the neighbor's apartment, and I said I did, when he suddenly heard what sounded like someone was walking around upstairs in the neighbor's apartment. He asked me again if I made sure I locked it, thinking maybe someone came in, but I know I had. We went to check our neighbor's apartment together, and sure enough, it was locked. We knew neither of them was home, and nobody else besides them and us had a key. I unlocked it, and we decided to check it out. My dad stayed at the bottom of the steps as I went upstairs. I had my flashlight on as I checked both rooms to find nothing. I came back down, and we checked the rest of the apartment and garage, which can only be opened from the inside. Finding no one, we decided to go back home and made sure their apartment was locked again. Not even 5 minutes after getting back home, we heard it again, like someone was walking around upstairs. We decided to ignore it. We went back to watching TV, and about 5 minutes later, we heard what sounded like two people talking right outside of our front window that faces the street. We heard the talking over the TV. It sounded like the voices were standing in front of the window. I went to investigate to see if there was someone walking away from the apartment, but I didn't see anyone or anything that could explain it. One of the neighbors came home later that day, and we told her what we heard. She said she really wasn't surprised, because she'd heard the same thing many times before. My little cousin talks to someone who isn't there. From Am Jean Romeo. Read by Josh Tomar.
This is a story that happened when I was a kid. I regularly used to sleep over at my cousin Mary's house. We're only a year apart, and with the same interests, we always got along well. Mary had a younger half-sister, Mia. As much as I liked Mary, I always found Mia a little strange. Okay, she was only 5 at the time, and most little kids are weird, but Mia, generally she was a quiet kid who didn't cause any trouble for her family, but on occasion, they would catch her talking to someone who wasn't there. I know what you're thinking. Like many kids, she just had an imaginary friend. But this was more than that, at least according to Mary. The one and only time I saw her doing this is a memory I can never forget. I was sleeping over at Mary's house one Friday night. I was going to spend the whole weekend there. My aunt and uncle were planning to take us to the cinema and out for a meal the next day, which Mary and I were both really excited about. It was getting late, and Mary and I were sat giggling under a blanket fort we had made in her room. We had made sure to shut the door so we wouldn't be disturbed as we gossiped about all the things preteens liked and cared about. Anyway, as the night progressed, we got more and more sleepy, and despite our efforts to try and stay awake past midnight, we crawled into our beds at about 10:30. Mary had a bunk bed. She usually slept on the top bunk, and on the bottom was a sofa that pulled out into a bed. We had played rock, paper, scissors to decide who would sleep on the top bunk. I won, and with a gleeful smile, I climbed up to the top bunk and laid down to go to sleep. It took me a bit to find that perfect, comfortable sleep position, but within about 10 minutes or so, I had drifted off. I'm a light sleeper, so any sudden noise, no matter how quiet, is usually enough to wake me. This probably also had something to do with the fact that I always left some light on, due to my fear of the dark. I awoke probably only a couple hours later to the sound of the bedroom door creaking open. I jolted awake and winced when I saw the room was now in total darkness. Who had turned out the light? My attention quickly zeroed in on the door, and I watched in groggy confusion as it opened, and a small figure tiptoed into the room. "Mia?" I asked. Mia slept in the room immediately next to Mary's, and Mary had told me before that Mia would often sleepwalk at night, and in the morning, she would find Mia curled up on the sofa bed, clutching one of her teddy bears. The last time it happened, Mary had asked her why she was there. Mia had looked at Mary in confusion, stating that she didn't know how she got there, but just that she remembered a dream she had been having, where Tony, the name she gave her imaginary friend, had been trying to drag her out of the bed by her foot. This freaked Mary the hell out, and so she had started to lock her bedroom door. Only that night, we had forgotten to lock it. I watched as Mia crossed the room and came to a stop at the bunk bed. I peeked over the railing and could just about make out her face by the light of the moon that was peeking through the gap in the curtains. Mia's eyes were closed, and like Mary had described, she was clutching one of her teddy bears tightly to her chest. I tried again. Mia? Her eyes remained closed, and she didn't seem to react to my calling her name, but I could hear her muttering to herself, "No, Tony, I won't do it. No, stop it." Suddenly, her head tilted back, as if she was looking at me with her eyes closed. I shrieked and scrambled closer to the wall until I could no longer see her. I heard her crawl into the bottom bunk, next to Mary, all the while continuing to whisper in response to whatever this Tony person was saying. "No, Tony. Tony, leave her alone. No, I won't, Tony." After a couple minutes, it fell silent. Gathering my courage, I dared to get up and quietly climb down the ladder to get a better look. Mia lay curled up next to her sister, calm and peaceful in a deep sleep. I sighed in relief, and I was just about to climb back up the bunk when I caught sight of a shadow sat behind Mary. It was a small child-sized figure. I felt a sense of dread fill my stomach as I knew that this was Tony. Tony stared at me with its featureless face and raised a finger to where its mouth would be. "Shh," it whispered. I bolted out of that room faster than I'd ever moved in my life and ran into my aunt and uncle's room, sobbing hysterically. They tried their best to comfort me, but I wouldn't stop crying and I refused to go back into Mary's room. My sobbing had also set Mary and Mia off crying too, so my uncle had no choice but to call my parents and ask them to come and pick me up. As my dad pulled the car out of the driveway to take me home, I risked a glance back at the house. I could see Mary looking out her bedroom window. She gave me a small, almost sad wave. I raised my hand to wave back, till I caught sight of Mia behind her. Mia was smiling, a big creepy smile as she too waved me off. I averted my eyes and willed away a fresh new wave of tears. After that night, I refused to stay over at my aunt and uncle's house. I felt guilty every time they suggested I sleep over, and I would tell them no without a second's hesitation. I still spent a lot of time with Mary, but it would always be somewhere away from that house. I also saw Mia on occasion, and as she grew older, she became a lot livelier and remained such a sweet girl. Now, as adults, we don't see each other so often, but even now, if you spend any length of time with Mia, you will catch her staring off into the corner and whispering softly to no one.
Skinwalker in Collinsville, Oklahoma. From Wendigo123. Read by Josh Tomar.
I live in Collinsville, Oklahoma, and we have 2 dogs, an Australian Shepherd and a mixed breed puppy. We're not exactly sure what he is. One night, when I was taking the dogs outside after feeding them, I had a rather scary experience. I had just put our puppy inside when I noticed an awful stench. It smelled like a mix of decaying flesh and burnt rubber. I nearly gagged, but I didn't think much of it because we have a water treatment plant in Collinsville that sometimes gives off a nasty smell. I called for our Aussie, Maggie, but she didn't come. I clapped my hands 3 times and waited, but a couple seconds later, I heard a sound that filled my veins with ice. My clapping was repeated perfectly. This startled me, but I thought it was probably just some neighbor goofing around. I clapped again, and sure enough, it was repeated. Maggie still didn't come, so I got my dad, and he finally got her inside. But as we were going back in, I heard a chilling kind of sobbing. I looked back, and immediately regretted doing so. There, standing on the other side of the fence, I could just make out an impossibly tall, skinny figure. I didn't tell anybody about the figure at the fence, and I wish I could say this was the end of my experience, but it wasn't. That night, around 2 o'clock in the morning, I got up to use the bathroom. When I got back, our puppy, who sleeps on my bed every night, was sitting up and staring at the window. Then I heard it, the same skin-crawling, hair-raising sobbing from earlier, and it sounded closer than before, like the thing was in our yard. I got in bed and pulled the covers over my head, my heart pounding. The sobbing became louder and louder as it got closer. Then suddenly, it just stopped, and there was a new sound. Something tapping right at my window. It tapped again, and my dog barked once. Then the tapping stopped. The next day, when I went outside, I tried to find any evidence that something or someone had been at my window the night before. But there was nothing. I'm not sure what I encountered that night, but I can only pray that I never see or hear it again.
Under the Bridge, from Brisket. Used to work at a coffee shop. The place was open from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. Closing shift by myself because the manager wanted to leave early every night. The night in question was the usual. Insomniacs or third shifters picking up coffee in the drive-thru late into the shift. Maybe the occasional pot enjoyer stopping by for one of our triple chocolate muffins. I don't blame them, because they're insanely delicious. After work, like I always do, I hop on my bicycle and turn on the little headlight I bought. I really don't like the idea of getting run over on my way home, so I've got my reflectors and a nice little headlight up front. The area I live in is a small town, but it's wealthy enough that the sidewalks are adjacent to bike paths, which are basically expanded sidewalks for folks who want to bike back and forth. Around here, it is legal to just ride your bike in the road if you wanted to, but even with all my precautions, I'm not taking any chances. Can't tell you how many drunks I've served through the drive-thru at night. Another crowd who especially loves the triple chocolate muffins. So yeah, I'd rather not share the road with them. Taking the bike path was just safer and more scenic. The bike path is about 2.5 miles long. It connects to my suburbs. About halfway there, though, there's this little bridge that I have to pass underneath. The bridge is mostly decorative. It doesn't pass over water, and it doesn't connect anything important, really. It's more of a place where boomers can stop by and get a good view of things, check out the scenery, have a nice little walk. After riding this bike path so many times after work, I began to get more and more creeped out by this bridge. I mean, it was nice and well maintained, but having to pass underneath something that blocks out all light for several feet, it can make a guy feel a little paranoid. Luckily, it was always a brief moment. It only took about 6 or 7 seconds to bike through. On one occasion, I scared a possum, and he hissed at me as I passed by, and I nearly wet myself. Overall, that had been my most creepy experience with the bridge, until this experience. That night, as I passed underneath, shadows encapsulated everything under the bridge as usual. I didn't see anything out of the ordinary from as far as I could tell, but keep in mind that anything close to the ground would be practically invisible. That's why I kept so much attention on the ground as I biked through, making sure I didn't spook yet another possum that I didn't see. Everything was fine and dandy until I was about to make it all the way through. Just before I came out the other side, something fell from the top of the bridge right in front of me. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw wisps of straight black hair and what appeared to be the fabric of a near-white nightgown. It was so sudden and so close that I didn't have the time to dodge it. 1, then 2 bike tires ran over it, and I quickly fell off the bike, landing on my side and picking myself back up to see what the heck just happened. I scanned the area just in time to see a pale foot pull itself into the shadows underneath the bridge. Whoever had just dropped to the ground in front of me had crawled into the shadows where I could no longer see them. Completely tripping balls at this point, I call out, "Are you okay? Do you need help?" My voice kind of just reverberates off the walls under the bridge. I don't see any movement. I wait a minute or two, waiting for a response, but there isn't one. Now, I was darn sure that I'd run over somebody, and that same someone had fallen off the albeit shallow bridge. If they were pulling themselves across the ground like that, surely they were hurt. I took a couple of hesitant steps forward. I got a little mad at myself. Someone could be hurt in this emergency situation, but I was still scared of the dark of that bridge. What's wrong with me? I thought. I called out again. "Hello? Anyone there? I've got a phone. I can call 911 if you need me to." Once again, no verbal response, but this time, I did hear a certain noise, a scuffing or scraping sound, as if someone was crawling on their hands and stomach across clean concrete. I remember thinking, crap, they're definitely hurt. I pulled out my phone and turned on the flashlight. My phone was really cheap at the time. I couldn't afford much better, and as such, the flashlight function of it was extremely abysmal. Its beam was so narrow, and it barely lit up anything, even in something as dark as under the bridge. So I wasn't able to illuminate much of the underpass, even though it was so short. A normal flashlight could have done it, but not my phone. Terrified that I'd hurt someone who was already going to be hurt from the fall, I began taking step by step into the underpass, sweeping my light left to right, then right to left, looking for any sign of a person who was hurt. I made it all the way to the opposite side, not finding anything. I stood there on the edge of the shadows of the underpass, almost entirely sure at that point that I was just tired, that I hadn't seen anything. Maybe that jouncing I'd felt when I passed through was just some rocks. Maybe I didn't run over anyone at all. I then looked up for the first time since scanning the underpass, when I felt something in my face. It was black hair? Some of it even got in my mouth. I jumped back instinctively, and when I looked forward, a long straight set of hair was dangling from the top of the bridge. Then, all at once, it was pulled back up, and I swear I heard laughter above me. The laughter went from this side to the other, before I heard something like someone jumping down. I turned around, and at the end I'd just come from was a girl on all fours. Her hair was unusually long, longer than her body. It covered her face and trailed behind her. She stood just in front of my bike. By then, I required a new pair of pants. I had no idea what was going on. Was some little girl pranking me? If so, how did she get from the shadows below the bridge to on top of it so fast without being seen? A sudden wave of courage rushed over me. It appeared to be nothing more than a little girl messing with me, and I was a 22-year-old grown man at the time. Why was I so scared? Steadily, I walked towards her through the shadows. I was done playing games. I wanted to get back on my bike and go home, and so I just marched forward, towards my bike, towards this creepy little girl with her face veiled by hair. The closer I got, the more I realized how dirty she was, and as soon as I got halfway, she scurried on all fours into the shadows. I couldn't see her anymore, but I could hear her crawling around in the dark. My courage quickly dissipated, and fear came rushing back in. I turned my head from side to side trying to spot her. I struggled to find her with my weak flashlight on my phone. A couple of times, my flashlight reflected dark, greasy hair, but she was crawling around too fast to be pinpointed. Then it all went quiet. She stopped. I was motionless. I waited in sheer terror. I glanced to my bike. It was so close, maybe 5 or 6 yards away, but I didn't dare move. I thought to myself, "Come on, just run for it. Move your legs." But my body didn't listen. I must have stood there in silence for about 3 minutes, until hair, black as the shadows around me, slowly lowered over my face from above, and I took off, screaming and running for my bike. I hopped on, got a running start, and pedaled as fast as I could, and I only looked back when I thought I was a safe distance away, right before turning around the bend on the bike path. When I looked back there, I saw a little girl with long black hair waving to me from atop the bridge. That experience led to me financing a clunker of a car so that I didn't have to take that bike path any longer. That next day at work, though, I remember asking my coworkers if they'd ever seen anything weird in that underpass. Sure enough, I wasn't alone in this. Greg, an older coworker, told me he used to walk those bike paths, and the one time he walked through that underpass at night, a small, sharp-nailed hand had grabbed him by the ankle. He said it was an experience he didn't want to share until I brought up mine. Jennifer, another coworker, hung out with her friends there one night, smoking, when one of them suddenly spotted in the shadows a little girl's head with really long hair. No matter what they said to her, she wouldn't reply or even move. When Jennifer herself approached and reached out to touch her, the hair fell to the ground like it was a wig, and she said she heard crawling noises in the dark as they all ran. So, yeah, that was my creepy or creepiest after-work experience. If I had any advice to give, it would be to avoid underpasses that are too dark, especially at night. Beep, beep, beep. From Anonymous. June 26, 2013. This happened to me last night, and I haven't been able to sleep since. I was hesitant to post about it, because I've been looking for some sort of explanation or something, trying to see what it was I saw outside now that it's light out. But I can't, and it's scaring the crap out of me. So I got home from work. It's almost midnight then. When the door opens at my house, the home security thing does a high-pitched beep, beep, beep chime. In the kitchen, I'm eating a late dinner before going to bed. But then I hear a door open, and the home thing went beep, beep, beep. But it definitely sounded like it came from outside. I'm sitting right by the back door, so I go check the front door. The front door has a screen door, a wood door that leads to a small entry room, then a second door inside that leads up the stairs into the house. These are loud as heck doors and really old. I didn't hear a screen door open, and I didn't hear the main door close. I didn't hear a second door open either. The door is still double locked, so no other doors are opened and nobody is standing outside. Okay, maybe it was the neighbor's door. Maybe they have the same system. I hear it again, and it sounds like it's coming from outside the front of the house. I look out the window. It looks like a deer is crawling on the yard with its belly to the ground. It stands up on its back legs, makes the door opening beeping sound with its head raised up in the air. It's not a deer. It looks like a guy with deer legs, too dark to see what the heck is going on for sure. What the heck? It sounded like a dog barking "I'm home" while trying to vomit. Then it starts galloping away across the street. Beep, beep, beep. It starts to shake. It's raining out at the time the thing opens its mouth and holds its head up. Then it starts digging furiously at the grass across the street with its front arms, legs, or whatever. It puts its head near the hole like it's looking inside. Then it keeps walking down the street, going beep, beep, beep. It tilts its head back again to drink the rain, then digs at the ground. It keeps doing this down the block before galloping away down Division, away from the city. Now, I do not live in a rural area. The deer population typically stay down towards Melrose Park off of Thatcher by the river. I live just outside of Chicago, literally a block west of the city limits. I've never seen anything like this, or heard of anything like this before. I'm freaking crapping myself right now. This seems more paranormal than anything else. I've been Googling similar stories and trying to find some sort of typical scientific explanation for this sort of thing, but I can't even find a similar story. My instinct tells me it's a crazy homeless guy, but the legs were bent back like a deer's. It wasn't built like a human being, and it was definitely not wearing clothes and looked to have a full body of fur. I don't use drugs. I was not tired, and I was 100% lucid, and I'm freaking horrified. Please tell me there's some sort of common explanation for crap like this. Yokai Encounters. From Anonymous. I'm a quarter Japanese and I was 16 years old. I moved to Japan to live with my aunt, uncle, and cousins. My aunt lived in a rural seaside town about an hour or two outside of Sapporo. The house faced a forest and mountains with the ocean right behind it. There were also some train tracks between the backyard and ocean, but the train fell into the ocean or something a few years back, and it's been defunct since. My aunt and uncle, who I'll call Rieko and Noriaki, have pretty much lived their lives in this town. Our cousins are both girls, twins, and a few months younger than me. I'll call them Yuiko and Aya. Noriaki is superstitious mostly because his parents were too. He loves to tell stories about yokai, whether they happened to him or someone he knew. They're all really entertaining. Rieko doesn't seem to believe it as strongly as he does. She's my dad's sister. Our family wasn't ever superstitious. Everything goes pretty well for the first few weeks. Aya and Yuiko introduced me to their friend Fumika, and we hit it off pretty well. I found out she's just as, if not more, superstitious than Noriaki. Combine that with teenage fearlessness, she wants to find these things. I don't believe in these things yet, but whatever. She didn't strike me as crazy. About a month after moving, it was pretty comfortable there. I liked taking walks, so on days off from school, I took walks in the forest and mountains to relax. One day I was walking as usual, when suddenly, there was this giant freaking scream that boomed out of nowhere. It sounded like someone being murdered. This is Japan, so I can't brush it off to just mountain lions. Then there was a different scream, but it came from the same direction deep in the forest. I yell out, "Who's there?" It's totally silent, nothing but my voice echoing. Something about the echo feels wrong. It's delayed and doesn't sound quite like me. Another scream, this time closer. Screw it, I'm not staying around for this bullcrap, I think. I turn around and I book it back home. Normally it's about half an hour to get to where I was. I walk slow, At my speed, I make it home in about 5 minutes. Noriaki's waiting for me at the door. He doesn't seem to even be surprised that I obviously sprinted home. He gets me some water and sits me down at the table. It's harmless, don't worry. What? He smiles and says, I heard the screaming too. I've heard it before. What the heck? I wondered. How'd you know about that? I asked. I could hear it, he said. Yamabiko are loud, but they're not dangerous. Yamabiko? He goes on to tell me about Yamabiko and how they echo back people's voices and can mimic any sounds they hear. Like really, really loud parrots, but they look like weird dogs. He seems happy to tell me about them, but suddenly he gets serious. You're lucky that's all you ran into, Anon. There's much worse up there. Darn, so no more walks, I guess. Let me come with you next time, just in case you run into those. I kinda liked being alone on my walks, but Noriaki was cool enough, so I agreed. We don't bring it up in front of Rieko or my cousins because they still think it's a bunch of folk stories. I'm not exactly convinced either, but I take Noriaki a bit more seriously. About 2 weeks after the Yamabiko incident, I was still walking, and Noriaki was good company. We heard some out-of-the-ordinary stuff, but nothing of any note. I told Fumika the story and she got excited. She wanted to go to the forest near my house. Okay, why not? I planned to meet a few days later with her, when Aya decided to tag along too. I kinda felt bad breaking my promise to Noriaki, but Fumika is cute, and my desire to get laid later outweighs Noriaki. Sorry, man. She shows up, and Aya and I make something up about how we're going to the store or something. Rieko is okay with it. Noriaki is a little suspicious, but in hindsight, he might have been nervous. We walk down the street until we're out of their sight, then duck into the forest. A cloudy day plus the tree cover made the forest darker than usual. Aya already looks properly spooked by the atmosphere, but Fumika is just freaking fearless. I keep on walking for a while, but find nothing. I'm getting jittery. Aya looks like she's about to soil herself, and even Fumika looks uneasy. At this rate, we'll just get lost, so we decided to head back down. Then there was a thunderclap. We started moving faster, but the forest was getting darker. It began to rain, so we took shelter under a good-sized tree. I have no idea how long we were out there for. We thought someone might come looking for us. Actually, we kind of hoped they would. Somewhere between the trees, I see a light. It keeps bobbing back and forth, weaving through the trees. All three of us keep watching this light. Aya says it's probably someone else on the mountain that could help us. I'm not exactly sure what she means at first, but she probably thought it was a flashlight. Aya stands and calls to them for help. It seems to point in our direction and starts moving towards us, keeping up that bobbing motion. It gets closer and closer, but I still can't even see an outline of the person who might be holding it. As it moves towards us, I can't help but think how wrong this felt. Why didn't the person answer us? And it wasn't even that dark, so why have a flashlight? Something tells me to look to my left, and I see another one of these things bobbing around. Then another. Further off, but getting closer. What the actual heck? Fumika looks really scared now, and suddenly a bolt of lightning lights up the forest. Just the shadows of the trees. But wait, just the trees. Nobody's holding the lights. I try to tell Aya and Fumika, but the words won't come out. As the light keeps getting closer, I notice it's blue, not like a flashlight, and it's flickering. I keep trying to talk to Aya. At the same time, Fumika is paralyzed, and she'd probably already noticed what I did. Suddenly, we hear someone yelling in the distance, getting closer fast. Someone's crashing through the forest looking for us, and I recognize the voice. It's freaking Noriaki. He comes into view and sees the lights and starts to really freak out. We sprint towards him, and I pass one of the lights. From what I could see, it was just a ball of blue fire a little bigger than my fist. We get the heck out of the forest as fast as we could and get inside. We're all terrified, Fumika being a ghostly pale. Noriaki tells Aya to take a shower as she had soiled herself. When she leaves the room, he gives us a cold stare. I thought he was about to blow a fuse, but instead he just sighs. I ask him how he knew we were in the forest. He said he didn't. He just felt something wrong and rushed off to the woods. He saw us surrounded by these fire wisps. That's when we saw him too. He called the fire Onibi, which is identical to the will-o'-the-wisp, a paranormal fire created from a dead animal or a person's spirit. Can also be created from strong, raw malice. It's said to lure people away and consume their life force, leaving nothing but a dead husk behind. Apparently, they trap the life force inside of them, basically imprisoning your soul for eternity. The Yamabiko wasn't really that much to spook me, but Christ, this scared the heck out of me, and Noriaki knows it. He warned me about the forest again. I listened this time because I know what he meant before when he said there was worse in the forest. He continues about how people get lost in the forest and never come back. This happened when he was a kid. He goes on until Aya finishes her shower. I hear him tell her later that day that it was just a natural phenomenon caused by lightning electrifying some gas in the air, but he knows it's bullcrap. Fumika goes home and the rain lets up, but it keeps on raining all day and night. I can't sleep well that night. I swear I see blue glows at the edge of the forest. This one haunts me to this day because I can't stop thinking about how we'd fallen right into their trap and how easily they could have killed us. The rest of the spring and summer pass uneventfully. With all our free time and summer break, you'd think we'd find something to do, but no. Again, very small, insignificant events that were probably something that wasn't yokai occurred. But then one day in fall, Noriaki takes Aya, Yuiko, and I to his family grave to pray and keep it clean. While there, I noticed someone off to the side. A woman, really pale and dressed in white. Not quite out of place enough to set off any major alarms and still human. Noriaki notices and whispers not to stare. I stop. There's no red flags yet because I figured he was trying not to be rude. We finish up, but I can still see the woman. She hadn't moved an inch. Maybe she's just busy, I thought. Our car was the only one there, but maybe she walked. I start seeing her out of the corner of my eye as we go home. She's a yokai. I try to tell Noriaki about it. Rieko overhears. She goes rigid and leaves the room. No clue what that was about. I assume I saw a ghost and I just check in with Noriaki to make sure it doesn't want to hurt me. He doesn't know. So that night I try to sleep knowing there's a ghost following us around that may or may not want to kill us all. And I couldn't sleep. I tried to make myself forget about it by watching some YouTube. It's kinda weird to listen to English again after speaking Japanese this entire time. Eventually I fall asleep. The next day I'm at school. One of my cousin asks Rieko if she was in her room last night. She looks confused and says, "No, I wasn't." "I thought I saw you come in." Rieko tells her it was a dream, but I'm silently crapping myself. Not only is there a ghost that might want me dead following us around, but it's gotten into our house. I ask Fumika for a hand. Her yokai obsession has gone away some because of the Onibi, but she still knows her stuff. After an intense questioning session, she decides it's a non-violent ghost that got attached to us because we paid attention to it. Fumika agrees to come over and see if she can do anything about it, but admits there may not be much she can do. She shows up the next day. Nothing especially spooky happened that day, just the usual of seeing it out of the corner of my eye. She instantly says she can feel it. She goes around the house for a while trying to make something happen, but nothing does. She looks kind of sad about it, but I really wasn't all for running into spooky ghosts right now. Later that night, it's still hard to sleep because, again, spooky ghost. I'm trying to sleep when suddenly I feel a wave of sadness come over me. Not actually sad, but more like being next to a friend who's really sad. My stomach turns. I'm really afraid to open my eyes, but I do anyway. At the end of my room is the same woman from the graveyard. She doesn't look like she wants to hurt me. She doesn't look scary at all, just sad. I'd probably say she was kind of cute too, if it wasn't for the being dead part. I work up the courage to ask what she wants. She shakes her head and comes closer. Now it's getting weird. She places a hand on my head. She says something about her son. I'm thinking that this ghost is going to drag me off thinking I'm her son. Then she takes a hand off my head, and she's gone. I never see her again after that. Later on in mid-autumn, Fumika and I are hanging out with Yuiko or Aya sometimes. It's a slow day one day, so I decided to head over to her place, which I can ride my bike to. She lives in an old house on the side of the mountain, so I usually walk my bike up. Otherwise, it's a pain to pedal up there even though it's not that far up. Still in civilization. Since it's on the mountain, it's surrounded by forest. I get to her house and she seems happy to see me. Her parents say hi to me. I know they like me. I play some video games with her for a while and time passes really quick. Suddenly, I need to go to the bathroom. I excuse myself and go to the restroom. It might be an old house, but it's been updated to be a little more modern. I notice it's getting dark out. Not that odd, since it's autumn. The sun sets at like 7 here in the summer. Still means I've been here for a few hours, though. Through the tiny bathroom window and through the trees outside, I can see a dog moving around. I just assume it's someone's dog they let off the leash. I do my business, wash, and go back downstairs and continue playing video games. There are some big sliding doors in the living room, so I can see the tree line from there. I keep feeling like I see something moving in the tree line, but every time I try to look at it, it stops. Whatever. I kick Fumika's butt in Street Fighter 4. I turn to her to be smug about it, and she's staring at the tree line. I ask what's up. She said, "Oh, I thought there was a dog out there." I reply, "I saw one earlier. It's probably one of your neighbors." But none of her neighbors have dogs. In that case, it's probably a stray. We did have a classmate who lost his dog, so maybe that was it. We open the sliding door and call to it. I can still see the shape moving around in the tree line. Seems to be closer and we can see it better. It's definitely a dog, but it doesn't come to us. We go back inside after trying and failing to call it. By then, I'm almost ready to leave. I check outside again, and the freaking dog is sitting in a tree like it's the most normal thing. As far as I remember, dogs aren't known for their ability to climb trees. I point this out to Fumika, and she looks over. The dog thing seems to get a little bigger and jumps out of the tree, gliding to the ground. The reason it looks bigger is because the thing had wings. Screw that. I tell Fumika I'm going to go home. She tells me not to leave the house, then calls her dad, telling him about the dog. He leaves the room and comes back with a baseball bat and a little notebook. He goes outside, starts yelling at the dog, and I didn't really catch most of it. But the dog runs off into the forest. Fumika says it's okay for me to leave now. I ask her what that was. She says it's called a hainu, but her dad says it's not. "The only hainu I've heard of has been dead for hundreds of years," he said. Instead, he thinks it's a kitsune, or other shape-shifting yokai that likes to take the form of hainu. Apparently, it's been around the house for a few years, but hasn't hurt anyone, just likes to mess with them. I don't really care what it is. I just go home as fast as I can. Thankfully, there are no winged dogs on the way back. The only abnormal thing that happened during the winter was how much it freaking snowed in Hokkaido. Nothing really happens during spring except Fumika starts getting feelings for me. Nice. Summer break, it's several weeks, no longer than a month in Japan because year-round school. I'm hanging out with cousins and Fumika a lot more. Some week in the middle of summer break, the four of us go walking back home after blowing a bunch of money at the tiny arcade the town has. We're close to home when this smell hits. It was like rotting fish. Considering we lived by the ocean, it wasn't that weird, but still it stank. I kept walking home and I slapped on my handy-dandy face mask. It doesn't help a whole lot, but makes it tolerable. I drop Fumika off at her house because it's a little closer than ours. Cousins and I are walking back towards our house and the smell is still there. It seems to get stronger as we walk home. We're all gagging from the smell at this point, thinking a bunch of fish died on the shore or something. Finally, we get home and the smell goes away. We ask Noriaki and Rieko about the smell. They say they haven't smelled anything weird. Again, we do live by the ocean, so I just wrote it off as that. The following day, Yuiko says she feels sick. She's running a temperature of 38.5 Celsius. She spends the day on the couch or in her bed. I take shifts taking care of her with the rest of the family. Fumika comes over to help out. I'm pretty sure we're her only friends. Rieko wants us to go to the store to get some stuff for Yuiko. She hands me a list and money, tells Fumika to go with me. We go and get the stuff, then start coming back home. The rotting fish smell is still there, strong as ever, so we rush back and give the stuff to Rieko. We don't mention the smell this time. Noriaki takes Fumika home and the day passes normally. At night, I stayed up late, messaging Fumika. That's when I begin to hear movement outside. I think it's the wind or a random animal, but the movement keeps up. The longer it goes on, the less I think it's the wind or some animal. I stop and stay quiet, and I listen. The most I can hear is the normal nighttime sounds and Yuiko making noises in her sleep. I figure she's probably having a fever dream. Whatever, I go back to my phone. I start to hear movement outside again and look out the window. A big black mass is moving away from the house. It looks like a lump of shadows, or a black figure of a man, dressed in a black winter coat. It's moving away from the house kind of fast. I know you can start seeing things when you're tired, so I say goodnight to Fumika and go to sleep. The next day, Yuiko is still sick, and her temperature has risen to 38.8 Celsius. The day passes about the same. Yuiko's boyfriend comes over to take care of her. Aunt and uncle probably okay with it because Yuiko is way too exhausted and sick to do anything. I ask him about the fish smell. He has no idea what I'm talking about though. Either it's gone or he has no sense of smell. I walk outside for a little bit and it's actually gone. Thank God, it was really awful. I spend the rest of the day talking to Yuiko's boyfriend and taking care of her. He's a cool enough guy, a little oblivious sometimes, but nice regardless. That night, seemingly for no reason, I wake up at 1. It freaking stinks like rotting fish so much. I sit up coughing and I notice the window. Something has its face pressed up against it. It's definitely not human. It has jet black skin, eyes that are pretty much bugged out, and it's got this giant tongue that's hanging out of a hole in its face that I guess was a mouth. As soon as it notices me, the thing shrinks down about a meter. I don't mean to say it shrank, I mean its face and hands lowered themselves towards the ground. Frozen in shock, I watch it run off down the road, and the rotting fish smell goes away. I'm not sure what to do now. Noriaki would be mad if I woke him up. I silently just freak out until the sun comes up. Then I sleep most of the day. Apparently, Yuiko's fever went down some. Occasionally, I get up to eat and use the bathroom and some other things. As far as I care, this day barely even happened. But the night certainly did happen. I can't sleep because I'm scared of that black thing, and my sleep schedule's all messed up by sleeping all day. I'm wide awake and hyper-aware of everything. Nothing happens for several hours. Then, around 1:30, I hear sounds from Yuiko's room. Someone is moving around in there. Might have left it alone, but one thing made me change my mind. There's a certain smell. I'm sure you can guess which smell that is. Rotten freaking fish. It gets really strong really fast. Trying not to gag, I get out of bed and rush into Yuiko's room. The thing I saw at the window was on all fours, leaning over her and using its freaking terrifying-looking tongue to lick her entire body. Not like that, but more like how a dog might lick your face. I'm petrified just watching this thing. Yuiko is groaning as it sticks its tongue down her throat. This is what snaps me out of my trance. My brain doesn't even bother to go into Japanese mode. I scream, "What the heck?" in good old American English. Suddenly, it seems like the entire house starts moving. I hear Noriaki get up. I hear movement from Aya's room. Then, Yuiko wakes up with this thing's tongue stuck down her mouth. She makes a gurgle as it retracts its tongue from her throat. Then she starts screaming. I hear Aya open her door, but turns the corner into the bathroom and vomits. Noriaki rushes into the room and turns the light on before the thing can escape. I see it entirely now. Looks like a large, bald man with pure black skin, wearing a black robe like a monk's. Its eyes are bugged out of its head, giving it a permanent expression of surprise. Its nose is malformed. The way it's stuck on top of its protruding lips makes it look like a turtle. Its clawed hands make it look even more like one. Its ears are way too big for its head, like if you took someone's ears and pulled on the tops and lobes until they were stretched beyond recognition. It makes some sort of ungodly hiss and shrinks down. It freaking slithers backwards out the window. Yuiko is losing her mind. Noriaki goes to try and comfort her. Aya is still over the toilet, and I'm trying not to vomit. Rieko rushes into Yuiko's room to help Noriaki console her. Somehow they convince her it was a hallucination from her fever, and that Noriaki had come to check on her, and she thought it was me. Obviously bullcrap, but okay. In the morning, Noriaki goes with me to the town's temple and talks to the priest, agrees to come back to the house, and does some sort of blessing to keep the black turtle monk creature away. It must have worked, because I never saw that freaking thing again. Yuiko slowly gets better. Later, I ask Noriaki about what that thing was. It's kinda scary that he didn't know. Every time I smell something fishy now, I think about that black monk thing. This one has stuck with me since it happened. For another few months, everything stays away, probably because of the blessing. Fall passes and nothing happens, and winter comes. Fumika and I have started dating now, and I see her regularly. Her parents are okay with me coming over. I usually ask Noriaki to take me to her place because it's colder than Frosty's balls, and the road's way too snowy to walk on. He's fine with it because he's friends with her dad and likes to see him anyway. Sometime mid-December, over at her house, she and I are just huddled under a blanket watching TV. Noriaki and her dad are talking and seem to be having a good time. It's comfy. Maybe about 2 or 3 hours later, I notice that Noriaki and her dad have stopped talking. I look over at them and they're both just staring out the sliding doors at the trees. I turn to look out there. Not sure what I'm looking for, but remember the Hainu, or Kitsune, or whatever I saw before and think maybe that's it. Fumika seems to catch on, soon we're all just staring out there. I try to ask Noriaki what he's looking at. He just shushes me and points outside. I can almost make out a shape in the trees. Still thinking it's what I saw before, but can't tell it from the trees because it blends in well, I then see movement. That's when it hits me. Whatever it is, this thing is huge. I mean, it's not that big, but compared to any normal animals around here, this was larger. Maybe a bear. There is a species native to Hokkaido, something like a grizzly bear, but I never saw one in these woods. Besides, it was winter and they should be hibernating. I go back to watching TV. Maybe it hadn't slept yet or woke up to eat something. Fumika's dad gets up and closes the curtains of the window in the kitchen, then goes to the doors and draws those curtains. Okay. A little later, Noriaki tells me we're spending the night. Says it's because of the snow. Didn't think it was snowing that much, though. Whatever, I don't care. I send a text to Rieko, says Noriaki already told her. We eat dinner with Noriaki, Fumika, and her family. They let me shower and put a futon down in the living room floor. Since they only had one, Noriaki volunteered to sleep on the couch. I just chill with Fumika until I almost drift off, around 11:30. Since everyone is tired by then, we all agree to go to sleep. I sleep pretty well for about 2 or 3 hours. I wake up at about 2 to thumping on the sliding door. I start to get up to see what it is when Noriaki whisper shouts at me to stop. I almost crap myself because I didn't know he was awake, and all I could think was, oh crap, that black monk thing came back to finish the job. He tells me it's just a curious animal, and if I move too much it might hear it and get spooked. Says to just go back to sleep and ignore the sounds. Yeah, that's not happening. The thumps go on for a while. It kinda sounded like if you hit glass with a beanbag, soft and dull. Eventually, the thumps stop, and a different noise begins. Weird guttural sounds, but nothing that an animal couldn't make. It keeps going. Still could be an animal, but this is weird. Holy Mother of God, this thing is trying to talk. I'm trying my very best not to soil myself. A few minutes ago it was just animal noises, and now it sounded almost like a person, but it wasn't normal. Just so you know, dare means who. Dare desu ka means who are you, or who is it, but is more formal. That repeated for a few more minutes before going totally silent. Eventually I fall asleep from pure exhaustion. I go home in the morning, scraping the brick out of my boxers. Just keep trying to pass it off and pretend it was some animal. I had a demon attachment. From Pink Pepper 78. I believe the house I grew up in is either a portal or a hub of spiritual activity, and growing up there was hell. But I'd never experienced anything quite like this. I was a complicated pregnancy, and I nearly died many times in the first year of my life. This is relevant because my mother believes this is what started the activity in the home. Since one night, she woke up to a group of figures bending over my crib to watch me sleep. I grew up normal. Things happened, sure, but nothing serious or dangerous. I moved out of that house at 15 with my mom. We got an apartment in a different town. My sister, her kids, and my grandmother all still live in the home, and still do to this day. A few years back, my sister was having a joint party for her kids, as they were both born in September. At that point in my life, I hadn't been back in the house for longer than a few hours, ever since we left it. My sister's boyfriend at the time was showing me the work he did. He had finished the addition on our house that had been just bones since I was born, and had now been turned into a shop. He had also added the foundation for a porch off the back, but it was just concrete and wooden beams so far, so they kept the door locked. That way no kids would accidentally fall out the door. Anyway, he wanted to show me, but we needed the key to unlock the door, yet it wasn't where it was usually hung up. We looked around for 5 minutes, but it was nowhere in sight. We even checked the floor, and I crawled behind the stairs because the addition was 2 floors. The second was not finished. Still, there was nothing. We were crouched next to each other. My sister's boyfriend then turns to tell me he's gonna go ask if someone accidentally put it in their pocket or hid it from the kids. Just as he says that, the key drops out of nowhere onto the middle of the floor right between us. We both just looked at each other. He looks at me and says, "She knows you're home." This may sound creepy, but there's this woman in a white dress that used to stand over my crib. She would even wake my mom up in the middle of the night, just before I started to fuss about something. He told me they hadn't seen her since I left, but for 2 days after this encounter, they could see her at night in the upstairs of the addition, rocking in a chair. I don't know why or what she was doing, but that's not even the bad bit. As the kids settled down into a pillow fort in the living room, falling asleep watching movies, the rest of us began to drink a little, watching the fire we'd built and telling our little ghostly experiences. My sister talks about how every once in a while she'll walk past the fridge, and everything on top of it just goes flying off and crashing to the ground behind or in front of her. It always just barely misses her. At around 1 a.m., we finally go to bed. My sister tells me I can sleep in the kids' room since they were all passed out in the living room. The kids' room just so happens to be my old bedroom, and I had never had a bad experience in there before. But for some reason, that night, something decided to make itself known. So I went to bed in my nephew's race car bed. There was a small nightlight in the corner, but other than that, the room was pitch black. I was on my phone for a bit. Then, when I finally decided to go to sleep, I began to get this creep up my spine, like someone was in the room with me. My eyes shot open, and of course, there was no one there. I went to grab my phone, but it was dead, and everyone else in the house was asleep. I tried to settle back in, but as I turned the other way to face the chimney, which ran from the first floor through the second, and was probably about 3 feet wide, all stones and no bricks, I saw a massive shadow. It was from floor to ceiling, and was very clearly a person. It had shoulders and a head, but it didn't move. I tried to find the source of it, see if it was a toy or stuffed animal or a trick of the light, but the shadow remained. At this point, I started to freak out because the creepy feeling was back. I just stared at it, wide-eyed, and for a second I thought perhaps it was my grandfather who passed away before I was born. But I didn't get good vibes from this thing. Eventually, I realized I wouldn't sleep, so I found my niece and nephew's TV, which was tiny and hooked up to an old Xbox, and the only DVD in the room was Planes. Yeah, that movie like Cars, but with planes. I watched it on repeat the entire night, and anytime I dozed off, the movie would end and I would be wide awake again, starting the movie over. I remember watching the time fly by on the little clock and the sun slowly beginning to rise. That shadow stayed the entire night, and so did the terrible feeling. Eventually, I could hear my grandmother up, and I ran downstairs, telling her I wanted to go home. I didn't have a car at the time, or else I would have been long gone. I felt drained, sick. I had a headache. I chalked it up to being hungover, and went to sleep the minute I got home. For the next week, I felt off and on the verge of nausea. I'd randomly get these severe migraines that also made me nauseous. I threw up when I ate, and I just thought I got sick or something, because I am prone to stomach bugs. I thought nothing of it, and eventually everything was fine. I felt fine. But I had this feeling of someone watching me everywhere I went. I didn't have that feeling in the house I lived in before, so this was odd. I met a guy online. After about a month of dating, he stayed over. In the middle of the night, I remember waking up. He was just lying in bed on his back, with his hand behind his head, staring at the bedroom door. I was like, what is it? Because I didn't know if my cat was out there or not. And he says, I've been awake for a while. I feel like something is watching me. I immediately sat up and stared at my door. So it isn't just me, is what I remember thinking. Then suddenly I got dizzy and nauseous and felt like I was going to throw up. I curled up and tucked my head between my knees, trying to ground myself and stop the spinning. Then, without even thinking it, without even realizing what I'd said, I spoke. He doesn't like you. My boyfriend turned towards me with wide eyes, obviously concerned and scared. I looked at him and was like, I don't know why I said that. I don't know what's happening. He just got up and shut the door tightly. Then we held each other. The vertigo and nausea continued. Then I was chanting in my head over and over, "You're not welcome here, leave," very angrily. Soon the vertigo stopped, and the nausea slowly went away, but I had a bad headache. I said, I think it's okay now. My boyfriend then told me he kept envisioning us in a bubble of light, safe and protected. I haven't had any problems since. I still feel like I'm being watched. I don't know if it's our demon friend or another ghost, as the house we live in now does seem to be haunted. The stuff on the fridge still falls around my sister, so there must be something else trying to catch her attention, unless my demon friend went back to them. And despite my demons, or ghosts, the guy I met online and I have been together for 3 years now, so things are a little less scary. Haunted by Good Intentions, from Itty Bitty Demon. This all began in the summer of 2012. It was in the first apartment that my husband, Jason, and I lived in after we moved clear across the country from Honolulu, Hawaii to Northern Virginia, roughly about an hour south of Washington, D.C. I was working in retail, a full-time student, made some friends, and had finally gotten past the culture shock of being on the East Coast. At the time, living in the unit below us was Amelia and Stacy. I knew Amelia from work, and we became fast friends shortly after Jason and I moved into the apartment. I never met Stacy and only saw her once or twice. Even to this day, even after what happened, I sadly still don't know anything about her. Now, on to the beginning of the actual story. Jason and I were relaxing by watching TV before I had to head into work around 4 p.m. Suddenly, we hear a persistent knocking sound coming from below us, and shortly after it began, the knocking turned significantly more aggressive. It was like someone was absolutely putting all their effort into pounding on a door or a wall. It was seriously loud enough and hard enough to shake the entire apartment. Then, there was an incredibly teeth-rattling boom, followed by silence. After a very pregnant pause, the screaming began. It was this gut-wrenching constant wail of despair that made my heart drop and my stomach clench. There was so much pain in the sound. At this point, Jason and I both knew that the sounds were coming from the downstairs apartment. We had tried to ignore it in the beginning, but that god-awful screaming was so hard to ignore. I was worried about Amelia, since she was a friend of mine, and I hoped she was okay. I figured I could ask her what all of that was about the next time I saw her. As I was leaving for work, there was a fire truck, an ambulance, and multiple cop cars outside of our building. I noticed Amelia in the parking lot, looking so lost and shell-shocked. After speaking with her, I learned that apparently Amelia had not seen Stacy for a few days. She knew Stacy was home since her car was in the parking lot, and her bedroom door was closed and locked. That morning, Amelia knocked on Stacy's door to check on her, but did not receive a response. She did this periodically throughout the day, but still no response. This is when she became concerned. The knocking and pounding that we heard from our apartment was the police doing a welfare check on Stacy. The loud boom was them basically kicking her door down. The pain-filled wailing was Amelia discovering Stacy's dead body. I'm not sure how she died. I'm not sure if it was by natural, criminal, or self-induced means. All I know is Stacy had passed away and was locked in her room for the last few days. Several weeks later, Amelia had approached me and 2 other girls at work, asking if we could help her soon because she was moving out. She said she simply couldn't live in that unit anymore, that she was now afraid to be alone there. She also said that she had not been staying in her apartment for a while now. She said that the apartment was bad luck because someone had died there. She was so deeply disturbed to be there that she was willing to pay the penalties of breaking her lease, even though she had renewed her lease shortly before Stacy passed. We 3 agreed to help. The date was set for next weekend. We would start Friday afternoon and work to get her packed up and all her stuff in the moving truck by Sunday night at the latest. The other girls, Cheryl and Donna, were already at Amelia's apartment by the time I arrived that next Friday. I was surprised to see a huge pile of trash bags lining an empty wall. She said that she was only keeping the things that she initially brought to the apartment, such as her clothes, accessories, shoes, bedding, and some kitchen appliances. Everything that was shared, such as dishes, furniture, and just about everything else, was being thrown out. I was shocked. She was tossing about 3/4 of the apartment, all the foods and spices included. I asked why she didn't want to sell or donate all the stuff, as some of the furniture looked brand new. She said she refused to take any of the bad luck with her, and she didn't wish it on anyone else. Therefore, it all needed to get dumped. Now, Amelia is from the Philippines, and I have relatives from the Philippines from my dad's side of the family. Much like a lot of other cultures, Filipinos can be deeply religious and very superstitious. Her logic was that if someone took some of that furniture from the dump, it wouldn't be on her conscience since she did not personally give it or sell it to anyone. We packed her things efficiently over the next couple of days, never once addressing the elephant in the room, Stacy's room. I peered into the room a few times as I walked by out of curiosity. The door was hanging off its hinges, the room was empty, and the single window opposite the door was wide open. On Sunday, Donna finally broke the silence and asked about the open window in Stacy's room. Amelia said that she was way too scared to go in there to close it. She began to fret about having to pay for the water damage to the wall below the window, as it had been raining on and off for the last few weeks. All the while, that window had been open. Stacy's family had come by to collect her things, but no one had thought to close the window. I shrugged and walked into the room to close the window myself, since Amelia, Donna, and Cheryl were too scared to do it. I noticed that inside the room was chilly, despite it being warm out that day. The vibe or energy in the room was so strange, heavy, and uncomfortable. As I said before, I'm part Filipino, and I was born and raised in Hawaii. Both sides of my culture can be very superstitious. One of the beliefs is that if you're entering a place that doesn't feel right because of a presence of some sort, you should just apologize, tell whatever it is why you're there, and let whatever it is know that it's not allowed to bother you. Under my breath, I said, "I'm so sorry for entering your space. I'm not here to intrude. I just want to close this window and I'll leave. You're not allowed to harm or follow me." I closed the window without difficulty and simply went about my business, finishing helping Amelia. Now, this is the point where things started going to complete and utter crap. We had been in Virginia and living there for a while without incident, but after helping Amelia move out of her apartment, things in our apartment began to go so far left. I began to have debilitating migraines. The migraines were not new, however. I used to only have the throbbing head pain and light sensitivity. But now, I was unable to move without throwing up. Any type of sound or light would cause me physical pain. I would have light aura so bad that my peripheral vision would be completely blocked out, and nothing but sleep would help. This was a catch-22 for me, because whenever I did sleep, I would be plagued by horrible nightmares. This was not the normal, occasional nightmare, though. It was every single night. Nightmares so bad that I would be shaking and inconsolable. I woke up a lot in my nightmares, only for something messed up to happen, causing me to jolt awake again in the nightmare. Rinse, cycle, repeat. It often seemed so real that I sometimes couldn't tell if I was asleep or awake. My mental and physical health was taking a beating, and at the time, I had no idea why. Then the knocking sounds began, all hours of the day and night. From the walls, from the ceiling, from the floor, things would disappear and end up in places that made absolutely no sense. Jason's things would get misplaced so frequently that he started accusing me of moving them. He felt there was no way that he would place his car keys in the fridge, nor would he ever put his work-issued phone in the sink, especially since waterproof phones were not really a thing yet. Lights would turn on or off. The volume on the TV would suddenly jump to eardrum-destroying levels if you walked out of the room. Several times the dishwasher would turn on, even though the door was not latched. There was one day that I was getting ready to do some laundry. I took a bunch of clothes hangers out of the closet and placed them on the bed before I walked out of the room to get the laundry out of the dryer. When I came back into the room, all the hangers were in the middle of the floor, just sitting there in 3 perfect stacks. Have you ever had clothing hangers fall off the bed and land in 3 perfect stacks? Because I sure as heck haven't. On another occasion, I had plans to clean the kitchen and walked into the kitchen to find the broom standing upright, as if playing sentinel or waiting for me. Sometimes when I took a shower, the shower curtain would pull open a few inches before closing again. Now, I understand that heat and steam can cause shower curtains to rise or sway a bit. However, this wasn't that. You could hear the rings sliding on the metal rod as it slid open halfway and then closed. Things like this happened to the both of us while we lived in the apartment. This isn't everything that happened while we lived there, but it was the most stressful for me. While it did stress me out, especially when I was home alone, Jason tried to be rational about it, saying things like, "The noises are just the neighbors moving around in their apartments," or "Sounds can travel through the vents from one apartment to another," or "The nightmares and migraines are from stress," or "faulty wiring." The following is the last event I'll share here, even though much more has happened in that apartment. This was definitely the most terrifying for me. Now let me say that Jason is always worried for my safety. Even when I'm home, he worries. It's just in his protective nature, and I know for a fact that he would never do anything to jeopardize my safety. At this point in time, I was so terrified of being in the dark and of the nightmares that I couldn't sleep without Jason in the room. If he weren't with me, I would panic if I could not see the whole room. Anyway, Jason had to leave the house every day around 6 a.m. to get to work by 8 a.m. because of traffic on northbound I-95. I would usually still be in bed when he left for the day, and he would always turn on the light in our closet, leaving the closet door cracked for me so that I would not freak out by waking up alone in the dark. It was mid-fall, and the temperatures would dip into the 40s. On this day, I woke up and almost had a panic attack because I woke up in the dark. I immediately jumped out of bed and rushed to turn on the closet light. After taking a few minutes to calm myself, I frowned when I realized that our bedroom window was wide open. I closed it and checked my phone for the time. It read 5:50 a.m. Jason could still be home. With phone in hand, I opened the bedroom door and stepped into the short hallway, only to realize that every single light in the apartment was turned on. The guest bedroom, the hallway, the bathroom, the kitchen, and living room lights, all turned on. And to my complete and utter horror, every single window, the balcony door, and the front door were all wide open. Jason would never do something like that to me. Our apartment was on the second floor, and the stairs were located directly in front of our door. That means if someone had come up those stairs with bad intentions, they would have had free rein to amble right up the stairs and straight into our apartment. I ran across the apartment, not caring about the stomping noises that I was making to close the front door. As soon as I closed the door, all the lights simultaneously shut off. I noped it out of there. Just me, my phone, and only wearing one of Jason's tall tees that I went to bed in. No shoes, no pants, no keys. I ran barefoot to the gym that was on the other side of the complex parking lot, where I sat and sighed and cried. I called Jason and hysterically told him what happened. He of course tried to console me, but I'd had it by that point. That was the absolute last straw for me. Needless to say, we did not live in that apartment much longer after the incident, just long enough to give the complex our 60 days notice and to find a new place. I also never stayed home alone after that if the sun wasn't up. I began to leave the house whenever Jason left. It did not matter if I had to sit in the parking lot until the sun came up. At night, I would go to work and hang around until Jason came home, even on my days off. Once we were out of that apartment, nothing ever happened again. Life went back to normal, but I've not really been the same ever since. I had told a close friend of mine about all these events, and he said that when I had spoken out loud in Stacy's room, it's possible that I didn't hold any conviction in my own words. Like, I said them, but I didn't really mean them. I have no idea if it was Stacy that was haunting me. Was her spirit lingering and followed me home? Was there something else in her room that was drawn to all the pain and suffering there because of Stacy's passing, and it just happened to latch on to me? Was it demonic? Was I experiencing a psychotic break and didn't realize it? I have no idea. I really and truly don't. All I know is that my path to hell began with the good intentions of wanting to help a friend by closing a freaking window. I lived in a haunted apartment. From Rosinator. This is a short story of one of the many events that took place in this building, but I still remember it clearly. Now, the building had shopping carts in the lobby to bring large loads of whatever to different floors. It had an old elevator too. I was around 12 years old, and I remember being called down to the lobby by my mom to bring up a load of groceries she had ready to go on a shopping cart. I was to bring it up to our apartment on the 4th floor, unload the food, then bring the cart back down. Being a music lover, I had just downloaded more songs to my unlimited playlist on my MP3 player, which I was thankful to have. I decided it would be a good time to listen to my new music, too loud for my ears. I put on my slippers and walked down the long hallway leading to the elevators. Down in the lobby, I got the groceries sitting in the cart my mother had left. I went back up in the elevator and still had the music way too loud. I started walking down the hall leading back to the apartment when suddenly, I felt 2 hands grab my shoulders and shake me, like someone was deliberately trying to scare me or get my attention. I laughed, thinking it was one of my cousins, so I whipped my head around to see nothing. No one was standing behind me. I took out my headphones and just stared blankly into an empty hallway. I almost ran back to the apartment, still pushing the shopping cart. I unloaded all the groceries and soon heard my mom coming back into the apartment. She reminded me that I now had to take the cart back to the ground floor. But I really didn't want to. Blacksmith's Encounter. From Anonymous. This story happened just a night before I wrote this down. January 10th, 2018. It was a Wednesday, and it happened in the Philippines. I arrived home from a 3D engineering office that is 45 minutes away from my house. I was excited to get home early, as I wanted to finish the Bowie knife that I forged the previous weekend. I'm a bladesmith, by the way, and a huge fan of the paranormal, hence all my blades are named after different pop culture entities. When I arrived home, I quickly changed my clothes from office clothes to my bladesmithing clothes. I saw my sister sitting in the dining room, and I asked her where our parents were. She replied that they hadn't arrived home yet, so I just moved on and go to my shop. My shop is located in our backyard, which is 100 feet away from the rear end of the house. It gets really dark here at night because we're surrounded by trees and there's no light at all except for my shop's light. Fast forward a bit. I decided to call it a night after I accidentally broke my blade's tip, and I immediately called the owner of the blade, telling them what happened. We both got upset, but I told him that I'll be forging a new one for him. He told me if he can see the blade, and this is where it all began. I returned to my shop still talking to him on the phone. I was holding the blade, and suddenly, I felt that someone was touching my back, slowly slithering their hand from the bottom of my neck down to my hip. I was terrified, but I managed to head to my room calmly, lying down on the bed, still talking to my client. I get this unusual sensation of being stalked, as if someone is watching me from my bedroom window, and in the middle of our conversation, the call just went out. That was weird. I called him again, and after a few seconds, we got cut off again. Then I noticed that a portion of my bed looked compressed, as if someone had been sitting there. This creeps me out, but being used to this kind of stuff, I decided to go downstairs to get some beer in the fridge. And this is where everything got worse. As I went to my 7-step stairs, I noticed from the corner of my eye, there was someone outside my living room window, staring at me. A shadow of a man, around 7 feet tall, leaning on my window's frame. What was worse was that I could clearly see the light of a pole across the street through it. They were transparent. Chills crawled up my spine, and then there it was again, the sensation of being touched on my back. I called up my other friend to brush things off. Before he answered, a voice called my name that only few called me, but there was something off with the voice. It was kind of husky with a low, monotonous tone. He, or rather it, called me by the name Romjo. I'm pretty sure this wasn't my parents. They sleep around 9 p.m., and all this happened between 10:30 and 12. This wasn't my only encounter, though. Sometimes I woke up in the bewitching hours with someone calling me by that name, or me waking up with something pulling my right foot off the bed. We have a friendly ghost in the house, but I'm pretty sure this wasn't her, because every time that things like this will happen to me, she isn't around. And sometimes I can see things. I think I have a partial gift of discernment.
Experience 1. Giggles from Sidriax. I used to work for a motorcycle company in a countryside province of the Philippines. Unlike other places, my home island has only one city for now, and that is where our main office is located. My job at the time was a field representative, but I mostly handle the collection of monthly payments from our customers. Most of our customers live in various secluded areas near the shorelines, mountains, and vast forests. Hence, I was required to go to them to collect their payments. More often than not, they supposedly forget their monthly due dates, so it's up to me to remind them. I'm only a 5'6" tall guy, but I'm not skinny. Like my other coworkers and before joining the company, I was an avid mountain biker and hiker. Since I was raised in a very far-off farm with no electricity or motorized transportation, I can tell you why I had the sort of childhood I did, but in a different story. Because of my nature, the office always puts me in charge of going to the most mountainous areas covered by woods. I didn't really complain at first. All of these places that I had to go to were secluded to the point that even electricity is non-existent, and people that live there as if they were in the Middle Ages. I start off early since I had to ride a motorcycle provided by the office as means of transportation. This motorcycle was clunky, old, and had more repairs than a World War II machine. But I trusted enough that I called it Ox, because no matter how hard or impassable the terrain was, it never let me down. But I do have to repair Ox while on the way every now and then, but nothing major. My client for the day was a tribesman who worked in a mine, and it always takes me 2 hours to get to the top of the mountain where his village is situated. The path is very hard, and I was the only one who was able to get to the area. There were no houses along the way, just vast, deep woods all around. You can hear the typical rainforest sounds every time, but this day was different. I stopped for a while and had my breakfast on the side of the road. Ox was parked on a grassy part while my food and hot coffee were placed on top of the gas tank and seat. While I took a sip of my hot drink, I heard what seemed to be giggling from behind me. I looked around, but saw nothing, so I ignored it, thinking it was a bird. But when I bit into my food, I heard it again. Something felt off, but because of the surroundings, everything seemed to fall silent, and I heard what sounded like giggling again, but closer and still from behind. I packed my stuff and unlocked the pin holding my knife. I know that I sound like a coward, but I had experiences with the paranormal since childhood, and some of them get physically dangerous. I relaxed a bit, trying to focus on where the sound was coming from. I know about this giggling sounds, and it could be two things. One is that it's just a playful spirit teasing me, or it could be a bad one that follows you home so it can torment you for the rest of your life. My grandparents taught me that I need to be respectful towards such beings, but I should never show weakness nor fear. I pulled out my 14-inch blade and took a stance as if I'm ready to strike whatever will jump out of the woods. The ordeal lasted about 5 minutes. It was quiet, and I could hear my heartbeat and breathing. I spoke in a serious tone, saying, "I am sorry that I disturbed you, but I am just resting, and I will be on my way now." It was still and silent, and after a few seconds, the normal forest sounds returned. The area felt somewhat normal again, and I said thank you, and went on my way. I reached the small village consisting of no more than 25 houses and saw my client. He offered me coffee, and I received my payment, which was 3 months past due. While resting in bed, I recalled what happened. My client suddenly asked me if I didn't encounter any problems along the way. I told him that there were no problems, and then I asked why. He told me that one of the villagers had died recently, and it was very sudden. He told me that one day that the villager had changed and acted odd, becoming paranoid for no reason. They had heard him shouting in the middle of the night and running away to God knows where. He went missing for days and was found dead under a tree. Their elder shaman said that the poor man was haunted by an evil spirit and it took his soul. The poor man was never a brave one to begin with and was really easily scared by anything. I thought about what my client had said, and then I bid him farewell. I rode down the mountain and passed by the spot where I rested and had no other issues. I went home tired and dropped into my bed. I remembered the events that happened, and I thought about that, about what I had encountered back there. Was it the same evil spirit? Did I have a standoff against it in Prevails? I had no idea, but I know for sure that with my line of work, it will not be the last time that I will encounter such incidents.
I pray your war has ended. From 19 Delta Scout. Every time I return from a deployment, I don't stay home for very long. I stay home just long enough to drop off my gear, say my hellos to friends and family, then leave again for about a month. Usually I'll fly to Hanover, Germany, to blow off steam and decompress. Anyone who says that they have returned from serving in Iraq or Afghanistan and claims they don't need to blow off steam and decompress has never served in Iraq or Afghanistan. After my last tour of duty in Iraq, however, I decided to change things a bit. Instead of flying to Hanover, I decided to take a trip to my family's native country of the Philippines. I don't know why. I guess it was just something different to do. My mother's family comes from a place in the northern Philippine island of Luzon called Baguio City. For those who have never been there, Baguio is a remarkable place. It's a city built high in the mountains, and only 4 roads lead to and from the sprawling city. Although during typhoon season, only 2 roads lead to and from the city, as the other 2 roads usually get washed out. Starting from sea level, it takes between 40 minutes to 1 hour to drive the narrow road that oftentimes doubles back on itself as it snakes around steep gorges, lush green rice terraces, in order to reach the city in the mountains. Amazingly, entire communities and villages are built into the sides of the mountain with houses, shops, and farms literally built on top of each other. There is almost no flat place in Baguio City. A tourist will find that they're either walking up a crowded street or they're walking down a crowded street. The giant SM Mall, located in the bustling shopping district, is also unique in that you can walk in at the ground floor, go up 3 stories, and step off on the ground floor, as the mall is built into the side of a mountain. Narrow streets jam-packed with buses, taxis, jeepneys, and scooters go every which way in the city, leading up and down and around the various schools, restaurants, parks, and markets. Being so high in the mountains, the city of Baguio always enjoys relatively pleasant temperatures all year round, and when the rest of the Philippines is baking in the tropical heat of the summer, the moderate temperatures in Baguio has earned it the unofficial title of the Philippines' summer capital. But it also has its drawbacks, as almost every day during the afternoon between 2 p.m. and 6 p.m., a visitor can expect it to rain. During typhoon season, the rains could last for days and days on end, leaving everything from the hardwood floors to the towels in your closet feeling cold and moist. My mother's family owns a rather tall house atop the tallest hill, which overlooks the city. Her 3-story, 9-bedroom home is built literally on the side of a cliff, with a narrow road running down the small driveway. Again, in this community, homes were built so close together that your next-door neighbor to your left could be in a house situated on ground 10 feet above your house, while your neighbor to your right could be situated on ground 20 feet below you. On the top floor of my mother's home is a balcony, which has a breathtaking view of the entire city and surrounding countryside, as well as the home of our neighbors who live on a narrow cross street at least 100 feet below us. I don't stand out on the balcony for long periods of time because I'm scared of heights, and I tend to get a touch of vertigo if I look out at the panorama for too long. And so it was at my mother's home on top of this hill, on top of this mountain, where I found myself after my last tour of Iraq. And boy, did I need to decompress. Being trapped and surrounded by 12,000 screaming ISIS fighters and being constantly rocketed every day was no picnic. I'd been napping in one of the upstairs bedrooms for most of the afternoon. It had started raining at around 3 p.m., and didn't start to peter off until around 7 p.m. I was feeling restless and closed in, since there was not any reliable internet, and there wasn't much in the way of channels to watch on television, as if I could understand what they were saying anyway. I was all alone in this big house, with nothing to do. I threw on a pair of jeans and a black t-shirt that I bought from the PX at Camp Arifjan in Kuwait, and stepped outside. To get to the street, you had to walk down a narrow flight of stone steps, then get on the second landing, then walk down another flight of narrow stone steps, which wound its way down to the driveway. There was a bright red metal gate, which enclosed the driveway and opened directly into the narrow street in front of the house. Once outside the gate, I turned left to where the road drops another 50 feet to another road below. The angle of the road is so steep that vehicles don't drive down this road, but more fall to the street below. Like I said earlier, the houses, shops, and little stores on the hill were built awfully close to one another. It turned out to be a clear and pleasant evening. I'd expected to see more people running about, but aside from a few stray cats and dogs and the occasional crowing of a family rooster, I appeared to be alone on the well-lit cobblestone streets. At the base of the hill was another crowded and bustling street. During the daytime, it was filled with automotive shops, marketplaces, restaurants, and places to purchase farming tools and equipment. However, at night, as if by magic, this is all replaced by lounges, karaoke bars, gentlemen's clubs, and places where people can dance and mingle. Feeling in the mood for a nice bourbon and live music, I decided to walk the mile and some change down the hill to one of the nicer lounges at the base of the hill. As I said, the streets were rather narrow and the sidewalks where there were sidewalks were only about 2 feet wide. It was unusually quiet, and the air was still as I began walking down one of the narrow streets, which led down to the main road leading down the hill. I was enjoying the peace and tranquility of it all, and the fact that I didn't have to worry about incoming rocket attacks. I looked around and marveled at how everything here seemed to look like it was frozen in time, and that everything looked exactly like it did when it was first built, back before World War II. The constant rains, lichen, moss, flowers, and vines growing out of the stone retaining walls which lined the streets. It was like a lost city somewhere deep in the Amazon rainforest. I was lost in thought, and I didn't even recognize that I was now at a portion of the road where the streetlights were getting dim. It soon began to get misty. The results of the moist night air mixing with the warmer temperatures, and soon I could not see where I was stepping. I eventually came to a point where the winding road intersected with another main road. I wasn't lost, but I also didn't quite know exactly where I was. I knew, however, that if I kept taking the road that went down, I was going in the right direction. I chose the road going to the right, which seemed to lead down off the hill, so I followed it for a few minutes. Soon, a couple of taxicabs appeared out of the mist and passed me going up the hill, so I knew that I was on the right track. I soon passed a beauty salon, which was on the ground floor of a tall hotel called the Mountainside Inn. I seemed to recall that the lounge that I wanted to visit was behind this establishment, further down the base of the hill. A very narrow side street led off the main road towards the direction of the lounge, but it was shrouded in darkness. I could either continue on the main road, which would eventually lead to the street at the base of the hill, and then turn right and walk towards the lounge, or I could see if this dark, narrow street was actually a shortcut. So I decided to go down the dark and narrow street to see where it led, because I was an American soldier fresh from the war vacationing in a foreign land where I barely recognized any landmarks. So yeah, no common sense. I walked in the middle of the street because the mist and fog were now all around me, and I didn't want to step into a ditch or open drain which I knew lined the streets. The road wound down between the Mountainside Inn on the right and a low stone wall to my left, and led downwards, so I knew I was still going in the right direction. But instead of turning left towards the main road at the base of the hill like I'd expected, the road went right, doubling back on itself and winding back up the hill. The houses next to me were pitch black, and there were no working streetlights here, as the mist seemed to swallow me in its embrace. I thought about doubling back and walking to the main road, but I wasn't really in a hurry. Plus, this walk was kind of cool. In fact, it was getting cooler by the second. It was downright chilly. Just as I had the feeling that I wasn't alone on this dark stretch of road, an icy chill ran up my spine, and I could just barely see my shadow in front of me, from a faint glow to my back. Thinking that a car was approaching behind me, I turned around to see a young lady in a white dress standing 10 feet from me. At first, I thought that the reason I could see her was because of the light from the moon, but I soon realized she was the one who was glowing. Huh? I thought. That's cool. I stared at her for a second. The air around her seemed to shimmer ever so slightly, so I couldn't see her in any exact detail. However, from the expression on her face, I could tell that this young lady was not happy to see me. With my knowledge of the traditional Filipino language, somewhere between none and zero, I did the only thing I could do. "Hi," I said in English. The glowing young lady with the angry expression said nothing, but in my head I could hear, "Japanese." Wait, what? I said. "How did you do that?" "You are a soldier. You are Japanese," came the angry voice in my head in an accusing tone. "You are a Japanese soldier." Well, yeah, but I'm only about a quarter Japanese. I'm mostly Filipino," and a little Spanish and Chinese, if my mom is to be believed. Grandma got around a lot, I guess.
You are a Japanese soldier,
she screamed in my head.
You do not belong here. This is our land.
Somewhere in her rage, I could also hear desperation and sadness. During the Japanese invasion of the Philippines in World War II, the Japanese had done unspeakably cruel and violent things to the Filipino people. Back then, in the eyes of some of the Japanese, the Filipino people were seen as subhuman, and the Japanese soldiers often took pleasure in tossing Filipino babies into the air so that they could try to impale them with bayonets. In fact, the reason why I'm part Japanese was because a Japanese soldier had gotten my grandmother pregnant. My mother had told me stories of a young lady in a white dress that was savagely, assaulted and brutally murdered by the Japanese. Her ghost is said to haunt these hills, guiding innocent travelers who may have gotten lost, and frightening evil men who had wicked intentions. I'm not frightened of you, miss. I'm not an evil man and I have no wicked intentions.
Japanese soldier,
she hissed. Yes, I admitted. I am part Japanese, and yes, I am a soldier, but I'm an American soldier. I paused, wondering if she would say anything. She just stared at me, as if waiting. We fought side by side with you. We suffered with you. We bled and died with you. And together we were defeated by the Japanese with you. But a promise was fulfilled. We returned again, and we threw out the Japanese soldiers. This land belongs to the Filipino people. I'm sorry for what happened to you, but I am not your enemy. I am an American soldier. The young lady regarded me for a second, then slowly turned away, seeming to take the mist with her. The air grew warmer, and the streetlights flickered on as she slowly vanished. Go with God, I said as she finally faded from view. In my head, I heard one last word.
Salamat.
Later, as I was relaxing and enjoying a nice bourbon on the rocks at the crowded Miles Club, I asked a friendly bartender what the word salamat means. Wait, you're Filipino and you don't know what salamat means? Humor me, I said. Salamat, said the bartender, is Filipino for thank you.
Experience 2 from Sidri-X. I am an avid knife enthusiast, and I love sharp objects, which lead me to my hobby of blade making. My grandfather gave me my first blade when I was around 7 years old. I know I was too young. It was a 17-inch bolo forged by a local blacksmith and was made from iron. I loved that blade, and I would often bring it with me everywhere I would play. The reason why my grandfather gave it to me was because there is this belief that iron can protect you and harm evil entities that would try to harm you. He told me a story about the time my uncle and father were chased by a manananggal. A manananggal is an evil vampiric monster in the Philippines that looks like a half-bodied woman with bat wings, which it uses to fly around every night while its innards dangle out from where the hips should be, connected to the lower body. It has a long tongue that it uses to slip through even the tiniest crevices on the roof and suck the unborn baby inside the womb of a sleeping mother. There are ways to kill such a monster, and one of the most effective methods is to find the lower body and put ash, salt, or shards of glass on the open area where the manananggal will reconnect its body. Now back to the story. My uncle and father were young and foolish so much that they sometimes venture out at night and test each other's courage. The incident happened a few months after they moved into our farm. There was no electricity, and the only light at night was a small flame from a gas lamp. They went out daring each other about things and to see if they could encounter something scary, which they were not disappointed to find that they did. My uncle was the first one to shout, taunting what was ever out there, while my father remained silent, trying to keep his cool. They walked around the rice field, still calling out. My father only spoke a few things as he followed his little brother along. An hour later, something heeded their call. The crickets went loud and the wind blew harder, as if there was a storm coming. They stayed close to each other while their heads tilted up, looking around, clearly shocked by what was happening. My father, in a panic, told my uncle that they needed to go home, and just when they were about to head off, a strong gust of wind blew, and followed by a loud flapping of wings. The sound was clearly not from a small pair of wings, but they knew it was from a larger pair. They hurriedly ran towards the direction of their house while this thing was coming at them, and it gave chase. It tried to swoop down, but a couple of trees blocked its path, and my father caught a glimpse of this bat-like monstrosity. It had long, shaggy hair, bright orange eyes, and was wearing an old blouse. They ran faster, but the problem was the house is situated on the top of a hill, with no trees and no cover. They stayed low under a citrus tree for a while and decided to make a break for it. My father was never known for his leg strength, and this hill was very steep, which means whatever running speed he can give will be reduced by half. And yet with that happening, he was able to sprint up with his brother as if it was flat ground. They often say that adrenaline can do wonders. They reached the house, which at a time was made from bamboo walls and had a grass roof, your typical hut. They closed the doors and windows. My uncle grabbed my grandfather's bolo and held it tight. One of the things that our old ancestors passed down to us was how to ward off or scare off unnatural beings. My uncle started to pull the bolo halfway out of its wooden sheath and forcefully put it back in, so that it will make a loud sound that these kinds of monsters know much too well. The sound it made is an indication that the tenants are armed and are ready to fight. This sort of trick only works if your blade has been forged and is made from iron. The Mananangle flew around a couple of times, circling the house before it left. While this was happening, my grandfather and grandmother were in a different town visiting our relatives, and was not home for days. My father and uncle did not sleep and waited for sunrise. When the warm ray of light peeked through the crevice of the door, they finally felt relief. My father's uncle came around that afternoon to say hi, and was told about what happened. He thought it was stupid for my father and my uncle to challenge unknowns and not think of the consequences. My grandfather was told about what they did, and it was only natural that they got not only a tongue lashing but a few whips at the back as well. When I was born, my grandparents were the ones who raised me, and due to what happened with my uncle and my father, so my grandfather thought that his little firstborn grandson might get into some trouble as well, since I was told that even at a very young age, I tend to wander off to the woods playing by myself. This is why he gave me my first blade and told me to never let go of it if I wander off somewhere. Being incredibly young, I never gave mine to it, and was only happy to have had my blade by my side. It was strange for some people that most kids wanted the latest toys, but for me, I wanted the biggest blade. So if you're going to have your own personal blade, try to get one that's handmade and is made from iron. Stainless steel may be less troublesome to maintain, but it never hurts to have something that may protect you, not just from other humans, but also from whatever else is out there.
Nighttime Horror from Anonymous. I never believed in the paranormal, but now I'm starting to question my own beliefs. For summer vacation, I decided to visit Shreveport, Louisiana, close to the river. I chose to stay at a quaint but pleasant motel located on Highway 80, an aging place run by a very pleasant family. The first few nights were normal, and the cozy room was a great place to get some shut-eye after daytime summer fun activities. However, things started to get unusual. I would awake in the middle of the night around 3 a.m. and feel some presence near me. It felt like a large person was sitting on the mattress. Sometimes it would be on the right side, sometimes on the left, and a couple of times the entity seemed to lay across my legs, which totally freaked me out. But every time I would push it out of my mind and continue to sleep. That was until my last night there. I was having trouble falling asleep this time, and I'd even put in my earphones to listen to some Darkness Prevails posts. This always helps me get to sleep. Just as I could feel my eyelids getting heavy, losing consciousness, I was abruptly woken by a noise on the opposite side of the room. It sounded like a woman's voice, uttering a short phrase, but it was so muffled I couldn't make out what she was saying. I just wrote it off, assuming it was some loud lady in the room next door. About 10 seconds later, it happened again, coming halfway across the room. It was getting closer. Wide awake, I didn't even have time to react before it spoke again, less than an inch away from my right ear. The voice spoke to me, warning me.
"You're next."
I immediately jumped up from the bed, looking wildly around, heart beating so fast it hurt, faster than it ever had before. But there was nothing. I looked all about the room, but there was no sign of anything having been there. I slowly went back to bed. I eventually got relaxed and finished up the video, putting me to sleep. I woke up the next day and checked out, forgetting most of what had happened the night before. Recently, I researched the motel online, just curious about how long it had been in business, when I found a disturbing post. A legal report I found on Google said there had been a crime committed there, so I clicked on it. As it turned out, decades ago, a person had been ended in a room 2 doors down, with the previous owners finding the remains when they entered the room for housekeeping. I was shocked, and suddenly all of the experiences I had made sense. If you ever come to Shreveport, just be careful. This city is a strange one. Hell House from Uncle T. This dates back some years ago when we had to move to Orange, Texas, and we had a house in Logansport, Louisiana. My dad got a phone call that the house in Logansport had been broken into, and so they went up there to check out what had been messed up or stolen or destroyed. When they arrived, they started going through things, seeing what all was missing and cleaning things up. While cleaning things out of my sister's room, they found an old Ouija board that was given to her when she was a young girl by a step-aunt for her birthday. Because my family was very religious, my dad decided that he was going to get rid of it. He had always heard that if he threw it away, they would always return to the owner, and so he decided that he would burn it. He went on up to my grandmother's house, his mother, to find the stuff to burn it with. He commenced to lay it on the ground and tried to light it with a match, but the match went out. He then went into the garage and found some charcoal lighter fluid. He proceeded to pour it onto the box and tried to light it. Needless to say, it was not lighting. He used almost a whole bottle and a box of matches, but it didn't work. So my dad, being a believer in prayer, he began to pray and ask God for help and guidance. He walked back into the garage and found some lawnmower gas and took the lid off the box, laying the board on top, crossways, and filled the bottom of the box with gas. He then poured a bit on the board as well, then began to pray. He struck a match and held it to the board. Gas usually ignites from the fumes, but he still had to hold it to the board as he prayed. Then the board began to burn in the center, not on the edge where the match was. So he and my sister backed away as the board was burning, and without warning, the fire exploded straight up into the air. A loud scream was coming from inside the board, louder and louder. Then the fire fell to the ground with a rumble. Smoke as black as the night began to move toward my dad from every direction. It just kept coming at him. He even put the wind at his back, but the darkness followed him. Suddenly, with one final scream, it was gone. The board and box were just gone, leaving a small bit of ash and an indentation in the ground where the board had been. After all that, they came home to Orange, Texas, and we went to church the next day. Everything was good, or so we thought. When we got home from church, we got out of the car and walked to the house, but none of the keys would work on any of the 4 doors. My dad then remembered the one door that led to the kitchen. It wasn't in good shape, so my dad could just bust in and replace it later. He proceeded to push on the door to gain access. When you push on things, they tend to fall away from you. But as he pushed on the door, the window shattered out onto him, as if something had been thrown out of it. We go inside and my dad feels like something is running down his leg, so he sits in the recliner and removes his slacks he wore to church. Blood was pouring out of a wound on his leg, but he never felt any pain from it. It had bled so much that he could pour the blood from his shoe like you were pouring a drink. He had no snag in his slacks, no blood on any glass, no meat from the wound. By the way, it was 2 to 3 inches long and 1 inch wide, and at least 1 inch deep. It was definitely not some little cut. We bandaged him up and tried to make the best of the rest of the day. Little did we know it was the beginning of a lifetime of hell on Earth. The demon house is what we called it. We had no way of moving because we had rented the place from my step-grandfather, because my dad's job relocated him where they needed him. We lived with it for, best I can remember, another 5 or so years, until we were older and out of school. My dad will not talk about it to this day. He's in his 80s. When I ask him or even mention the indecent, he begins to pray and walks away. My sister is the same way. I've learned to deal with a lot from spirits, shadows, dreams, and even demons. I'm 46 now as I write this to share with you. Funny how I can see these events play in my mind over and over, but I can barely remember my birthday at times. I am a preacher now, have been for about 5 years. Still have things happen that I talk to my dad about, and more to share if it interests you. From dreams of being crucified by demons to my house burning down just last year, and things that happened in that house before that day. After my father was attacked, after the Ouija board was burned, that's when strange things began to happen. We lived in a duplex that my step-grandfather let us rent from him. They were old naval barracks houses that he purchased. We rented both sides and made it one big home. Sometime after, we noticed that weird things were happening around the house. It was late one night and my dad and I were in the living room, sitting on the couch and watching TV, when we heard clicking coming from what we thought was the wall. The couch was located next to the front door of the main entrance to the home. It was wintertime, and all the house was closed up and sealed because of drafts, and these were old houses. We covered the windows with plastic wrap and duct tape. Well, there was one radiator heater that we used because of natural gas prices. Anyway, the clicking got louder and louder. Then the front door just opened. The main lock was still locked, sticking out, not bent or broken, just like it was locked but not shut. The thing is, it's a barrel lock. You lift and slide to latch it. My dad got up, and there was like this blast of cold air that went through him, but the glass outer door was still closed, so where did the blast of cold air come from? He stumbled back and looked at me. He was confused by what had happened. He closed the door again and locked it. Then he sat back down. That's when he took a piece of paper and put it in the doorway of my sister's room to check for drafts. We sat down on the couch to watch TV again. Suddenly, my dad says to me, "Watch the paper. It's moving." When I turned my head to watch the paper, it wasn't moving. I thought my dad was messing with me and trying to scare me, so I said sure and turned back to watch TV. Again, my dad said the paper was moving. Once more, I turned to look at the paper, yet it wasn't moving. He said to watch it out of the corner of my eyes, to not move my head. I did as he said, and he was right. It moved a lot, but when we moved our heads, it stopped. So my dad said just stare at it and see what happens. The paper goes absolutely insane, swinging around violently. Then it stopped and began to spin like a top. My dad got up to see if there was a draft, and it stopped again. There was no draft anywhere. The door flew open, the barrel latch still in the lock position. That night after my family got home, we went to bed. At one point in the night, my brother came to my room and said to leave him alone, to go to sleep. I'd already been sleeping and had no idea what he was talking about. He asked me, "How did you get from Tim's room so fast?" I replied, "What are you talking about?" He proceeds to explain, "You were jumping on my bed, and when I turned over, you ran into Tim's room." Tim is a cousin that lived with us at the time. "Go back to sleep. You're having a bad dream," I said to him. He stated, "How can it be a dream when I'm awake?" We all go back to bed when I hear him run into Tim's room and flick the light on. He starts yelling at Tim and talking about me. I walk down the hall and ask what now. He said that someone was jumping on his bed. We looked around and saw nothing. So I go and lock my door and go back to bed. As I lie there trying to sleep with my music playing on my headboard, I noticed that my door began to rattle. I yell towards the door, telling them to leave my door alone. It stopped. I lay there some more trying to fall asleep, but then it shakes violently this time. I yell out to stop, but then I hear glass shattering. I get up and turn my light on, and I see that my full-length mirror has been shattered, spiderwebbed-like. Something or someone had punched it. Although nothing else happened that night, I didn't sleep. I told my dad about it, but I never took it down. The next day was Saturday. My brother, my cousin, and I were at the house alone. I was smaller then, and when the heater went off and cooled enough, I would sit on top of it. But that day I chose to lean against it. I was making my mother's owl wind chimes ring out. They were ceramic, so it was a peaceful tone. Suddenly, we heard a loud crash in the back part of the house. We walked into our rooms to see what it may have been. There was nothing in my room and nothing in my cousin's room, but my brother called us to come see. Let me paint this picture for you. My brother made the living room his bedroom. Now his room was larger than a regular bedroom. He had a lot of figurines of eagles and trophies. On top of his chest of drawers, he placed a mirror that was for a dresser. The mirror took 2 people to put on the chest of drawers, and it was across the room in a chair face down. Not broken, just out of place. None of the trophies or figurines had been moved. We know that because my brother never dusted anything, and nothing else was out of its dust. It was overwhelming to say the least, but we dealt with it. Dad was the only person hurt by whatever this was. Well, unfortunately, I was the next target. For a while, not much was happening out of the norm of lights being turned on by themselves or stuff being moved. One night, I had my first encounter with sleep paralysis, and it wasn't fun. It scared me. I had fallen asleep with my lights on and had awakened in my bed, but I could not move. I could look around with my eyes. Not moving my head, I noticed black spots floating all around the room on the bed. the walls, the ceiling, all over. Suddenly, my arms shot straight out to the side of the bed, pulled tightly. My legs had been stiffened and placed one on top of the other, foot propped on top of the other foot. I then saw a huge black shadow floating from my feet just up to my face. It rolled to show a skeleton face, laughing like I'd never heard before, and my head fell to the left side. I then started having agonizing pain in my hands and feet. The pain was intense, and before I blacked out from the pain itself, my side began to throb with such an ache I cried. Then it was like when you come up out of the water gasping for air. I was trying to catch my breath and the pain was still there. It was days before it went away. I told my dad what had happened, and he said I'd been crucified. They are after me for some reason. We stayed in that house for about 8 or 9 years dealing with things. My sister moved and my cousin moved back to his mom and dad's house. My brother graduated, and I quit school. My mom, dad, and brother moved back to Louisiana to the old home place. I stayed with friends for another year or so. As for the hell house, the demon house, my step-grandfather sold it, but the people moved out a year later. They had the house burned and refused to sell the land. They wouldn't say why, but I think I know. To this day, I have dreams about angels and demons, about ghosts and the hell house. Things tend to follow me, but it doesn't scare me like it used to. Did I mention that I'm a clergyman now? But that doesn't stop them. Until I remember more things, I'll say for now good day, and may God protect you. I swear I'm not crazy. From Midnight Raider. I'm a girl, 18 now, but this all started when I was younger. When I was 6 years old, I moved to Powder Springs, Georgia. We moved into a completely developed 3-story house that was part of a larger neighborhood. It was a very well-built area, and was the last place someone would expect for something like this to happen. The first incident was when I was 8. I was heading down my basement steps to feed my pet rabbit at the time. Halfway down the steps, the wall breaks apart into railing to give you a view of the hallway in which my rabbit's cage was located. Upon reaching the halfway mark, I looked towards my pet as it was completely silent, and that was very unusual for him. I stopped mid-descent. In that hallway was a shadow of a man walking past my rabbit and straight towards the end of the stairs. I remember the horror I felt upon seeing this thing getting closer and closer. I ran back up the stairs, leaving my rabbit and slamming the basement door in the process, only to be questioned by my father as to what was wrong. I did not tell him. Even at this age, I knew he would think I was crazy if I said anything about what I saw. Eventually, this incident passed, and it seemed to be a one-time thing. But I was wrong. A few years later, I was 11. My friend and I could hear someone in the woods calling my brother's name. This was unusual as he has special needs, and not many people know him. My friend and I, let's call her Maddie, decided to head into the woods to figure out what was happening. It was about 6 p.m., and the sun was starting to set. We entered the woods and began to walk, when suddenly I saw something. Out of the corner of my eye, I see a little boy hiding behind a tree. He was Caucasian and had a white t-shirt on and black shorts. But when I went to look at him, he was gone. I hoped it was some kind of trick of the light, but what I saw was not what I thought. I didn't tell my friend what I'd seen, as to not scare her, and because I wasn't even sure if I saw what I saw. Throughout our walk, I saw him several more times. Every time he was peeking out from various objects, watching us. I turned to Maddie and told her we should head back. She agreed. On our walk back, I asked her if she had seen anything strange. What she said sent chills down my spine. She described the same boy in the same clothing to me, exactly the same way I saw him, but at different times. I then told her that I saw him too. While this was creepy, we decided to brush the incident off and continue with our sleepover. We began to swim in the pool in my backyard with the light still in the sky. We were taking turns jumping into the deep end, and I was first. But right as I hit the water, I heard Maddie scream. I quickly swam up to the surface, only to see the little boy walking by my backyard fence, but that was not what my friend was screaming about. I asked her what was wrong, and she said that she had seen the little boy inside my basement window, staring out towards us, watching us. We were freaked out, but thankfully the rest of the night went by without incident. The next event happened when I was 14. My friend Rebecca was spending the night. Everything was normal and we got through the night without any problems, but when I woke up, she was terrified. She said that she had awakened sometime in the night, only to see what she thought was me standing outside. She could not see details, merely a shadow. But I was asleep right across from her. She had eventually fallen back asleep somehow. 2 months later, I had another friend spend the night. Just as before, the night went by with no occurrences, but when I woke up, my friend had a strange look in her eyes. I asked her what was wrong. She told me how she thought she had seen me standing in the doorway sometime in the night. She had awakened, and when she did, she saw that shadow just standing there. She knew it wasn't me, as she was right next to me. This friend was not Rebecca. This friend had no knowledge of what had happened a few months before, and yet she had seen something extremely similar to what Rebecca had seen. 2 years passed once again, and the only occurrences were the sounds of occasional footsteps and voices. I was 16 now. It was around 11 p.m. at night. My cat and I were heading upstairs for the night when we both froze in our tracks. We had both heard it, so I knew I was not imagining it. From the main floor, we had heard what sounded like a little girl's laughter. Let it be clear, I have no sisters and no TVs or radios were on at the time. Nothing could have made that noise. My cat and I both ran to my bedroom, locking ourselves in there for the night. I'm 18 now, and things are still happening. Shadows and noises I can't explain. However, nothing significant has happened yet. But even then, I can't be alone in my basement at night. There's just something wrong about it. You feel as if you're not alone. You can feel eyes on you. And I know I'm not the only one. My friends refuse to be down there alone without the lights on. They too can feel it. Most of which don't even know about the past occurrences. I'm not crazy. I know there is something here. I know I've seen something I can't explain. Le Lugaru, from Anonymous. I want to start off by saying this. I'm no author by any means. This occurred over this past summer, and although it seems all over the place, this story really happened to me and my cousins. Now, I recently moved back home from Mississippi to my small town in northern Louisiana. I wasn't on any drugs when this happened. It was late one night and I was up with 2 of my cousins. I, unfortunately, suffer from insomnia and often stay up past sunrise. Me and my oldest cousin, Jack, were chilling on my bed while my younger cousin, Brad, was playing on the Xbox. We live in a 2-story house that is over 100 years old, and being so old it tends to show its age, such as the old rattling windows, squeaky floors, and all the other bells and whistles. At one point, I got up off the bed and went to use the bathroom, while Jack was hogging my vape. I get back from the bathroom and notice that the outside lights are on. They're motion detection lights, and assuming that it's just one of the cats or a raccoon, I think nothing of it. The window closest to my bed overlooks the side yard, and 50 yards away is my neighbor's house, with a small dinky little fence in between. I looked out the window while putting my phone on the charger, and I noticed that the light had just turned back on. I thought it was odd, but once again I shrugged it off. Just as I set my phone down, I cracked the window open a bit to get some fresh air on this hot summer night. After opening it, I realized that the outside was silent, like the quiet place kind of silent. I tap Jack on the shoulder and ask him if he feels odd. He replies with, "A little bit. I was about to ask you the same thing." After he says this, I get a wave of chills over my body, and my eyes wander around the side yard. From the window, you can also see the road in the front yard and the orange glow of the old crooked streetlight. Across the road is a road sign for "Turn up ahead." These details may seem unnecessary, but they will become relevant later. As I'm looking out the window in front of my neighbor's yard, I can see a dog poking its head out from behind a tree. This came as a shock because there are no stray dogs in our town, and the size of the head on this one made me think it was a German Shepherd. Even though I've only been here for 3 weeks, I know most everyone, and I know that there is no big stray dog roaming the night. I tell Jack to look out the window, but before I could finish the sentence, I locked eyes with the dog. At that point, I felt a wave of dread and regret wash over me. Jack then looked at me, waiting for the rest of that sentence. Then he looked out the window to stare at what I was looking at. He exclaimed, "What the heck?" He stands up while putting his hand on my shoulder. Instinctively, in the worst fight or flight moment, I close the window all the way to lock it, and I close the curtains. Brad, being confused, asked, "What's going on?" But I shushed him, turning off all the lights and sitting on the bed. I did these things because as Jack stood up, the dog stood up from behind the tree. Just for reference, the tree it was behind was next to the little fence. I'm 6'4", and the fence still comes up to my elbows. When this thing stood up, the fence was below its waist. Brad was confused about the whole situation, and we explained to him that there was a man outside and we needed to be quiet. I really don't know why we told him this, because it was still scary, but would you believe someone if they told you a werewolf was in the neighborhood, just saying hi? After that, he started to freak out, and I had to calm him down to the best of my ability. I told Jack and Brad to stay quiet. I looked out the window to see if it had left. When I took a peek, it was no longer behind the tree, but instead directly below the window. It was looking upwards towards me, and when it found my eyes, it talked. It was speaking in the deepest, darkest voice I'd ever heard. Imagine this, the lead singer of Disturbed mixed with the voice of Optimus Prime. At first, I couldn't understand what it was saying or trying to do, but the voice slowly morphed into a very familiar one. What the heck? It was Jack's voice, or it was supposed to be. It was like a recorded video taken the exact moment Jack had said that earlier. I nearly messed myself. And this creature, this thing, it knew that I was scared out of my body. It freaking smiled at me and waved with long daggers it called fingers. Now, looking at this thing beneath the window, all the details shining like Halley's Comet, its head was massive, easily the size of a moose if not bigger. Its body was like that of a bodybuilder's, toned and muscular. Its legs were bent back like a dog's would be. It had no tail, and it was all chocolate brown. Its eyes, though, they weren't glowing like you hear in stories. Its eyes were just like mine, green, and they looked like a human's would. After I comprehended this monstrosity that was below me, it turned on a dime and bolted across the street. My eyes followed it the whole way, and when it got to the other side of the street, It stopped at the sign. Now I had a better idea at this thing's height. The sign was 6'10", and this thing was easily a foot taller. I slowly looked back at the thing, and it waved again, slowly walking backwards into the woods. It took me a few seconds to snap back to reality, but when I did, I turned around and Jack and Brad were both to my right, looking out the window too. Needless to say, we stayed up the rest of that night. The next morning, I had to go to my grandpa and grandma's house to help take care of my dear granny. When I got there, I was tired out of my mind, but I sucked it up and took care of the things that needed to be done. Before I got ready to go, I sat down on the couch and talked to my granny. We went on tangents about the most random topics until dogs got brought up. I told my granny about a massive dog me and my cousin saw last night, and she looked at me in an odd way. I asked if something was wrong, and she replied with,
"So, you saw him, didn't you?"
Hearing this come out of her mouth shocked me. I then asked, "What do you mean?" She then said,
"You saw him. Last night you saw the Lugaru."
I looked at her like a little kid looks at their father for the first time since he was shipped off to war. She then tells me more about this Lugaru.
The Lugaru is an urban legend, a story only mothers tell their teenagers so they don't sneak out. Well, let me tell you, hun, the legend isn't so urban. I first experienced him when I was your age. I was out with my gals having the night out. We stopped at a local park right around 12 in the morning. We sat for a while. It was a hot summer night, so we had our windows rolled down. I noticed there were no crickets chirping, no bugs buzzing, no other cars around. I felt chills that night, and instinctively I looked to my right at the edge of the woods. I met eyes with him. He was tall, muscular, and very dark. All of a sudden, my friend screamed, and the next thing that happened was nothing short of crazy. Le Lugaru howled like a wild animal, but at the lowest pitch imaginable. It sounded like a boat horn mixed with a howl. He then bolted into the woods, and I thought I would never see him again. That was until last night.
After hearing her say that last sentence, I turned pale as a ghost.
Last night, right at 12 a.m., I heard a knocking at the back door. It started soft and gradually became louder, almost turning into the sound of a battering ram. I rushed out my bedroom door, thinking your grandpa had locked himself out. But as I left the bedroom, I turned around and realized he was sleeping next to where I was just lying down. I then wonder if there's a neighbor in distress, so I run as quickly as I can to the back door.
For reference, the door is a patio-type door with lots of rectangular windows.
I turn on the back porch light and peek through the blinds. I nearly dropped dead when I saw a pair of eyes that matched my own, staring back at me. I was in a state of shock, awe, and fear when I realized who this was. I heard a noise coming from the other side, and it sounded like a low growl, but it slowly started to sound like you, my dear. It said in a perfect recreation of your voice,
"It's hot outside, Granny. Please let me in so I can cool off."
I nearly had a stroke right then, right there. Looking into my eyes, he could see the fear, and he smiled a sharp, toothy grin. He then said,
"See you soon, hon."
And your voice then ran across my porch into the darkness in a flash.
I was shocked. I had no idea that my poor granny had endured the same gut-wrenching fear that I had the previous night. Still in a state of shock, I asked her, "How does it mimic our voices?" She told me she didn't know, but told me to stay aware, because the only way it can get in your home is by using your misjudgment against you. Hearing all of this, I get up and hug my granny, then leave. What puzzled me was how it got from my house to my granny's in one night. We live a good hour apart, and if I saw him at around 12:30, how did he cover that ground so quickly? As I was thinking about the whole situation, I had the same feeling of dread wash over me as I'm turning off the highway. I go to check all my mirrors, and as soon as I look out my right one, I see him. The toothy snout, the human eyes, and the massive head was keeping pace with my truck. I started to speed up, almost 65 on these old country roads, and I can't shake him. I then feel the weight shift on the bed of my truck, and in my rearview mirror I see the condensation on the glass. Through the back glass of the truck I hear my name being called in my granny's voice, and then a deep, dark laugh. I start praying aloud. Before I could comprehend what just happened, all of a sudden the truck shifted back to the way it was before. I looked in the mirror, and nothing was there, no condensation, no snout, just the dark, cloudy night behind me. I make it home safe and surprisingly fell asleep very quickly. The next day, me and Jack spread ashes around all the entrances of the house. Completely his idea, not mine, and I feel stupid not thinking about it. We prayed and brought a pastor to the house. He blessed the property. Since doing all these precautions, we haven't seen him around here or Granny's house since, and hopefully it stays that way. That brings us to the end of this episode of Darkness Prevails. More terrifying stories are on the way soon, so subscribe and smash that like button. By the way, did you know this show is available as a podcast called Unexplained Encounters? Just search for, follow, and rate Unexplained Encounters on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, or your favorite podcast app. This show is part of the EerieCast network. Go to EerieCast.com for more scary podcasts, such as Freaky Folklore, which explores your favorite monsters, myths, and mysteries, as well as Redwood Bureau, a fictional horror podcast about an agent on the run from an evil secret organization that captures supernatural creatures and entities. Well, thanks for tuning in. Stay safe out there and stay creepy, because this world is a strange one.